viewers, a very good morning. We're live this morning. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. And our top story, Jammu and Kashmir votes in the second phase of elections in the three-phase election. Today is the second phase where 239 candidates' fate will be decided. A lot of key players standing up for elections. We'll get to all the details that you need to know. We have a team of reporters on the ground getting us minute-by-minute updates from the polling stations. But as usual, the headlines that we are tracking. Let's get started.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch pano.
The stage is set for second phase of polling in Jammu and Kashmir. Omar Abdullah, Ravinder Rana among candidates in fray. Prime Minister Modi leads BJP's poll campaign in Haryana as he's all set to address a mega rally today. Odisha assault victim narrates her ordeal, says she was undressed, kicked on the chest and dragged brutally by the cops. Republic takes the lead in Tirupati Laddu controversy. Exclusive documents show how tender conditions were tweaked by Jagan government to favour one company. Israel's extensive strikes on Hezbollah terror dens. Israeli military says Hezbollah's missile and rocket unit top commander killed.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch pano.
The stage is set, viewers, for voting in a 26 seat across 6 districts in Jammu and Kashmir as the second phase of assembly elections kicks off today. Now, voting will take place in 15 seats from the Kashmir Valley, 11 in the Jammu division. According to the Election Commission of India, 2.5 million voters are eligible to cast their ballots in this phase. Polling will begin at 7 a.m. That means polling has just started and it will continue until 6 p.m. And it's going to be a very important phase because a lot of key candidates are in the fray. We're talking about National Conference Vice President Omar Abdullah, Congress Jammu and Kashmir Chairman Tariq Hamid Kara, BJP Jammu and Kashmir Unit President Ravinder Rana, and Apni Party Chief Altaf Bukhari. A total of 239 candidates, including 99 independents, are in the fray in 6 districts in the UT. Omar Abdullah is contesting from Kashmir's Gandarbal and Burgaon constituencies, and voting for both seats will take place in this phase. We are seeing a lot of details come out. We also have JKPCC Chief Kara contesting from Central Sheltang, where he is pitted against Abdul Qayyum PDP and Zafar Dar from the Apni Party. I want to go across to our colleagues joining us. Let's go to our colleagues. So we have with us Arawat, we have Zina joining us live, Srinagar and Lal Chowk. I just want to go first to my colleague Zina joining us live. And we also have Gursimran joining us live from Nowshera. I'm coming across to you right now, Zina, first. Take us through, why this is going to be a very important phase. We see that a lot of central areas where you are also going to the polls, and voting has just kicked off, I believe. Go ahead and take us through what's happening on ground.
See, Shivani, this is the most interesting phase, the second phase of Jammu and Kashmir State Assembly elections, where you see the big names from the Kashmir Valley who have been dominating Kashmir and its politics for generations together, like the traditional and the cadre-based party National Conference. If we see Kashmir and from the perspective of the assembly polls in the second phase, it's a cadre-based vote that will be polled today from the National Conference that is known as this Srinagar, and the Central Kashmir, Badgam or the Gandarbal is known as Abdullah's Bashan. But the question is that how much vote they will be able to gain or to attract towards its party right now, as it is the game of independence too. Coming from the Kashmir, it's some 94 candidates in fray, but out of 90, I beg your pardon, it's 93 candidates in fray, and out of 93, some 44 candidates are the independent. So independent game in fray, because at the one side we see the National Conference Vice President Omar Abdullah, who's hedging his seat from Central Kashmir's Ganderbal as well as the Budgam. You see the Ganderbal. Ganderbal has been the bastion of Sheikh Abdullah, Omar Abdullah's grandfather, who has never lost the seat. Then the seat went to Farooq Abdullah's kitty and also to Omar Abdullah in past. Right now Omar is trying his luck from Ganderbal, and apart from this time he's also has coming from the Budgam, because he has been the MLA Birwa earlier and he switched from Birwa to Budgam this time. Omar contesting from 2 seats. But after the abrogation of Article 370, we are seeing a shift in the J&K politics, and coming from the Kashmir politics, we are seeing that the Apni party contesting the first elections of state assembly elections, trying their luck, because this party was founded, it was established, it was created in March 2020. So another edge coming to the Altaf Bukhari, who is the richest candidate with 153 crore rupees assets at his back. That is what the Election Commission of India's website and what he has declared before the law agency. So one of the richest candidate is contesting and is trying his luck from the Chanpora, where he is directly pitched against National Conference Mushtaq Guru, who is the political advisor to Dr. Farooq Abdullah and has a long association with the National Conference. Coming to Congress, we see from the central shouting, this is the first time that the seat has come up after the Delimitation Commission exercise, the reorganization bill of 2022, where from the Tariq Hamid Karra, who has been elected recently as Jammu and Kashmir's Congress President, he is trying his luck from there. Rahul Gandhi recently came to address the people to ask for the votes in favor of Tariq Karra, where he is pitched directly with the independent candidate Irfan Shah. We are saying that shouting is going to be interesting, because the president of Congress will be contesting, and also the Rahul Gandhi has recently visited and had addressed the audience. When we see the PDP bastion, PDP has been trying the luck from all these constituencies this time. Particularly the focus has come from the Central Kashmir's Ganderbal, where again the Omar Abdullah is in direct touch with the pitched against the PDP candidate. Will PDP be able to swing the votes in favor, or the National Conference, the traditional belt of Abdullahs in Ganderbal, again they will choose the Abdullahs for to rule that, because we are seeing the ST push also there. But overall, if we see the Zadibal seat, which is again which has catched the eye of all the political pundits, the journalists, the media, and the political parties. This time earlier we have seen in Zadibal either it will sway towards the Shia candidate Abid Ansari, but this time we are seeing the 2 Shia candidates, one from PC, which is headed by Sajjad Ghani Lone, Abid Ansari. Then we are seeing the Tanveer Sadiq, who comes from the National Conference, again a Shia candidate. And then we are also seeing the former mayor of Srinagar city, Junaid Mattu, as an independent candidate. Where will this vote go? Because we are seeing on ground the Shia vote, where we see the most of the votes will come in. That vote has been divided into 3 parts. One, Abid Ansari is the Pir Muridi vote. The second one is Tanveer Sadiq's, again a Shia vote. Then we see the vote of the Sunnis. That will decide the fate of the candidate whosoever will. So it's a very interesting election coming from the day. And right now the polling station where from we are reporting, this is a high-five polling station, because this polling station is usually seen as the Abdullah's polling station.
Right. All right, Zeenat. Okay, Zeenat, we'll be coming back to you right now. Of course, we will be tracking those developments from where you are in Srinagar. I want to go across to my colleague who's joining us from Nowshera, that is Gursimran. Gursimran, very good morning to you. Very important place where you are right now reporting from. This is where the BJP state chief there, Ravinder Raina, is facing the PDP and the NC. Take us through the latest details. Go ahead.
Yes, right now we are in the Lambedi area of the Nowshera, where the BJP state chief Ravindra Rana is contesting from. This is going to be a high-profile seat, and I'll request Sarjeevan to keep showing you the visuals that close to the line of control where we are reporting, the security has been beefed up, and it is the BJP state chief Ravindra Rana who has arrived to cast his vote. I'll request Sarjeevan to show you the visuals that Ravindra Rana has arrived to cast his vote at his polling station. This is his village, Lambedi village, from where he is, and now in a couple of minutes time from now, Ravindra Rana, since he has arrived, he is going to cast his vote. This is going to be a high-stake battle for the Bharatiya Janata Party, because it is not going to be an easy run for even the BJP chief. His ticket was announced in the start of this month. He got somewhere close to 4 weeks to campaign, and now as he has arrived to cast his vote, the major challenge continues to be from the National Conference that has given ticket to the Surinder Chaudhary, who was against Ravindra Rana in 2014 as well, when Ravindra Rana won this seat for the first time as a BJP candidate. Now Ravindra Rana is once again here showing a victory symbol, and this is going to be very important for the BJP, because BJP, which is eyeing to form government in Jammu and Kashmir, their chief is contesting here. This seat has the majority of the Hindu population, though the difference continues to be between that how the BJP will be able another vote. If we speak of total of the 11 seats that are in the Jammu, 3 are in the Poonch, 3 are in Riyasi, and 5 are in the Rajouri district, which is the home district of the BJP state chief. If we speak of the overall dynamics of the seat, out of these 11s, BJP is eyeing if they can perform well and cross the halfway mark. Now the BJP state chief Ravindra Rana has lined up, and as we speak, Ravindra Rana is with us. We are continuously showing you the visuals, because if we speak of overall scenario, these 11 seats, they hold significance for the BJP, because first 8 seats out of that, BJP is also eyeing to win the 50% that have gone for the first phase of the polls. If we speak of the second phase that has 11 seats, BJP is eyeing the same. If we speak of the third phase, that is going to be very crucial. But this time, if we speak, Ravindra Rana, though is maintaining a silence, he is saying that he will speak only after casting his vote. Yes, if we speak of the overall security arrangements, I'll request Sarjeevan to show you a 360-degree view, because this place is close to the line of control. Because on the other side, if Sarjeevan can zoom to that side, you will see the Indo-Pakistan line of control. And this area has always been prone to the Pakistani shelling, but the way the people have come out in the large numbers, and also the security arrangements that have been made, this shows that the Election Commission has done the preparations well. Now coming to the overall scenario of the elections, this phase, the second phase, is said to be the phase of the chiefs, because it is the not only the Apni party chief but also the Congress and the BJP chief, those who are contesting polls this time, those who are in fray this time. And apart from this, this also is going to shift the elections in the Jammu region to the plains from the hills, because first it was the Doda Kishtwar Ramban, now it is Riyasi, Rajouri and the Poonch, and the third phase will be completely focusing on the plains where the BJP stronghold is considered, because last time also BJP won more than 70% of the seats from the plains, and that was the sole reason that they were in a position to form the government with the PDP. This time also BJP is eyeing a 35 plus seats motto that they are taking along with them, so that they can reach that place. But for now, it's the BJP chief who has lined up in the queues to cast his vote. He is waiting to cast his vote. In a couple of minutes from now, Ravindra Rana will be casting his vote. If we speak of the 2014 elections, it was the BJP versus PDP candidate, though continues to be same this time, but he is from the National Conference. BJP won this seat by a margin of 10,000 votes, a total of 10,000 votes the BJP won this seat from. And now if we, I'll request Sarjeevan to show you the visuals that the people are casting their votes. They are coming in the large numbers to cast their vote. These visuals that you are seeing from the ground zero, Sarjeevan is showing you these visuals.
रविंद्र जी क्या कहेंगे, पहला सुबह वोट डालने के लिए सुबह पहुंचे हैं?
हमारे लोकतंत्र का ये शानदार पर्व है जम्मू कश्मीर में विधानसभा चुनावों के लिए मतदान का आज दूसरा चरण है और सुबह से ही लंबी लंबी कतारें पोलिंग स्टेशंस के बाहर नजर आ रही हैं। नौशेरा विधानसभा क्षेत्र से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के उम्मीदवार के नाते मैं स्वयं मैदान में हूं और आप देख रहे हैं कि नौशेरा जो कि बॉर्डर का एरिया है, LOC से सटी हुई सारी ये विधानसभा है। सुबह से ही भारी संख्या में मतदाता घरों से बाहर निकले हैं मतदान करने। मुझे विश्वास है जो पिछले 10 वर्षों में हमारे देश के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्रद्धेय नरेंद्र मोदी साहब और हमारे माननीय गृह मंत्री श्रद्धेय अमित शाह साहब ने जिस प्रकार जम्मू कश्मीर में अमन, शांति, खुशहाली, भाईचारा मजबूत किया है, जम्मू कश्मीर में विकास कार्यों में नई बुलंदियां छुई हैं, जम्मू कश्मीर में गरीब कल्याण की योजनाएं, आम जनमानस की भलाई मोदी साहब ने की है और हम देख रहे हैं ये उसी का नतीजा है कि आज जम्मू कश्मीर का हर मतदाता उत्साहित है और मुझे भी पूरा विश्वास है कि प्रचंड बहुमत से जम्मू कश्मीर में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जीत होगी, पूरे जम्मू कश्मीर में बीजेपी की जीत होगी और नौशेरा से भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीतेगी। देखिए, राजनीति में जो ताकत है वो जनता के हाथ में होती है, जनता जनार्दन होती है, जनता का जो भी फैसला होता है उसी से ही सरकारें बनती हैं और मुझे विश्वास है कि पिछले 10 वर्षों में जिस प्रकार प्रधानमंत्री मोदी साहब और माननीय गृह मंत्री अमित शाह साहब ने जम्मू कश्मीर के साथ साथ नौशेरा विधानसभा इस बॉर्डर के एरिया में भी जो डेवलपमेंट के काम हुए हैं, बॉर्डर के ऊपर बंकर्स बने हैं, गांव-गांव में सड़कें, स्कूल, हॉस्पिटल, बिजली, पानी, उसकी व्यवस्थाएं ठीक हुई हैं और सबसे बड़ी बात जम्मू कश्मीर में अमन, शांति, खुशहाली और भाईचारा मजबूत हुआ है। यकीनन नौशेरा की जनता भारतीय जनता पार्टी को प्रचंड बहुमत से ये सीट विजयी बनाने में अपना आशीर्वाद देगी। जम्मू कश्मीर में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी। जम्मू कश्मीर में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार हो।
पहला हिंदू मुख्यमंत्री होगा क्या? आप
कश्मीर से
हिमायत करते रहे।
कश्मीर में भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जीत होगी। मुख्यमंत्री कौन होगा, कौन नहीं होगा, इसका निर्णय बाद में होगा। अभी हमारी जनता जनार्दन के बीच में ये निवेदन है, प्रार्थना है।
बीजेपी seems to be very confident
की जीत हो। भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपने दम पर जम्मू कश्मीर में चुनाव लड़ रही है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी की प्रचंड बहुमत के साथ जीत होगी। जम्मू कश्मीर की अगली सरकार भारतीय जनता पार्टी की होगी।
का कहना है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी हंग असेंबली चाहती है ताकि यहाँ पर गवर्नर रूल जो है उसको और एक्सटेंड किया जा सके।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी जम्मू कश्मीर में जीत रही है, बीजेपी की बड़ी जीत हो रही है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जम्मू कश्मीर में सरकार बन रही है।
So this is the BJP chief Ravinder Rana saying that the BJP is going to form the government here, and they claim that the BJP will be performing well not only in the Jammu region but also in the Kashmir Valley. These visuals Sarjeevan is showing you are from the Lambedi polling station where the BJP state going to contest the polls. Sir, a simple question, one question. How hopeful BJP is that they will be forming the government on their own?
Definitely, see, today is the day of polling in second phase of elections in Jammu and Kashmir, and since morning there is a huge influx of the voters. Long queues can be seen everywhere all along the border areas. This is Nowshera sector, Nowshera constituency, and since morning people are arriving to cast their votes. I'm quite confident that people will support Modi Saab's mission of peace, development and prosperity, and definitely this time there will be BJP government.
Do you feel there will be no need of any post-poll alliance for the BJP?
I'm quite confident that BJP will sweep the assembly polls and we will form our own government in Jammu.
So BJP claims to sweep the Jammu and Kashmir assembly polls, though this path is not an easy one for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Now the BJP state chief Ravindra Raina has gone inside to cast his vote. This is going to be a key contest for the BJP because it is not a battle of high stakes for the BJP, but also it's the BJP that wants to add their numbers, and this cannot be done without these key seats. There have been number of the candidates and where the BJP is facing a tough challenge from the National Conference, and this seat is also one of those seats where the NC is posing a serious challenge for the Bharatiya Janata Party. If we speak of the last time in 2014, there was we saw a 10,000 margin was from the BJP, the lead with which BJP won the seat against the Surinder Chaudhary of the People's Democratic Party. If we speak of the other important seats, that continues to be Rajouri seat, where the
Absolutely. Let's go to this breaking up again. PM Modi has just put a post on X, called on voters in Jammu and Kashmir to come out in large numbers for the second phase of the assembly elections. Taking to X, PM Modi urged citizens to actively participate in the democratic process, emphasizing the importance of every vote. He also extended his congratulations to young first-time voters, encouraging them to play a crucial role in shaping the future of the Union Territory. That is right. PM Modi has just put a post up on X, and we have reporters on the ground getting us all the top updates. And if we have Arawat, let's go to Arawat. Arawat is joining us from Lal Chowk constituency, the heart of Srinagar, a newly formed constituency, a very young one at that. Arawat, take us through who are the key candidates and what is happening there.
Absolutely, Shwangi. We are here at the heart of the Kashmir, which is the Lal Chowk, and you can see here in the visuals all the security arrangements have been done from the yesterday, as we have seen that the security arrangements are in place, and we have seen that everything is being monitored by the CCTV surveillance. In fact, the polling stations as well as the roads which leads to polling stations are being monitored. If we'll talk about this seat, which is the Lal Chowk, and we have seen that there is a competition between the Jammu and Kashmir National Conference's Ahsan Pardesi, and also we have seen the close competition between the BJP's Ijaz Mir. We have seen that the voting has just begun here, as we have seen that the voters are coming out from their homes. We have seen just that the voting has just begun in the 6 districts of the Kashmir Valley. After that, we have seen the people are coming out from their homes to cast their votes, and we have seen the large queues in the various parts of the Kashmir Valley, including the Pakharpora in the Badgam district, as well as here in the Lal Chowk, Srinagar. As we have seen that people are coming out to cast their vote for the development. Earlier, we have seen that this Lal Chowk used to be the hub of the violence and other anti-national activities, but the things have changed on the ground. Now the people here want to develop here, and we have seen that the young voters who earlier used to be the part of the violence, now they have changed their mindsets, and now they want to cast their vote for the betterment of the Kashmir Valley. As we have seen the PM Modi's Naya Kashmir, we have seen various developments in the Kashmir Valley. We have also seen that there used to be the violence in the various parts of the Kashmir, but after the abrogation of Article 370, there is decline in the various incidents, as we have seen that people of Kashmir, including the hot zones and the hotbeds of the terrorism, they have changed their mindset. Now we have also seen that the family members of the terrorists are also coming up to cast their vote, and now this will be the close competition between, if we'll talk about the Lal Chowk seat, we have seen the competition between the Jammu Kashmir National Conference and the BJP candidates. Also, Altaf Bukhari will arrive here after some time to cast their vote at the Lal Chowk polling station. Altaf Bukhari is contesting from the Srinagar towards Chandpura constituency, and you can see here individuals how all the security arrangements are done. As we have seen, this is the heart of the Srinagar city, and we have seen that there is a negative image of this place before the abrogation of Article 370, because this Lal Chowk used to be the hub of the violence, but the things have changed on ground. And my BJ can show you from this very side, there is the polling station, and the people have started coming out from their homes to cast their vote. As we have seen, the polling has just begun in the 6 districts of the Jammu and Kashmir, and you can see here in the visuals how Jammu and Kashmir police and other SSB security guarding the outside the polling stations, and it's gonna very close competition for the Lal Chowk seat. Back to Shwangi.
Right, we see those visuals coming in, Arawat from Lal Chowk. I just want to go straight back to my other colleague joining us. Gursimran is joining us right now from Nowshera. Gursimran, a short while back, the BJP state chief was right over there, and he was speaking about what the people of Jammu and Kashmir can expect next. You also spoke to him one-on-one earlier. If you could take our viewers through what has been happening before the phase 2 of elections. We have seen a lot of campaigning from all the political parties, and the star campaigner, PM Modi, we saw Amit Shah, we saw big leaders from the BJP campaigning ahead of the phase 2 of polls and even before the phase 1 of elections.
See, yes, the polling is underway and the people are turning out in the large numbers. You'll see that the people have come up since morning. The people are coming. You won't find a huge rush because the polling is going smooth since morning, and the people have their aspirations. If I request Sarjeevan to show you inside the polling stations, you will see that the people have gone inside to cast their vote. These elections have set a new benchmark. That is the people turning out in the large numbers. The overall voting percentage has surpassed the 61% in the first phase of the polling. And now, since we are going to the second phase of the polling, the people are turning out in the large numbers. And from the ground zero, close to the line of control, we will be continuing with this rolling coverage right after this short break on the second phase of the J&K Assembly polls.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Viewers, good morning. These are the headlines. Stage is set for second phase of polling in Jammu and Kashmir. Omar Abdullah, Ravinder Raina among candidates in fray. Prime Minister Modi leads BJP's poll campaign in Haryana as he's all set to address a mega rally today. Odisha assault victim narrates her ordeal, says she was undressed kicked on the chest and dragged brutally by the corpse. Republic takes a lead in Tirupati Laddu controversy. Exclusive documents show how tender conditions were tweaked by Jagan government to favor one company. Israel's extensive strikes on Hezbollah terror dens. Israeli military says Hezbollah's missile and rocket unit top commander killed. And viewers, we get you some top international stories we're tracking. At least 2 people have died in a landslide after Hurricane John slammed into Mexico's southern coast, bringing heavy rainfall and triggering warnings of life-threatening floods. Take a look at this report for more.
At least 2 people lost their lives in an intense storm that hit Mexico. The storm triggered a mudslide, crashing into the deceased's house. The intensity of the storm continues to hit in different parts of the country. The storm grew into a major hurricane in a matter of hours. Officials warned that the storm could cause potentially catastrophic floods. Fishermen expressed concern that these floods have affected their earning.
Sabemos ingresos en estas ocasiones para nosotros pues no lo hay, ¿no? Porque no hay trabajo, no podemos salir al mar a navegar hasta que el fenómeno pase, la Capitanía de Puerto nos indique que ya no hay peligro para navegar y hasta entonces tendremos que revisar nuestras actividades. Por lo pronto pues tenemos que esperar.
But meanwhile, in some regions, the hurricane declined to a tropical storm.
And viewers, the big story coming in is also that Israel has launched a brutal assault on Hezbollah terror group in Lebanon, targeting more than 1,500 terror dens. Israel has vowed to dismantle Hezbollah, saying that Israel will not tolerate the aggression of the terror group. Here's a report.
In the last 24 hours, Israel has attacked over 1,600 terror targets in Lebanon.
In the last 24 hours, Israel has attacked 1,600 terror targets in Lebanon. By phone call, by radio broadcasts, by websites and text messages, the IDF has urged civilians to move out of harm's way. The images prove that Hezbollah are hiding arms caches inside civilian homes. We see secondary explosions of Hezbollah weapon stockpiles, of munitions, of long-range cruise missiles, of drones, rocket launchers, thousands of them.
Israel continues to say that they have always preferred a diplomatic resolution, but that Hezbollah has refused one.
We'll always prefer a diplomatic resolution, but for 11.5 months now, Hezbollah have refused one. The Lebanese government are unfortunately unable to put any pressure whatsoever on Hezbollah, and this Iranian axis of evil that has formed a stranglehold around Israel. It's a ring of armed terror organizations.
Israel and Hezbollah have been trading fire since the Israel-Hamas war began last year in October. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says that the war against Hezbollah will continue.
אנחנו נמשיך להכות בחיזבאללה. ואני אומר לעם בלבנון, המלחמה שלנו לא איתכם, המלחמה שלנו עם חיזבאללה. נסראללה מוביל אתכם לסף התהום. אמרתי לכם אתמול להתפנות מהבתים שבהם הוא שם לכם טיל בסלון ורקטה בגראז'. מי שיש לו טיל בסלון ורקטה בגראז' לא יהיה לו בית. אבל אני אומר לכם דבר נוסף, הוא גורם לכך שהמדינה שלכם נמצאת בסכנה. תשתחררו מהלפיתה של חיזבאללה.
The recent Israeli strikes have resulted in mass exodus in Lebanon.
يعني لا شك الظروف اليوم جد استثنائية بالعدوان اللي عم نشهده اليوم. صيدا آلاف الناس الحين عم نشوفهم على الطرقات اليوم بالساحات نايمين. البلدية استنفرت غرفة العمليات من صباح الأمس. فتحنا تقريبا بحدود 14 مركز إيواء. اليوم في عنا بحدود 3000 نازح موجودين بقلبهم، اللي عم نحاول بعد نأملهم مراكز إيواء بيوازوا هذا العدد. في عنا حاجات أساسية غير متوفرة، يعني لحديت هلا يمكن عنا ماكسيموم 700 فرشة.
The community has now come together to help each other.
عم نجرب نساعد بقد ما فينا كرمال نخفف عن الناس ونقول انه نحن حدكم وشو ما بدكم نحن قاعدين نساعدكم، وانه كلنا سوا بهالمرحله، وانه ان شاء الله الله رد رح تقطع.
But how long will the common man continue to pay the price?
And viewers, dozens of protesters have carried out demonstrations outside the UN demanding justice for the victims of Iran's regime. Here's a full report to understand what is really happening as we get you the top updates coming in on this development.
The Iranian-American community gathered outside the United Nations. They held various placards and images calling out Iran's supreme leader. Effigies of Iran's supreme leader were placed in the protesting area.
Iranian people are paying the price inside of Iran heavily, and we are no different than them, and we are going to be here to the end until this regime is changed.
Protesters say that Iran's regime represents a snake of war and terror in the region.
The message to the world is that stand on the side of the people of Iran who represent the future, who represent the very ideals of the people. Don't stand and don't give platform to the Iran regime, because they only represent the head of the snake of war and terror in the region.
Several supporters of the MEK Iranian exile group seek to overthrow Iran's government. The MEK, suspected of attacks against US officials in 1970, initially opposed the rule of Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, and now operates under a variety of names, such as the National Council of Resistance of Iran and the People's Mujahideen Organization of Iran.
Hello, Moto. Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
China launched a smart Dragon 3 carrier rocket from the waters near the city of Haiyang in East China's Shandong province on placing 8 satellites into planned orbit. The commercial rocket, also known as Zheilong 3, blasted off at 10:31 Beijing time, carrying Tianyi 41 other satellites. The Taiyuan Satellite Launch Center headquarters inland in North China's Shanxi province carried out this offshore launch. The launch marks the 4th flight mission for the smart Dragon 3 carrier rocket series. And viewers, while addressing in the United Nations, world leaders including Joe Biden, China, Colombo, Iran and Qatar have expressed their concerns amid the escalating war in the Middle East. Take a look at this report for more details.
Israel has launched a brutal offensive on Lebanon. It claims to have targeted over 1,600 Hezbollah dens. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu said that Israel will continue to target Hezbollah.
אנחנו נמשיך להכות בחיזבאללה. ואני אומר לעם בלבנון, המלחמה שלנו לא איתכם, המלחמה שלנו עם חיזבאללה. נסראללה מוביל אתכם לסף התהום. אמרתי לכם אתמול להתפנות מהבתים שבהם מושם לכם טיל בסלון.
The world is concerned. American President Joe Biden said that the world is determined to prevent a wider war.
Since October 7, we've also been determined to prevent a wider war that engulfs the entire region. Hezbollah, unprovoked, joined the October 7 attack, launching rockets into Israel. Almost a year later, too many on each side of the Israeli-Lebanon border remain displaced. A full-scale war is not in anyone's interest. Even if the situation has escalated, a diplomatic solution is still possible.
China is shocked by Israel's actions.
中方高度关注当前利益紧张局势，对有关军事行动造成大量人员伤亡深感震惊。中方反对侵犯黎巴嫩主权和安全的行为，反对和谴责一切伤及无辜平民的行动。
Colombian president said that the death of Gaza and Lebanon will be the death of humanity.
El control de la humanidad sobre la base de la barbarie está en construcción y su demostración es Gaza, el Líbano. Cuando muera Gaza, morirá la humanidad toda.
Joining the world leaders, Iran too condemned Israel's barbarism.
با ابراز نگرانی از گسترش جنگ در منطقه و مخاطرات انسانی و آوارگی مردم جنوب لبنان، دولت جمهوری اسلامی ایران جنایت رژیم صهیونیستی در فلسطین، غزه و لبنان را به شدت محکوم می‌کند و این حملات را مصداق بارز تهدید جدی علیه صلح، امنیت، بشریت و انسانیت می‌داند.
While the Emir of Qatar has called the war a genocide.
إنما يتعرض له الشعب الفلسطيني في قطاع غزة اليوم من عدوان سافر هو الأشد همجية وبشاعة والأكثر انتهاكا للقيم الإنسانية والمواثيق والأعراف الدولية. ليست هذه حربا بمفهوم الحرب المعروف والمتداول في العلاقات الدولية، بل هي جريمة إبادة بأحدث الأسلحة لشعب محاصر في معسكر اعتقال.
The world has expressed its concerns, but will these leaders do anything to stop the war?
After the Sri Lankan government has now been formed once again, after the presidential poll results, Anura Kumara has taken charge as PM. He appointed a woman prime minister, making her the country's first woman to head the government in 24 years. Take a look at this report for more.
The Sri Lankan presidential polls results were declared on Sunday. Anura Kumara Dissanayake took charge as president. A day after the presidential swearing-in ceremony, Anura Dissanayake appointed a woman prime minister. Harini Amarasuriya was sworn in as 16th prime minister and the first woman to head a government after 24 years. A distinguished academic and activist, through her activism in many social causes, Harini Amarasuriya entered politics. She joined the National People Power and participated in parliamentary sessions. As Prime Minister, she has replaced Dinesh Gunawardena. The elections come after the economic upheaval and crisis that hit Sri Lanka in 2022. Sri Lankans rejected the old political guard to recover from the crisis that the country is facing.
People have turned out in the large numbers to cast their vote for the second phase of the assembly polls, in which a total of 26 seats are going to polls and 239 candidates are in fray. BJP chief Ravindra Rana has already casted their vote and he's in fray from the Nowshera constituency, where he's being given a tough fight by the NC candidate Surinder Chaudhary. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV right after this short break.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
viewers, welcome back. We will get you some more updates coming in. A new airline is set to enter the Indian aviation sector. Shunk Air from UP has already got the nod from the Union Aviation Ministry and aims to provide affordable travel opportunities to the consumers. Here is a full report.
A new chapter in Indian aviation is set to unfold as Shunk Air gets a green light from the Union Aviation Ministry. This is the latest airline to emerge from the state of Uttar Pradesh and plans to establish hubs in Lucknow and Noida. It promises to connect major cities across the country with major focus on interstate and intrastate routes. The airline says it will offer affordable air travel options to even underserved regions. While the Union Aviation Ministry has issued a no objection certificate, the airline is awaiting an approval from the Director General of Civil Aviation. The announcement of Shunk Air comes at a crucial time as India aims to become a global aviation leader by 2030. By 2047, an estimated 3,500 new aircrafts are expected to be added, with over 2,700 of these serving domestic routes. This will connect smaller cities to major hubs, boost local economies, and create more travel options. Shunk Air is not just an airline. It is a step toward realizing India's ambitions in global aviation.
Srinagar has finally ended a decade-long hiatus in assembly polls as the voting here began at around 7 a.m. It's a direct fight of National Conference, the traditional party of Jammu and Kashmir, with PDP and also now Apni party that was created post-abrogation of Article 370. Today, the big leaders are in fray, from National Conference Vice President Omar Abdullah to Altaf Bukhari and to Congress Chief Tariq Hamid Karra. More on the story, keep watching Republic TV.
Welcome back. India has made history, clinching its first ever gold medal in the 45th Chess Olympiad. In a nail-biting final round, D. Gukesh, Arjun E. and R. Pragananda dominated their matches against Slovenia, propelling India to the top. Speaking exclusively to Republic, Arjun has shared insights into the team's journey to become world champions, highlighting the focus as key factors and how much they have worked hard. In fact, from 3-year-old with little patience to one of the world's top players, Arjun reflects on India's rise as a chess powerhouse on the global stage. Let's listen into this exclusive interview.
India's men's chess team scripted history in Budapest at the Chess Olympiad, the first ever gold in the open category. And one of the champions of the team is joining us on Republic TV. This is Arjun Erigyasi. Thank you so much for joining us here at Republic TV, Arjun, and many congratulations. The entire country is proud of you. Now, the heroes welcome. All of you have received the ones who have returned to India. How does it feel to see the celebrations back home? The way all your names have been trending on social media. Your reels have been going viral. The popularity of chess has shot up. How does it feel to be part of this historic moment?
Hello, thank you so much. Yeah, I heard from my friends that they're receiving like huge warm receptions back in India. Unfortunately, I'm coming like much later, so I'll be missing out on that. But I'm also seeing on social media that it's going viral, and I'm very happy with the attention chess is receiving, and I hope chess will continue to grow further and further after this.
And tell us more about these celebrations. Was it planned that you're going to, pull out, pull it up like Rohit Sharma or like Messi, that celebration that went viral when you were approaching the trophy, and also, dancing to Tunak Tunak, like the Bhangra, moves, they're going viral apart from the moves on the chessboard. So was it all decided that you're going to dance on this song and, you're going to, was it choreographed or was it just impromptu?
No, it was just a plan. It was just an idea by a team player, Vidit Gujrati.
Okay.
And he's, I think, pretty good at this. And yeah, we all decided to go ahead with it.
So you partied hard, it seems, that after the victory, and of course, quite deservingly.
We did, yeah. We slept very late that day.
Okay. And how's the atmosphere in the team? Because it's such a young team. All of you are so young. Many of you are in your teens. Some are just 20, even in the women's team. So how do you really, guys, team up? What is the strength of this team? Because there's a lot of camaraderie that's on display.
Exactly. We know each other for quite a long time now. And we have had the exact same team in the Asian Games last year. So we share a very good bonding, and I think that is one of the key factors that helped us, do so well. Like there are some teams like Armenia who have always done well in the Olympiad despite not having such a strong team, because they share like great team camaraderie. So yeah, I knew this would be a key factor.
Yes, and Arjun, you broke into the top 3 of the world rankings, the FIDE rankings. You were at the live world ranking number 3. So this is something that we've been seeing that India has been doing quite well. But about you, we want to know, how did it really start? How did you discover chess? I think it was quite, from a very young age that you discovered this love for chess. You were introduced to chess. But tell us more about that story.
So it started out in Tirupati when I was a kid, like 3-4 years. My teacher noticed that I'm very good with maths. So she suggested my parents to enroll me in chess. But there it was not possible. And after we moved to Warangal, when I was like 7, 8, that is when my parents enrolled me in chess. But it was not just chess. They enrolled me like in a few different things, like swimming, skating, music, dance, etc. And I liked chess the most. I was spending hours and hours on it. So that's how the journey began.
I was reading in one of the interviews that your mother said that it calmed you down. So were you a naughty child or an angry kid? And did chess really help you with your personality?
Yeah, I was a naughty child with no patience at all. I used to get impatient very quickly. And I think that's one of my biggest learnings in life from chess. That I have learned to be patient now.
And of course, the game of chess demands an enormous amount of patience, concentration, and focus. But what do you really do before any game? How do you really try to focus? What's your secret? What's your mantra?
Apart from the preparation for the game, I don't really have anything specific to say on this. Just focus on the game. Like during the game, I think about nothing else but what's happening on the position. That's pretty much about it.
And what do you think sets this team apart? Because yes, we've been, as I mentioned earlier, we've been doing individually really well, but especially your name I mean, we have seen you performing really well, impressing in the past, but this time, this is a notch above. This is your career best performance. What has really changed this time? What did you do differently?
No, I don't think there's anything different that we did like compared to the last few months. We have all been doing quite well, and we just continued to do that well together as a team. So it's like it was like 3-4 individual performances, and now individual strong performances, and now all of them are put together as a team. So it was just a massacre.
And there's a lot of talk about the strategy, how the coach, we just spoken to your coach Srinath, and he was talking about the strategy of moving to you aboard number 3. So how did it really feel? How do you handle, such decisions that are made, right there by your coach? What really goes behind the strategy?
That was an interesting decision. Like most teams, they go by rating. So the highest rated player on 1 and so on. But he suggested this because recently I have been facing more of the kind of level that I would face on board 3, while Gukesh was facing more of the level that he would be facing on board 1. So we thought it would just, and we have been doing quite well against the opponents that we were facing. So his point was, why not just let it flow the way it has been flowing? And we thought it makes sense, and it has worked wonders.
And you feel that now India is finally emerging as the powerhouse of chess and taking on China also on world stage and, completely dominating the chess scenario?
Yeah, I think as a nation, we are certainly the strongest chess nation, I can say, because not only did we win, but we won with such dominance. And also, Gukesh will be playing the World Championship later this year. And if he gets the title, then we'll get the World Championship title back as well.
So, what's the next target, Arjun? Because of course it's celebration time, to relax, to maybe switch off. But what are you going to do next? What's your plan?
I'm taking one tournament at a time, and my next big tournament is the Global Chess League in London. It has many top players playing, like Anand Sir, Magnus Carlsen, the current world number 1. And it's like the IPL of chess. So I want to give my best and perform there.
You feel there's lots more to do in terms of, popularizing the sport in the country, popularizing the game, and that chess reaches more and more people, professionally in the country. You think there are lots more to be done?
I think so. Like chess is not as popular as some of the other sports, but I think we're in the right direction. We are getting good attention, and I hope chess continues to grow and become bigger and bigger.
Yes, absolutely it is. And thank you so much, Arjun, for joining us, and many congratulations once again for your exceptional performance, and we wish you all the very best for your future tournaments.
Thank you so much.
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Phase 2 of polling begins in J&K. Omar Abdullah, Ravinder Raina among key candidates in the fray. Prime Minister Modi leads a BJP poll campaign in Haryana as he is all set to address a mega rally in Sonipat today. Odisha assault victim narrates her ordeal, says she was undressed, kicked on the chest and dragged brutally by the cops. Republic takes the lead in Tirupati Laddu controversy. Explosive documents show how tender conditions were tweaked by Jagan Mohan Reddy government to favour one company. Israel's extensive strikes on Hezbollah terror dens. Israeli military says Hezbollah missile and rocket unit top commander killed.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
A very good morning. Thank you for tuning in to this edition of Live This Morning. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. An interesting lineup today. The voting has begun for 26 seats in phase 2 of polling, which is underway as we speak across 6 districts. Let's quickly run you through the highlights of the key candidates and what's at stake in phase 2 of polling, which is underway as we speak. So very crucial phase 2 voting, which is underway. Let's pull out those graphics to get a better understanding of phase 2 of voting, which is taking place on 26 seats in 6 districts. In fact, note that 239 candidates are in fray, and among the key candidates include the J&K former Chief Minister Omar Abdullah, as well as Kavinder Gupta, the BJP leader, voting on 26 seats. As we told you, most constituencies fall along line of control. So very crucial, given that security has been a prominent factor in ensuring a smooth conduct of polling in these districts, especially in Riyasi, Rajouri and Pooch. In fact, these 3 districts, note, have been worst hit districts when it comes to terror attacks, which have happened since 2021. The latest being in Riyasi, in which bus carrying pilgrims was attacked, of course, in which 9 pilgrims lost their lives. As we told you, Omar Abdullah, Ravinder Raina, who's J&K BJP chief, are in fray. Omar Abdullah contesting on 2 seats, Badgam and Gandarwal. So Gandarwal being the family bastion of the NC, Omar contesting from Gandarwal, as we told you, and Badgam. The J&K BJP chief who's contesting from Nowshera. In fact, note that he won the seat in 2015 and until 2014, beg your pardon, and until 2014 it had been a Congress bastion. So of course a tough fight in Nowshera, which has seen pre-poll violence as well. In fact, talking about the Apni party chief Altaf Bukhari, who's the richest candidate in phase 2 with assets amounting to more than 168 crore rupees. Also an important highlight of phase 2 being that 20 foreign diplomats will be observing the J&K elections. In fact, they will be visiting Srinagar this morning. And this is going to be the 3rd visit by a foreign delegation to J&K since abrogation of Article 370. So yes, those were the key takeaways, the highlights, so as to say, of phase 2. In fact, before we go across to our reporters on the ground, let's listen into the reactions coming in.
भारतीय लोकतंत्र हमारे इस जमहूरियत के लिए ये बहुत बड़ा दिन है। आज जम्मू के साथ साथ कश्मीर घाटी में और जम्मू संभाग के रजौरी, पुंछ और रियासी जिलों में आज वोटिंग है। बढ़ चढ़कर जम्मू कश्मीर की जनता असेंबली के इलेक्शंस में हिस्सा ले रही है और लोकतंत्र में जनता जनार्दन होती है। जनता के हाथ में ताकत है। जनता जिसे चाहे वो चुनकर अपना प्रतिनिधि बनाती है। इसलिए हमने भी नौशहरा विधानसभा में यहाँ की जो जनता है उनसे निवेदन किया है कि वो दिल खोलकर माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी साहब और भारतीय जनता पार्टी को समर्थन करें।
And we have our reporters joining us. We have Gursimran joining us from Nowshera constituency. We have Zeenat from Srinagar and Arawat from Lal Chowk. Let's go across to Gursimran first. He's in the Nowshera constituency where Ravinder Rana is contesting from. Gursimran, it's of course going to be a tough fight given that Ravinder Rana is facing NC, Congress and the PDP. The very fact that Nowshera had been a Congress bastion till 2014. Tell us how crucial is this battle when it comes to BJP winning the Nowshera constituency?
Samiksha, first I take you the visuals of the high voltage drama that is erupting outside the polling station. This is the polling station number 61 in the Nowshera constituency where the NC candidate himself has arrived, Surinder Chaudhary, and now he is alleging that the conduct of the poll conducting body is delaying the polling. I am joined by Surinder Chaudhary. Mr. Chaudhary, ये क्या हो रहा है आप बताइए?
ये देखिए यहाँ पे सिक्योरिटी जो लगी है, इनका इंचार्ज है मिस्टर विकास ढिलन के, क्या नाम है, देखना नाम क्या है इसका? है? विकास दमन है, ये ऐसा ही है। और इनकी जो एसएसपी का काम थोड़ा है कि यहाँ पे आई कार्ड चेक करना, आई कार्ड तो हमने चेक करना। वो पहली बात है अगर लोगों के पास आई कार्ड नहीं है तो ये कसूर किसका है? बीएलओ का, आपके उसका स्टाफ का है, आरओ की गलती है। लोगों को इन्फॉर्म करना चाहिए था, आपने अवेयर क्यों नहीं किया लोगों को? ये इतनी लगे, देखो लेडीज खड़ी हैं, जेंट्स खड़े हैं, लाइनों में खड़े हैं, गर्मी में खड़े हैं, ना तो टेंट लगाया इनके लिए। टेंट किसने लगाया? इलेक्शन कमीशन लगाया। इतना पैसा आता है किस लिए आता है? ना कोई टेंट लगाया, ना कुछ लगाया। और यहाँ पे आप लोगों को कह रहे हो जी आई कार्ड देखो, वहाँ से मशीनें स्लो हैं। ये तो धांधली, शरेआम धांधली है।
तो आप स्लो पोलिंग की बात कह रहे हैं?
मैं वही तो कह रहा हूँ कि देखिए हर जगह लोगों अंदर लोगों को नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा है, जान के डिले किया जा रहा है। उसके साथ साथ वहाँ पे पोलिंग जो है वो मशीनें जो स्लो की हुई हैं ताकि लोग कम पोलिंग हो। तो ये तो मजाक बन गया।
आपने इलेक्शन कमीशन से बात की?
मैं अभी करता हूँ, लेकिन ये यहाँ पे देखिए ना, ये मेरा खुद का पोलिंग जहाँ मेरा
रिटर्निंग ऑफिसर से आपकी बात?
हाँ, आरओ से मेरी बात हुई है। आरओ को मैंने बोला है, मैंने कहा ये क्या हो रहा है, मजाक बन रहा है, ये क्यों यहाँ पे लोगों को तंग। और आरओ ने खुद कहा कि कोई आई कार्ड की प्रूफ की जरूरत नहीं है, वहाँ फोटो लगे हुए हैं। आपने फोटो किस लिए लगाए हुए वोटिंग लिस्ट पे? वोटिंग को मैच करिए, उसके बाद आप आई कार्ड की जरूरत ही नहीं है।
इलेक्शंस की बात करें, सेकंड कैंडिडेट जो है आपके अगेंस्ट वो बीजेपी स्टेट चीफ हैं, कितने होपफुल हैं?
सर बीजेपी अगर वो जीतने वाला होता तो ये हथकंडे ना अपनाते ना। इसका मतलब बीजेपी हारी हुई है नौशहरा के अंदर। अब वो अपने हारे हुए कैंडिडेट को जिताना चाहते हैं। जिस कैंडिडेट ने 10 साल यहाँ शक्ल नहीं दिखाई, लोग उसके खिलाफ हैं। और यहाँ ये एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन पूरी मिलकर, सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस मिलकर उसको जिताना चाहते हैं। ये कौन सी डेमोक्रेसी है? ये कौन से इलेक्शनों की आप बात कर रहे हो? कौन से इलेक्शन फ्री एंड फेयर की बात?
आप होपफुल हैं कि इस बार जीत होगी?
बात की है। पहले आप देखिए ना जो हथकंडे, आप तो मौके पे हैं, आप तो कुदरती यहाँ पे आ गए हैं। आप खुद देखें कि क्या हालात है। सिक्योरिटी वाले कौन होते हैं बाहर? इनके काम है पोलिंग बूथ की सिक्योरिटी करना। ये थोड़ा आई कार्ड अंदर चेक होने। लेकिन यहाँ पे एक मजाक बना हुआ है इलेक्शन का। तो लिहाजा आपके चैनल के माध्यम से इलेक्शन कमीशन को मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि आप इस पे कॉग्निजेंस लें। ये जो पूरे इलाके, ये जो 84 नौशहरा कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी के बीच में नहीं हो रहा, जो हमारा 80 नंबर पोलिंग बूथ, हर पोलिंग बूथ पे कहीं मशीनें खराब कर दी हैं, कहीं पोलिंग स्लो है।
आप इलेक्शन कमीशन को लिखने वाले हैं इस पे?
मैं लिखने वाला हूँ, मैं अभी यहाँ से भी मेल करने वाला हूँ। लेकिन ये गलत हो रहा है, इसलिए डेमोक्रेसी को फ्लोरिश होने दीजिए, ना कि डेमोक्रेसी को क्रश करिए। आप हिंदुस्तान के कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन को क्यों खत्म करने लगे? हिंदुस्तान के आइन के अंदर ये वोटिंग राइट है, और आप कौन सी वोटिंग राइट हमें दे रहे हैं?
NC is alleging that the poll conducting body, they are not happy with that, the conduct of the poll conducting body, and they have said that they will be writing to the election commission soon. Now the people have queued up in the large numbers. What NC is saying that there has been delay in the polling that has led to these long queues, as only 50 votes have been casted in the first 2 hours. But the people have lined up in the large numbers that you see, what shows that the people are turning out in the large numbers to cast their vote. This is going to be a high profile seat because on the one hand is Ravinder Rana, the BJP state chief, who won from this constituency with a margin of 10,000 votes in 2014.
Yes.
On the other hand, it is NC Congress candidate, the alliance candidate, Surinder Chaudhary. Yes.
Yes, Gursimran, stay with us. Let's go across to Arawat and Zeenat as well. But in Nowshera, where the NC alleges that there is a strong anti-incumbency wave against the BJP candidate. Zeenat, coming across to you, important to watch out for would be that visit by the foreign delegates. How crucial will that visit be, given that it is going to be the 3rd visit by foreign delegate after revocation of Article 370?
See, these foreign delegates have been visiting Jammu and Kashmir. This is the third visit, so there is nothing unusual that we see in the visit. They've been coming here, they've been talking to people, they've been talking to political parties, they've been taking the ground feedback. But as far as the foreign delegates coming this time is to see the pulse on ground as far as the J&K polls are concerned, because this is the visit that is coming when the J&K is in the second phase of its polling, and how the polling percentage goes and how the people will react to the poll development, the kind of queues, the percentage, the male-female population that will cast the vote, and what is the political atmosphere on ground. Because we see that as far as the Jammu and Kashmir is concerned, it is breaking this hiatus almost after a decade in Srinagar, when the Srinagar today is witnessing the poll exercise. And this time we see that during the poll rallies, also during the campaigning also, the political parties from all corners, whether it was the traditional or the newborn babies, they have all been promising moon and star to the people of Jammu and Kashmir. The alliance that has been formed between National Conference and the Congress, they've been pitching the idea that the restoration of Article 370 will be there if the alliance partners come into power. Then the BJP questions, how can they restore the Article 370 when they don't have the numbers in the central government? Then alliance partner Congress is not talking in public about the restoration of Article 370, which the National Conference has in its manifesto at the number 1. But the Congress promises restoration of statehood, giving the rights back to the people of Jammu and Kashmir. You see the Apni party, which is a new-born party, they've been talking only about the developmental issue, and during their campaigns, instead of holding the bigger rallies, the Altaf Bukhari prefer doing a door-to-door campaign. How this all will pan out, because we see as far as today's election is concerned, the voter on the ground feels that it is National Conference day. National Conference may take majority of the seats because other parties have very less presence in the Kashmir Valley as far as the second phase of elections are concerned.
Yes, Zeenat, stay with us. Let's go across to Arawat also. He's joining us live from Lal Chowk. Arawat, you know, Lal Chowk has been the center point of BJP's development work in the last few years. Talk to us about how tough is that contest when it comes to the BJP candidate. It's Ejaz Hussain, of course, who's been fielded by the Saffron Party. How tough is a competition in this constituency, and what are those factors that people will keep in mind while they cast their votes?
Absolutely, Samiksha. We are here at the heart of the Lal Chowk, which is here in the Srinagar. And you can see here in the visuals. First, I will take you from this place. This place has remained the hub of the violence. As we have seen, the Lal Chowk has remained the violence of the hub. But things have changed after the abrogation of Article 370. We have seen developmental works here, and we have seen the Lal Chowk here. And also we have seen the various smart city projects here in the development works also. And if we'll talk about the today's contest, which is the BJP's engineer Ejaz, and with the other National Conference's candidate Hassan Pardesi, it's a very close neck-to-neck competition here, as well as we have seen the various changes in the Kashmir Valley after the abrogation of Article 370. There is change visible in the Kashmir Valley. Earlier, this place used to be the violence hub, but now you can see here this place has been turned into a tourist destination. In fact, I have some people with me from the Jammu and Kashmir. Will try to speak with them. आप मुझे बताइए कैसा आपको लग रहा है अब, हालांकि लाल चौक की अगर हम बात करें, पहले इस लाल चौक पर पहुंचना काफी मुश्किल होता था, यहाँ पे वायलेंस का हब हुआ करता था, लेकिन आज हम देख रहे हैं किस तरह से यहाँ पे प्रोजेक्ट वर्क्स हुए हैं, काफी स्मार्ट सिटी के प्रोजेक्ट चल रहे हैं, क्या कहेंगे इस पर?
देखिए, कश्मीर हैज वॉक्ड अ लॉन्ग वे आउट. आज ये पहला चुनाव है जब ऑल पार्टी हुर्रियत कॉन्फ्रेंस का दूर दूर तक कहीं नाम नहीं है. पहले एक इंडिकेशन हुआ करती थी कि किसको ऑल पार्टी हुर्रियत कॉन्फ्रेंस कहती है, उसकी जीतने की प्रोबेबिलिटी बढ़ जाया करती थी. लेकिन आज कोई बाइकआउट नहीं है. आज रात को 12-12 बजे तक लोग यहाँ घूमते हैं. और हमने देखा सुबह सुबह हम भी पोलिंग स्टेशन की तरफ रुख कर रहे हैं. यहाँ पर महिलाएं और सब लोग पोलिंग स्टेशन की तरफ रुख कर रहे हैं. पहली बार जिस तरह से यहाँ पे वोटिंग हुई थी, 61% आपने देखा वोटिंग जो है पहले चुनाव में हुई, और आज भी आप देखेंगे तमाम जगह पर पोलिंग जो है वो होगी। कश्मीर की अगर हम बात करें, खासकर जहाँ हम श्रीनगर में हैं, स्मार्ट सिटी के काफ़ी प्रोजेक्ट्स आपने सही बोला हुए हैं। सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि आज लोगों को बेरोज़गारी सबसे बड़ा यहाँ पर इशू है। स्मार्ट मीटर्स के बड़े बड़े बिल्स आ रहे हैं, वो बहुत बड़ा इशू है। इससे बड़ा इशू जो है वो ये है कि युवा आगे बढ़ना चाहता है, युवा अपना फ्यूचर जो है वो देख रहा है और इसीलिए वोट कास्ट कर रहा है। इंडिपेंडेंट्स इसीलिए कई ज़्यादा जो युवा चेहरे हैं वो सामने आए हैं। आपने देखा होगा दिग्गजों को वो जो है वो एक किस्म से कंटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, बताना चाहते हैं कि केवल जो पुरानी पार्टियां हैं वही नहीं है अब यहाँ पर मैदान में, जो नए चेहरे हैं वो भी सामने आ रहे हैं। बड़ी बात ये है कि कश्मीर अब जो है वो पूरे देश के साथ आगे बढ़ने को तैयार है।
आपको लग रहा है जो परिवारवाद की अगर हम बात करें, यहाँ पे अभी ऐसे कैंडिडेट्स खड़े हुए हैं जो परिवारवाद को ख़त्म करना चाहते हैं। काफ़ी टाइम से हम देख रहे हैं अब्दुल्ला एंड मुफ्ती जो हैं जम्मू कश्मीर में अपनी राजनीति चला रहे हैं। अभी आपको लग रहा है वो समय हुआ है, यहाँ के लोग खड़ा हुए हैं वो सब तोड़ने के लिए?
देखिए, परिवारवाद वर्ड तो खैर वो पूरे देश में ही इसी तरह से, लेकिन जो लोग सामने आए हैं वो सीधा सवाल पूछ रहे हैं। वो उमर अब्दुल्ला से सवाल पूछ रहे हैं, मैं वो मुफ्ती से सवाल पूछ रहे हैं कि 70 साल में क्या बनाया आपने कश्मीर का। मैं भी यहाँ पर ये सवाल ज़रूर पूछना चाहूँगा कि क्या बनाया कश्मीर का। कश्मीर में आतंकवाद को लेके कौन जिम्मेवार था, कौन था, वो अब सब पास्ट की बातें हो गई, लेकिन युवाओं के लिए क्या किया आपने। आप आज क्या ज़रूरत पड़ रही है उमर अब्दुल्ला को दो जगह पे अपनी जो कंटेस्टेंट करने की, क्योंकि उन्हें लगता है कि लोकल कैंडिडेट्स के जो है लोकल यूथ उन्हें वहाँ पर एज इंडिपेंडेंट कैंडिडेट चैलेंज कर रहे हैं। कहीं ऐसा ना हो कि एक जगह से गांधरबल से अगर सपोज की कैटेगरी, उन्होंने पहले ही देख लिया किस तरह से इंजीनियर रशीद ने उन्हें जो है वो बारामूला में हरा दिया, और फिर क्या ज़रूरत पड़ गई उमर अब्दुल्ला को अपनी टोपी निकाल के लोगों के आगे रखने की और ये कहने की कि मुझे माफ़ कर दीजिए, मुझे एक बार मेरी इज्जत आपके दाव में है। अगर 70 साल में इन लोगों ने काम किया होता तो आज फिर इनको बाहर निकलने की भी जरूरत नहीं थी।
आखिरी चीज मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगा, यहाँ की युवा पीढ़ी जो कि इससे पहले इलेक्शन बायकॉट के रैलीज करते थे, कैंपेन्स करते थे, लेकिन वही युवा अब अपना शिफ्ट जो है चेंज किया हुआ है, वो इलेक्शन की कैंपेन्स करते हैं। देर रात तक हमने देखा किस तरह से इलेक्शन कैंपेन्स कर रहे हैं। और एक चीज मैं पूछना चाहूंगा आपसे, अभी जो हम देख रहे हैं, चाहे अगर हम टेररिस्ट की बात करें, उनकी फैमिली मेंबर्स या स्टूडेंट पेल्टर्स, वो भी अभी नया कश्मीर का नारा लेके अभी बाहर निकले हैं, वो भी अपना वोट कास्ट कर रहे हैं।
निश्चित तौर पर युवा जो है वो समझ चुके हैं कि ये लोग तो अपने बच्चों को बाहर के कंट्रीज में रखते हैं और उन्हें जो है वो गलत नैरेटिव दिया जाता था, वो नैरेटिव अब ख़त्म हो चुका है। यहाँ का युवा, अब आप इस बात से समझ लीजिए, जो डाटा स्टैटिस्टिकल फिगर्स कहते हैं कि बिल्कुल भी मिलिटेंसी में कहीं भी दूर दूर तक अब नहीं जा रहे हैं। कुछ पाकिस्तान की तरफ से जो इन्फिल्ट्रेट करके आतंकवाद आए हुए हैं वो कहीं ना कहीं जम्मू प्रोविंस में कहीं इंसिडेंट्स कर रहे हैं, लेकिन कश्मीर का युवा अब आतंकवाद की तरफ नहीं जा रहा है। अब पत्थरबाजी पिछले 2-3 सालों में बिल्कुल ख़त्म हो गई है। यहाँ पर उन रैलीज में जाना, अब वो समझ चुके हैं कि अब अगर उन्हें जाना है तो अपने मुस्तकबिल के लिए जाना है, अपने फ्यूचर के लिए जाना है। और सबसे बड़ा, अगर यहाँ पर कोई सुकून की ज़िंदगी बिता रहा है तो मैं आपको बताऊँ, वो लाखों घर में बैठी जो माएँ हैं, जिन्हें पहले ये कभी फिक्र रहती थी, चिंता रहती थी कि उनका बेटा जो है जो बाहर गया है, वो उनका बेटा या भाई या उनका शोहर या उनका खामिद, वो क्या शाम को वापस आएगा। अब वो वक्त बदल चुका है। अब युवा क्या, यहाँ के स्थानीय लोग क्या, कोई भी उस तरफ नहीं जा रहे हैं, नए कश्मीर की तरफ आगे बढ़ रहे हैं।
Yes, thank you very much for speaking to the Republic. You have seen how the locals are happy with the development and change here in the Kashmir Valley. And back to your studios.
Right. Arawat, that's the Naya Kashmir that everyone is talking of today. In fact, let's now shift our focus to the Nowshera constituency. That's, of course, one of the key constituencies where Ravinder Raina, the BJP JNK chief, is contesting from. But before we tell you more about the constituency where Ravinder Raina is contesting from seeking his re-election, of course, let's put out this news break. The NC alleging poll-related violence in Nowshera constituency. So yes, this is the same constituency where JNK BJP chief Ravinder Raina is seeking re-election. The National Conference workers are staging a protest against Ravinder Raina, saying that there has been voting has been slow in this constituency, alleging poll violence as well. The visuals on your screens from Nowshera constituency from one of the polling booths. Let's try and see if Gursimran is still with us. Gursimran, take us through the details known so far. NC making that charge that there is poll violence which is taking place in this constituency.
See, it was late last night when the NC made the allegation that BJP has resorted to the poll-linked violence in which the NC workers have got injured. They have said that the BJP workers have established the checkpoints at the various locations and are checking the vehicles. This was the same charge that was made last evening, day before yesterday, by the BJP on the national conference. And yesterday it was the national conference making the charge on the BJP. They are saying that the BJP is trying to use the men and the machinery to win this election because they have the high stakes, as their state chief Ravindra Rana is contesting from this very seat. Even now, as we speak, we are speaking from the Noniar polling station, where a couple of minutes ago we spoke to the National Conference candidate Surinder Chaudhary, who alleged that first, the polling is slow, and second, the conduct of the ECI officials here is not as it should be. He has said that he will be writing very soon to the Election Commission of India regarding the slow polling. He said that only 50 polls have been done in the first 2 hours of the polling. That clearly shows that slow polling is taking place, and they are using the BJP. He has alleged that is using the forces and the machinery to win the elections, as they have lost the ground. And yesterday night also similar thing happened. BJP, the NC alleged that their workers were thrashed by the BJP goons that were there. They have said that the BJP has established the checkpoints at the various locations and they thrashed their workers, after which the workers were admitted to the government hospital in the Nowshera, which have been further referred to for the advanced treatment. But yes, there have been incidents because this seat has an history. In 2014 as well, the BJP candidate Ravindra Rana alleged that he himself was attacked by the National Conference.
Yes, Gursimran, stay with us. Let's go across to Zeenat also. She's in Srinagar. Zeenat, Omar Abdullah is contesting on 2 seats, one from Badgam and the second from Gandarbal, the latter which is said to be Abdullah's bastion. How tough is the competition in these 2 constituencies where Omar Abdullah is contesting from?
See, Omar has recently tasted a defeat during the Lok Sabha polls in Baramulla, and this time it seems the move that Omar doesn't want to take any chance either from the Gandarbal or from the batter. That is why he chose to contest also from Badgam. It is more like hedging his bet on both the seats. At least he will be able to secure one. But will Gandarbal people again give Omar a chance, because Gandarbal has been the bastion of Sheikh family for decades together. And as far as the Badgam is concerned, Omar has contested earlier from the Birwa Badgam, where from he was elected as the MLA when he lost to Apni Party now candidate Ashraf Mir, who earlier was with the PDP, and Omar then lost this from the Sonwar constituency, where from I am reporting, and this polling station has always been known as Abdullah polling station, because most of the families, members of the Abdullah's caste, they vote from here. But again, it seems that this time the National Conference, the main important point that the NC had been making in the manifesto is restoration of Article 370. It seems the NC is feeling the pulse of the people on ground, that what exactly the people of Kashmir want. That is why in their manifesto they're giving the preference to Article 370 restoration, and for which they also knocked the doors of Supreme Court. National Conference was the first party to knock the doors of the Supreme Court when the Article 370 and 35A was abrogated. Similarly, when seeing that the same line has also been pitched by the PDP, People's Democratic Party, which though is not much in competition this time, because it is more like the poll pundits. Those, if you read and study the elections of Jammu and Kashmir, and particularly the Srinagar elections, this has always been the National Conference elections as far as the Srinagar seats are concerned. But this time the BJP has given a complete turn in the Srinagar elections, after we see that the 44 independent candidates are in free. Though these candidates are lesser known faces, they won't be able to make it to the victory, but definitely they will play a role where you can see the vote division will
There seems to be a network problem, Zeenat. We'll come back to you in just a bit, but let's go across to Arawat. He's been reporting from Lal Chowk. Alright, I'm told Arawat is also not there. Gursimran, of course, continues to be with us. He's reporting from Nowshera. Gursimran, once again, take us through the latest that's coming in from the constituency. NC alleging poll violence in some of the polling booths in Nowshera.
Samiksha, I'm showing you the visuals of the Election Commission of India team that has arrived at the polling station after the issue was taken up by the National Conference candidate, in which he has alleged that there has been a slow polling. And now the officials, including the zonal magistrate of the Election Commission of India, has arrived here. He is speaking to the locals that what their grievances are, because what the NC also, you will see the massive deployment of the forces has also been done. It is the Sashastra Seema Bal along with the ITBP and the Jammu and Kashmir police that too has arrived at the spot, because what the locals have said that there has been a delay in the polling that is taking place, and they have object to the checking of the documents by the force personnel that are not authorized to. This is what the NC candidate has also said, that if the election commission officials that are conducting the polls inside the polling station, if they have no problem, then why some of the officials that are deployed only for the security duty, they are checking the documents. And now you will see the poll officials that have arrived here at the spot, including the zonal magistrate that is carrying out an extensive checks. Yes.
All right, Gursimran, we'll come back to you in just a bit. Arawat is back with us. He's been reporting from the Lal Chowk. Arawat, Lal Chowk represents the Naya Kashmir that the world is talking about. Give us a broad picture of the kind of development works that we've seen in the last few years, specifically after Article 370 revocation in Lal Chowk.
Absolutely, Samiksha. We have seen various development works here in the Srinagar street, including the Smart Street Srinagar. In fact, if we remember, here I am standing, this is the Gantagar area, which is the heart of the Srinagar street, and we have seen used to be the violence hub, but the things have changed on the ground. Now we can see here there are the developmental works here, and we have seen various projects under the Naya Kashmir, and we have seen here the people are here celebrating the democratic rights, and Republic will get you all the details from the various locations across Jammu and Kashmir. Keep watching the Republic TV.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Video master, all video mara. Ama ya ke pura certa क्यों?
The murder mystery of a Nepali woman named as Mahalakshmi has sent shockwaves through the city. Since her mother and elder sister saw her maggot-infested body, which was chopped into 50 pieces and was stuffed inside a refrigerator in her own house. This reminds us of Shraddha Walkar case in Delhi. Shraddha Walkar was a 28-year-old girl who was murdered by her own boyfriend, whose name was Aftab, and her body was cut into 35 pieces. Here, the lady named as Mahalakshmi, it is said that a person who was in friendship with her was murdered her, but the police have not concluded anything. Her estranged husband named as Hemant Das suspects the involvement of a barber who is from Uttarakhand who used to work in Nelamangala. It is said that he suspects that the barber was in an affair with Mahalakshmi. The husband, estranged husband, says, I got to know that she was in an affair with a man who is from Uttarakhand and working in a saloon in Nelamangala. And this Hemant Das also says that he came to know about this affair in April-May. And after that, Hemant Das, who owns a mobile accessory shop, has also lodged a complaint against Mahalakshmi, and he starts staying away from Mahalakshmi. And he also says that Mahalakshmi used to frequently harass him for money, and many incidents of domestic violence has also happened between them. And he also says that Mahalakshmi used to visit him once in a month to see her daughter. their 4-year-old daughter used to live with Hemant Das. And Mahalakshmi used to live separately from Hemant Das in Vayali Kaval. Hemant Das used to.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
State set for second phase of polling in J&K. Omar Abdullah, Ravinder Raina among the key candidates. Prime Minister Modi leads BJP's poll campaign in Haryana as he's all set to address a mega rally today. Odisha assault victim narrates her ordeal, says she was undressed, kicked on the chest and brutally assaulted by the cops. Republic takes the lead in Tirupati Laddu controversy. Exclusive documents show how tender conditions were tweaked by Jagan Mohan Reddy government. Israel's extensive strikes on Hezbollah terror dens. Israeli military says Hezbollah's missile and rocket unit top commander killed in strikes. And we begin first up with the latest from the Middle East. Israel has launched a brutal assault on Hezbollah terror group in Lebanon that has targeted more than 1,500 terror dens. In fact, more than 500 lives have been lost in Lebanon as a result of back-to-back airstrikes and blasts.
In the last 24 hours, Israel has attacked over 1,600 terror targets in Lebanon.
In the last 24 hours, Israel has attacked 1,600 terror targets in Lebanon. By phone call, by radio broadcasts, by websites and text messages, the IDF has urged civilians to move out of harm's way. The images prove that Hezbollah are hiding arms caches inside civilian homes. We see secondary explosions of Hezbollah weapon stockpiles, of munitions, of long-range cruise missiles, of drones, rocket launchers, thousands of them.
Israel continues to say that they have always preferred a diplomatic resolution, but that Hezbollah has refused one.
Will always prefer a diplomatic resolution, but for 11.5 months now, Hezbollah have refused one. The Lebanese government are unfortunately unable to put any pressure whatsoever on Hezbollah, and this Iranian axis of evil that has formed a stranglehold around Israel. It's a ring of armed terror organizations.
Israel and Hezbollah have been trading fire since the Israel-Hamas war began last year in October. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says that the war against Hezbollah will continue.
אנחנו נמשיך להכות בחיזבאללה. ואני אומר לעם בלבנון, המלחמה שלנו לא איתכם, המלחמה שלנו עם חיזבאללה. נסראללה מוביל אתכם לסף התהום. אמרתי לכם אתמול להתפנות מהבתים שבהם הוא שם לכם טיל בסלון ורקטה בגראז'. מי שיש לו טיל בסלון ורקטה בגראז' לא יהיה לו בית. אבל אני אומר לכם דבר נוסף, הוא גורם לכך שהמדינה שלכם נמצאת בסכנה. תשתחררו מהלפיתה של חיזבאללה.
The recent Israeli strikes have resulted in mass exodus in Lebanon.
يعني لا شك الظروف اليوم جد استثنائية بالعدوان اللي عم نشهده اليوم. صيدا آلاف الناس الحين عم نشوفهم على الطرقات اليوم بالساحات نايمين. البلدية استنفرت غرفة العمليات من صباح الأمس. فتحنا تقريبا بحدود 14 مركز إيواء. اليوم في عنا بحدود 3000 نازح موجودين بقلبهم. اللي عم نحاول بعد نأمن لهم مراكز إيواء بيوازوا هذا العدد. في عنا حاجات أساسية غير متوفرة يعني لحديت هلا يمكن maximum 700 فرشة.
The community has now come together to help each other.
عم نجرب نساعد بقد ما فينا كرمال نخفف عن الناس ونقول انه نحن حدكم وشو ما بدكم نحن قادرين نساعدكم وانه كلنا سوا بهالمرحله وانه ان شاء الله الله رد رح تقطع.
But how long will the common man continue to pay the price?
And news break that's coming in. US Intel has issued a warning to former President Donald Trump about a real assassination threat from Iran. This threat, reportedly linked to past tensions with Iran, has further heightened security concerns for Donald Trump. His campaign has stated that the threat remains serious, with US agencies on high alert to prevent any potential attack. So that's a US intel warning saying that there is a deeper plot targeting Donald Trump and that there is a real assassination threat that he faces. Let's go across to our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, joining us. Abhishek, good morning. We've seen, of course, 2 back-to-back assassination attempts on Donald Trump in the last 60 days. That being said, the US intel now saying that there is a real assassination threat from Iran on Donald Trump's life.
Well, yes, Samiksha. So we are getting this information from the Trump campaign itself. The Trump-Vance campaign has released a statement saying that the former president has been briefed by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence and that there is credible intelligence that there is a real threat to President Trump's life from Iran-based operatives or Iran-backed terrorists or assassins. Now, what is important is that it seems that the U.S. intelligence is getting proactive, and after 2 attempts that were made on President Trump's life in the last 2 months, they are proactively protecting the former president. I think but what is important is that even this could be open to political interpretation, because in the earlier instances, for example, in the latest one, when President Trump was thought to be targeted at his golf course in Florida, the person who made that attempt has had some kind of connection with Ukrainian activism or has indulged in activism on the side of Ukraine, and perhaps he ideologically thought that former President Trump coming back to Washington, D.C. and Capitol would perhaps dilute U.S. backing of Ukraine in the ongoing war in Europe. So I think the Republicans might see in this an attempt to divert attention and to take it towards the Iranian side. But nevertheless, the fact that the topmost levels of intelligence are getting involved and forewarning about the possible attempts at on the life of Trump clearly suggests that he is a high-value target, irrespective of what is the ideological motivation for those trying to get to Trump and to take his life. I think this has had some bearing already on the U.S. presidential election, Samiksha, and the fact that Biden had to pass on the baton to Kamala Harris. It would be interesting how this pans out from here on.
All right, Abhishek, thank you for the moment. So this threat warning coming with just 2 months to go for the US elections. We shift focus to the other global stories that we are tracking. And in news that's coming in, dozens of protesters carried out demonstration outside United Nations building demanding justice for victims of Iran's authoritarian regime. Here's a detailed report.
The Iranian American community gathered outside the United Nations. They held various placards and images calling out Iran's supreme leader. Effigies of Iran's supreme leader were placed in the protesting area.
Iranian people are paying the price inside of Iran heavily, and we are no different than them, and we are going to be here to the end until this regime is changed.
Protesters say that Iran's regime represents a snake of war and terror in the region.
The message to the world is that stand on the side of the people of Iran who represent the future, who represent the very ideals of the people. Don't stand and don't give platform to the Iran regime, because they only represent the head of the snake of war and terror in the region.
Several supporters of the MEK Iranian exile group seek to overthrow Iran's government. The MEK, suspected of attacks against US officials in 1970, initially opposed the rule of Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, and now operates under a variety of names, such as the National Council of Resistance of Iran and the People's Mujahideen Organization of Iran.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
China has launched a Smart Dragon 3 carrier rocket from the waters near the city of Heiang in East China's Shandong province on placing 8 satellites into planned orbit. The commercial rocket, also known as Zilong 3, blasted off at 10:31 Beijing time, carrying Tianyi 41 and other satellites. This at the Taiwan Satellite Launch Center, which is headquartered inland in North China's Shanxi province, carried out this offshore launch, which marks 4th flight mission for Smart Dragon 3 carrier rocket series. Now, while addressing in United Nations, world leaders including Joe Biden, China, Colombo, Iran and even Qatar have expressed concerns over the escalation in war in the Middle East, especially after the back-to-back blasts that have hit Lebanon, claiming lives of more than 500 people and leaving at least 2,000 others injured.
Israel has launched a brutal offensive on Lebanon. It claims to have targeted over 1,600 Hezbollah dens. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu said that Israel will continue to target Hezbollah.
אנחנו נמשיך להכות בחיזבאללה. ואני אומר לעם בלבנון, המלחמה שלנו לא איתכם, המלחמה שלנו עם חיזבאללה. נסראללה מוביל אתכם לסף התהום. אמרתי לכם אתמול להתפנות מהבתים שבהם הוא שם לכם טיל בסלון.
The world is concerned. American President Joe Biden said that the world is determined to prevent a wider war.
Since October 7, we've also been determined to prevent a wider war that engulfs the entire region. Hezbollah, unprovoked, joined the October 7 attack, launching rockets into Israel. Almost a year later, too many on each side of the Israeli-Lebanon border remain displaced. A full-scale war is not in anyone's interest. Even if the situation has escalated, a diplomatic solution is still possible.
China is shocked by Israel's actions.
中方高度关注当前利益紧张局势，对有关军事行动造成大量人员伤亡深感震惊。中方反对侵犯黎巴嫩主权和安全的行为，反对和谴责一切伤及无辜平民的行动。
Colombian president said that the death of Gaza and Lebanon will be the death of humanity.
El control de la humanidad sobre la base de la barbarie está en construcción y su demostración es Gaza, el Líbano. Cuando muera Gaza, morirá la humanidad toda.
Joining the world leaders, Iran too condemned Israel's barbarism.
با ابراز نگرانی از گسترش جنگ در منطقه و مخاطرات انسانی و آوارگی مردم جنوب لبنان، دولت جمهوری اسلامی ایران جنایت رژیم صهیونیستی در فلسطین، غزه و لبنان را به شدت محکوم می‌کند و این حملات را مصداق بارز تهدید جدی علیه صلح، امنیت، بشریت و انسانیت می‌داند.
While the Emir of Qatar has called the war a genocide.
إنما يتعرض له الشعب الفلسطيني في قطاع غزة اليوم من عدوان سافر هو الأشد همجية وبشاعة والأكثر انتهاكا للقيم الإنسانية والمواثيق والأعراف الدولية. ليست هذه حربا بمفهوم الحرب المعروف والمتداول في العلاقات الدولية، بل هي جريمة إبادة بأحدث الأسلحة لشعب محاصر في معسكر اعتقال.
The world has expressed its concerns, but will these leaders do anything to stop the war?
Now, news that's coming in from Sri Lanka after the country's successful presidential poll results. Anura Kumari has taken charge. He's appointed a woman prime minister, making her the country's first woman to head the government in 24 years.
The Sri Lankan presidential polls results were declared on Sunday. Anura Kumara Dissanayake took charge as president. A day after the presidential swearing-in ceremony, Anura Dissanayake appointed a woman prime minister. Harini Amarasuriya was sworn in as 16th prime minister and the first woman to head a government after 24 years. A distinguished academic and activist, through her activism in many social causes, Harini Amarasuriya entered politics. She joined the National People Power and participated in parliamentary sessions. As Prime Minister, she has replaced Dinesh Gunawardena. The elections come after the economic upheaval and crisis that hit Sri Lanka in 2022. Sri Lankans rejected the old political guard to recover from the crisis that the country is facing.
Now, there have been back-to-back blasts that have rocked Lebanon in the last few days, claiming lives of at least 500 people. Israeli forces remain on the offensive, saying that they will continue with their offensive until Hezbollah is completely eliminated. Stay tuned, as at 9 a.m. we'll get you our ground reports from Beirut.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Now, a new airline is set to enter the Indian aviation sector. Shank Air from Uttar Pradesh has already got the nod from the Union Aviation Ministry and aims to provide affordable travel opportunities to the consumers. Take a look at this report.
A new chapter in Indian aviation is set to unfold as Shank Air gets a green light from the Union Aviation Ministry. This is the latest airline to emerge from the state of Uttar Pradesh and plans to establish hubs in Lucknow and Noida. It promises to connect major cities across the country with major focus on interstate and intrastate routes. The airline says it will offer affordable air travel options to even underserved regions. While the Union Aviation Ministry has issued a no objection certificate, the airline is awaiting an approval from the Director General of Civil Aviation. The announcement of Shank Air comes at a crucial time as India aims to become a global aviation leader by 2030. By 2047, an estimated 3,500 new aircrafts are expected to be added, with over 2,700 of these serving domestic routes. This will connect smaller cities to major hubs, boost local economies, and create more travel options. Shank Air is not just an airline. It is a step toward realizing India's ambitions in global aviation.
Srinagar has finally ended a decade-long hiatus in assembly polls as the voting here began at around 7 a.m. It's a direct fight of National Conference, the traditional party of Jammu and Kashmir, with PDP, and also now Apni party that was created post-abrogation of Article 370 Today, the big leaders are in fray, from National Conference Vice President Omar Abdullah to Altaf Bukhari and to Congress Chief Tariq Hamid Karra. More on the story, keep watching Republic TV.
Director, The Taste of Success.
Welcome back, and in news that we're tracking from the world of sports, India has made history by clinching its first ever gold medal in the 45th Chess Olympiad. It was a nail-biting final round in which D. Gunesh, Arjun Iragasi and Pragananda dominated their matches. We spoke exclusively to them. Take a look at our exclusive conversation.
India's men's chess team scripted history in Budapest at the Chess Olympiad, the first ever gold in the open category. And one of the champions of the team is joining us on Republic TV. This is Arjun Iragasi. Thank you so much for joining us here at Republic TV, Arjun, and many congratulations. The entire country is proud of you. Now, the heroes welcome. All of you have received the ones who have returned to India. How does it feel to see the celebrations back home? The way all your names have been trending on social media. Your reels have been going viral. The popularity of chess has shot up. How does it feel to be part of this historic moment?
Hello, thank you so much. Yeah, I heard from my friends that they're receiving like huge warm receptions back in India. Unfortunately, I'm coming like much later, so I'll be missing out on that. But I'm also seeing on social media that it's going viral, and I'm very happy with the attention chess is receiving, and I hope chess will continue to grow further and further after this.
And tell us more about these celebrations. Was it planned that you're going to, pull out, pull it up like Rohit Sharma or like Messi, that celebration that went viral when you were approaching the trophy, and also, dancing to Tunak Tunak, like the Bhangra, moves, they're going viral apart from the moves on the chessboard. So was it all decided that you're going to dance on this song and, you're going to, was it choreographed or was it just impromptu?
No, it was just a plan. It was just an idea by a team player, Vidit Gujrati.
Okay.
And he's, I think, pretty good at this. And yeah, we all decided to go ahead with it.
So you partied hard, it seems, that after the victory, and of course, quite deservingly.
We did, yeah. We didn't even, we slept very late that day.
Okay. And how's the atmosphere in the team? Because it's such a young team. All of you are so young. Many of you are in your teens. Some are just 20, even in the women's team. So how do you really, guys, team up? What is the strength of this team? Because there's a lot of camaraderie that's on display.
Exactly. We know each other for quite a long time now. And we have had the exact same team in the Asian Games last year. So we share a very good bonding, and I think that is one of the key factors that helped us, do so well. Like there are some teams like Armenia, who have always done well in the Olympiad despite not having such a strong team, because they share like great team camaraderie. So yeah, I knew this would be a key factor.
Yes, and Arjun, you broke into the top 3 of the world rankings, the FIDE rankings. You were at the live world ranking number 3. This is something that we've been seeing that India has been doing quite well. But about you, we want to know, how did it really start? How did you discover chess? I think it was quite, from a very young age that you discovered this love for chess. You were introduced to chess. But tell us more about that story.
So it started out in Tirupati when I was a kid, like 3-4 years. My teacher noticed that I'm very good with maths. So she suggested my parents to enroll me in chess. But there it was not possible. And after we moved to Warangal, when I was like 7, 8, that is when my parents enrolled me in chess. But it was not just chess. They enrolled me like in a few different things, swimming, skating, music, dance, etc. And I liked chess the most. I was spending hours and hours on it. So that's how the journey began.
I was reading in one of the interviews that your mother said that it calmed you down. So were you a naughty child or an angry kid? And did chess really help you with your personality?
Yeah, I was a naughty child with no patience at all. I used to get impatient very quickly. And I think that's one of my biggest learnings in life from chess. That I have learned to be patient now.
And of course, the game of chess demands an enormous amount of patience, concentration, and focus. But what do you really do before any game? How do you really try to focus? What's your secret? What's your mantra?
Apart from the preparation for the game, I don't really have anything specific to say on this. I just focus on the game. Like during the game, I think about nothing else but what's happening on the pitch.
Polling has just begun in the parts of the Jammu and Kashmir. 6 districts of the Kashmir Valley are going for the polling today. We have seen from yesterday that all the security arrangements are in place. Republic will get you all the details from various locations of the Jammu and Kashmir. Keep watching the Republic TV.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
We are live and breaking up. Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. We're getting some reactions coming in from Jammu and Kashmir as polling is underway. Let's go to that first.
MEA has invited foreign diplomats to check the elections here.
I don't know why foreigners should be asked to check elections. When foreigners, foreign governments comment, then Government of India says this is an internal matter for India. Now suddenly they want foreign observers to come and look at our elections. These are an internal matter for us. We don't need their certificate. And also this participation is not because of Government of India. It's in spite of everything Government of India did. They have humiliated people, they have used all the machinery of the government to detain and harass people. In spite of that, people are coming and participating in elections. So this is not something Government of India should be highlighting. But anyway, that's the way they are.
So today is a very important day for you as you're fighting from...
All election days are important. It's not about me. It's about the party as a whole. Therefore, first phase was as important. Third phase will be as important. Yes, I've got a personal stake in this. But for the party, all three phases are important.
You are going to participate in 2 constituencies here. How much you are confident you will get a positive results for both constituencies?
उम्मीद पे दुनिया कायम है. I'm quietly hopeful. The rest is first in the hands of the Almighty and then in the hands of the voters. So let's see.
Mahbub Mufti, according to her, that bogus voting in Ganderbal area. And she also, Mahdi wrote a letter to Election Commission India to investigate.
Please investigate. I can't help it if their candidates have not been able to sort of make the impact that they had expected. It's not my fault that people have withdrawn from the election campaign in my favor. PDP was very happy to be the recipient of Apni Party's support in Badgam until Mahideen Muntazir Sahab went against his party and announced his support for me personally. After that, PDP got upset and then started attacking us and the Apni Party. PDP has clearly seen the writing on the wall. Forget about Badgam and Ganderbal. They'll be lucky to win even in Bijbihara. So I don't want to say much about it.
Rahul Gandhi is also coming today here.
Badi अच्छी बात है ना, good. I hope that after Rahul is done campaigning in 1 or 2 seats in Kashmir, he focuses in Jammu. Ultimately, what the Congress does in Kashmir is not that important. What the Congress does in Jammu is important. And unfortunately, Congress hasn't done as much in the plains of Jammu as we would expect them to do. The lion's share of the seats that the alliance gave in Jammu was to the Congress party. Yet the Congress's campaign in Jammu is yet to begin, and there are only 5 days of campaigning. So I hope that after Rahul is done campaigning on this 1 seat in the valley, the Congress focuses all its attention in the plains of Jammu.
What about the overall Jammu and Kashmir political situation? BJP claims that the government is dependent upon the Jammu.
Government is dependent on?
Whosoever will be...
अब अभी गवर्नमेंट बनी नहीं ना, अब 8 अक्टूबर के बाद गवर्नमेंट बनने दीजिए, फिर बात करेंगे.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, viewers, we heard Omar Abdullah speaking there. One of the key candidates in the phase 2 of the Jammu and Kashmir polls, speaking on the elections. I want to go across to our reporters who are joining us live right now. We have Gursimran, we have Zeenat and Aravat joining us live. Let's go straight across to my colleague Gursimran first. Gursimran, you know, this has been a very important phase because there are a lot of key candidates. We just saw a short while back that Omar Abdullah was speaking. If you could take our viewers through what the key candidates are saying. We are also seeing many allegations come out in the front. We saw there was some kind of drama which happened in Nowshera a short while back. Please take us through the latest details.
See, right now we are in the Lankan area of the Nowshera where the polling is underway and the smooth polling is underway, though there have been allegations by the National Conference candidate that at the 2 polling stations there have been slow polling that is taking place, but now the people have turned out in the large numbers, and as we continue to show you the visuals, the security, adequate security arrangements have been put in place. We have seen time and again that the people, they are turning out in the large numbers to cast their votes. Here also in the border area of the Nowshera, the people, the women are also turning up since early morning, and we will try to speak to the youth as well, what they have to say, what are their issues that they are going to vote for. मुझे ये बात सर आपसे जानना चाहूँगा, किन इश्यूज़ को लेकर आप वोट करें? पार्टी का नाम नहीं, इश्यूज़ क्या हैं?
इश्यूज है यही है कि मतलब रोजगार मिलना चाहिए लोगों को, जो महंगाई में कंट्रोल होना चाहिए, हर चीज़ में मतलब हर एक चीज़ मतलब जो है पेंडिंग है, जो नहीं हो पा रही है।
बेसिक इश्यूज़ पे वोट करेंगे?
बेसिक यही है, बेरोजगारी ये होना चाहिए, जो नए युवा उनको नौकरी वगैरह सब कुछ मिले।
अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट एंड राइजिंग इन्फ्लेशन कंटिन्यूज टू बी इशू। सर आपसे जानना चाहूँगा, युवाओं के लिए क्या इश्यूज़ हैं?
सर देखिए, यहाँ पे हमारी पंचायत के इशू हैं वो सॉल्व होने चाहिए, और हमारे जो बेरोजगारी है उस मुद्दे पे बात होनी चाहिए। हमारे जो डेवलपमेंट के काम जो नहीं हो पा रहे हैं उस पे बात होनी चाहिए।
So see, it's the development and also the inflation along with the local issues, that is the panchayat level issues that are prevailing during the polls, and the people, they have lined up since early morning to cast their vote. Even as we speak, you will see that the security deployment has been done to a large level, because this area is a border area and this is very close to the Indo-Pakistan line of control, and that's why you will find the massive deployment of the Sashastra Seema Bal along with the Jammu and Kashmir police in every nook and corner of this place, so that any threat that is being posed by the adversary or any such plot by the adversary, that can be foiled well within the time. If we speak of this seat, this is the hot seat in Jammu and Kashmir, because here none other than the BJP state president, BJP which claims to that they will be forming the government on their own, their state president is contesting from this very seat, Ravinder Raina, who won this seat in 2014 when the last time the Lok Sabha, the assembly elections were held in Jammu and Kashmir. That tenure was for 6 years, and now as we speak, once again the voting is underway, and his arch rival Surinder Chaudhary is this time, who was earlier from the People's Democratic Party in 2014, has switched the sides, went to BJP in between, now is in the National Conference and is posing a strict challenge to the BJP state chief. Yes.
Yes, Gursimran. Absolutely. We have reporters on the ground. We have Gursimran, we have Arawat, and we have Zeenat, all of them joining us from the ground, getting us a mood. And I just want to go and play this reaction coming in, and then I'll go back to reporters who are in prime locations getting us the top updates.
एक त्यौहार के रूप में पूरे जम्मू कश्मीर में मनाया जा रहा है, और जिस तरीके से लोगों का भरोसा आज डेमोक्रेटिक सेटअप में आ गया है, मैं मानता हूँ ये बहुत ही अच्छी एक पहल है। और आज जब लोग जाएंगे और वोट करेंगे, मुझे उम्मीद है इस बार डेवलपमेंट को वोट देंगे, ना कि किसी सेंटिमेंट को, क्योंकि लोगों को यहाँ डेवलपमेंट चाहिए। इन सेंटिमेंट की वजह से यहाँ इतने हालात ख़राब हुए, और आज जिस तरीके से वोटिंग लोग जोग दर जोग जा रहे हैं, मुझे उम्मीद है इस बार तमाम रिकॉर्ड्स इस बार टूट जाएंगे और डेमोक्रेसी की विजय होगी, और अच्छे लोग जीत के आएंगे और नए लोग जीत के आएंगे।
All right, let's go back to my colleagues joining us. We have Zeenat and we have Arawat. Let's go to Zeenat. Zeenat, if you can hear me, I'm coming to you right now, and you're in Srinagar. If you could take our viewers through what is happening around you. We know that when many central areas are going to polls, it's going to be very important given the fact that Srinagar has been a huge point of activity. In fact, let's go to Lal Chowk first. Let's go to Lal Chowk in the heart of Srinagar. Arawat, if you can hear me, Lal Chowk, you know, a very important place, a new constituency, a young constituency. Take us through what is happening where you are.
Yeah, absolutely. We are here at the Lal Chowk. This is the heart of the Srinagar city, and you can see here, which was my VJ is showing you, there are the security personnel standing here. And we have seen from yesterday all the officers from the Jammu and Kashmir police and other sister concerned security agencies are on alert, and you have seen the arrangements are all are done. And after some time, we have been told by the Apni party leaders that the Sayyid Muhammad Bukhari will arrive here at this location to cast his vote. If we'll talk about, go through this constituency, which is here we are standing at the heart of the Srinagar, which is the Lal Chowk. We have seen the candidates from BJP, Engineer Ejaz, and along with the Jammu Kashmir National Conference's candidate, that the Ahsan Pardesi is in neck-to-neck competition here, as we have seen that all the security arrangements have also been done, and everything is being monitored. All the locations, all the streets which leads to election booths are being monitored by the CCTV surveillance. From yesterday, we have seen that around the clock, we have seen the Jammu and Kashmir police officials and other district administration officials are monitoring the things on ground very closely. As we have seen from the various locations, this Lal Chowk has remained the hub of the violence and the other anti-national activities, but things have changed on the ground. We have seen that the people who used to be the part of the violence have now changed their shift focus to development of the Kashmir. As we have seen that the Prime Minister's Naya Kashmir, we have seen various projects here after the abrogation of Article 370, various projects under the Smart Street Srinagar, and we have seen it indicates that the people of Kashmir have chosen now ballot box earlier, who will choose the guns and the violence stones, but we have seen now the people of Kashmir are coming up to cast their vote for the betterment and the development of the Naya Kashmir. Yeah, back to your studios.
All right. Yes, Aravat. Let's go to Zeenat now. In fact, before we go to Zeenat, we have some reactions coming in. Let's go to those reactions coming in from the ground as key candidates are contesting, and then we'll go back to our colleague Zeenat in Srinagar.
ये क्या हो रहा है आप बताइए।
ये देखिए यहाँ पे सिक्योरिटी जो लगी है, इनका इंचार्ज है मिस्टर विकास ढिलन के, क्या नाम है, देखना नाम क्या है इसका, है विकास दमन है, ये ऐसा ही है। और इनकी जो एसएसपी का काम थोड़ा है कि यहाँ पे आई कार्ड चेक करना, आई कार्ड तो हमने चेक करना। वो पहली बात है अगर लोगों के पास आई कार्ड नहीं है तो ये कसूर किसका है, बीएलओ का, आपके उसका स्टाफ का है, आरओ की गलती है। लोगों को इन्फॉर्म करना चाहिए था, आपने अवेयर क्यों नहीं किया लोगों को। ये इतनी लगे देखो, लेडीज खड़ी हैं, जेंट्स खड़े हैं, लाइनों में खड़े हैं, गर्मी में खड़े हैं, ना तो टेंट लगाया इनके लिए। टेंट किसने लगाया, इलेक्शन कमीशन लगाया। इतना पैसा आता है किस लिए आता है, ना कोई टेंट लगाया ना कुछ लगाया। और यहाँ पे आप लोगों को कह रहे हो जी आई कार्ड देखो, वहाँ से मशीनें स्लो हैं, ये तो धांधली, शरेआम धांधली है।
तो आप स्लो पोलिंग की बात कह रहे हैं,
मैं वही तो कह रहा हूँ कि देखिए हर जगह लोगों को अंदर लोगों को नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा है, जान के डिले किया जा रहा है। उसके साथ साथ वहाँ पे पोलिंग जो है वो मशीनें जो स्लो की हुई हैं ताकि लोग कम पोलिंग हो, तो ये तो मजाक बन गया।
आपने इलेक्शन कमीशन से बात की?
मैं अभी करता हूँ, लेकिन ये यहाँ पे देखिए ना, ये मेरा खुद का पोलिंग जहाँ मेरा
रिटर्निंग ऑफिसर से आपकी बात?
हाँ, आरओ से मेरी बात हुई है। आरओ को मैंने बोला है, मैंने कहा ये क्या हो रहा है, मजाक बन रहा हुआ है, ये क्यों यहाँ पे लोगों को तंग। और आरओ ने खुद कहा कि कोई आई कार्ड की प्रूफ की जरूरत नहीं है, वहाँ फोटो लगे हुए हैं। आपने फोटो किसने लगाए हुए वोटिंग लिस्ट पे, वोटिंग को मैच करिए, उसके बाद आप आई कार्ड की जरूरत ही नहीं है।
इलेक्शंस की बात करें, सेकंड कैंडिडेट जो है आपके अगेंस्ट वो बीजेपी स्टेट चीफ हैं, कितने होपफुल हैं?
सर बीजेपी अगर वो जीतने वाला होता तो ये हथकंडे ना अपनाते ना। इसका मतलब बीजेपी हारी हुई है नौशहरा के अंदर, अब वो अपने हारे हुए कैंडिडेट को जिताना चाहते हैं। जिस कैंडिडेट ने 10 साल यहाँ शक्ल नहीं दिखाई, लोग उसके खिलाफ हैं, और यहाँ ये एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन पूरी मिलकर, सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस मिलकर उसको जिताना चाहते हैं। ये कौन सी डेमोक्रेसी है, ये कौन से इलेक्शनों की आप बात कर रहे हो।
All right, let's go to Zeenat now from Srinagar. Zeenat, I'm coming across to you right now. What is happening where you are? 61% turnout in the first phase of elections. What are the numbers looking like as voters are lining up to cast their ballot?
See, right now we are reporting from the polling station where Omar Abdullah along with the family members will be arriving to cast his vote. We are reporting from the Sonwar constituency, and the polling here began at 7 in the morning, and we are seeing the voters making their move towards the polling stations. This election is going to be very interesting and very important for all the political parties, traditional parties in Jammu and Kashmir, who have been targeting center for a long time, that they have been disempowered. The people have been disempowered. The government is not of the local government is not there. The people from Delhi, as recently the Rahul Gandhi or even the Farooq Abdullah, Mehbooba Mufti have been telling in their speeches targeting central that the Jammu and Kashmir is ruled by the viceroy. But this election will tell that whether the government will be of the alliance partners or people will prefer giving chance to the others. This is interesting. Then we see the National Conference leader, Vice President himself checking his luck and trying to contest from both the seats. How these elections will turn in Omar Abdullah's favor, that time will turn. We are seeing the PDP also training all the guns towards the National Conference to woo voters, to help the PDP to form the government. They pitched that it was PDP rule that helped the people to ease the situation on ground. They removed many quota and other things. They withdraw around some 12,000 FIRs when they were in government. Then we see Altaf Bukhari making the claims that there is the need of development on the ground, for which he is working. He will provide the free electricity, which is again an issue this time for the population in Jammu and Kashmir. And now we are inching towards the winters when the electric crisis will be more. All these tall promises are being made, all the political parties in the Jammu and Kashmir while campaigning all this month to woo the voters. Today is a D-Day for all those candidates who are in fray. As we know that there are some 93 candidates, and out of which 44 are independent candidates. More of the number of the independent candidates on ground is to divide the vote on ground, because it won't be easy for all those leaders who have been maintaining their constituencies for the last two to three term MLAs, because this time we see in the same constituency like Khaniyar, which has been the bastion of Ali Muhammad Sagar, who has been contesting from the constituency since 1987 and is known a veteran leader of National Conference. There you see some 6 to 7 independent candidates in fray, from Omar Abdullah, where he is contesting, again 5 to 6 from the Badgam. So it's a day of National Conference, as the political pundits have already predicted. Now needs to see how much vote share they will gain in this phase of elections.
Right. Okay. Zinat, I'll come back to you in a moment. I just want to go across to my other colleague who's joining us, Gursimran from Nowshera. And Gursimran, a very important place where you are, where BJP State Chief Ravindra Raina is contesting, taking on the PDP, the NC, and he was right there where you are. Take us through what he has said and how the BJP's campaign has been before the phase 2 of polls. PM Modi was a star campaigner for the BJP, along with Amit Shah, who had conducted many rallies.
See, when it comes to the BJP's national leadership campaigns, it is, when it compares to any other political party, it was beyond comparison, because the BJP has gone full throttle. But when it comes to the Ravindra Raina himself, Ravindra Raina was the face that the BJP was completely relying upon in 2014, that his aura that he carries along with him, that will be sufficient enough to win him a seat. But this time it is altogether different. His unavailability for the people of the Nowshera, he being in Jammu as the state chief of the BJP, this has haunted the BJP a lot. And this is the sole reason that today this seat from where the BJP state president is contesting is witnessing a tough contest. The NC has fielded Surinder Chaudhary. Surinder Chaudhary was the candidate in 2014 as well against Ravindra Raina, but then he was in the People's Democratic Party. From PDP he resigned, he joined the Bharatiya Janata Party. When he saw that he was not being given ticket in the assembly polls, he switched the sides a couple of years ago and joined the National Conference. Now the National Conference gave him a ticket and he is contesting from this constituency. If we speak of the overall scenario of this very constituency, there is a neck-to-neck, complete neck-to-neck fight. While the Ravindra Raina is relying upon the Brahmin votes, Surinder Chaudhary is mostly relying upon the Jat votes. And the other votes here that is very important is the Sikh votes that are here, that are going to be a deciding factor for this constituency. Now, if we speak of today's voting, the voting percentage is yet to come out for the first phase. If we speak, it will be in the next 12 to 15 minutes. There will be the elections that there will be the first polling percentage that will be coming, and then we will be looking into it, that how things will move out.
Right. All right, let's go to Arawat. Gursimran, Arawat, coming across to you. Arawat in Lal Chowk. Arawat, you know, very special. Lal Chowk is very special. I told our viewers it's one of the young constituencies, but the BJP has redeveloped the major area around the clock tower, the markets, via the Smart City project. Very important place where you are. Have voters turned up? If you could talk to them and let us know what they feel as phase 2 of polling has begun a short while back.
Yeah, absolutely. We are here at the Lal Chowk polling station, and you can see here in the visuals the voters are going inside the polling station. And if my VJ can pan camera to this side, you can see here the visuals in which you can here able to see the voters are going inside the polling station. As we have seen, this is the important seat, which is the Lal Chowk. As we have seen, this Lal Chowk has remained the previous history with the violence, but the things have changed on the ground. Now we have seen various smart city projects here in the Srinagar's Lal Chowk and other adjoining areas, and we have seen the people are coming out from the homes. Earlier it was not that much of the people who were coming out from the homes, but the things have changed now. The people how now coming out from their homes to cast their vote. And we have been told by the party leaders of the Apni party that the Sayyid Muhammad Alta Bukhari, the richest candidate in the Jammu and Kashmir, it will come here after some time, anytime from now, and the things have been made functional here, and you can see the arrangements, how the security persons are standing here, and everything is being monitored by the CCTV surveillance. And we have seen the flying squads are also working on the ground from the various locations in the Srinagar city as well as from the other adjoining areas. We have seen from yesterday that the polling staff have been arrived at the various locations, including the 6 districts of the Jammu and Kashmir. We have seen that the polling have begun from the 7 a.m. and we have seen that the voters are coming out from in the number. We have seen good numbers in the first phase. Now the second phase have started this morning, and we have seen the people are continuously coming out from their home to cast their vote for the development of their Naya Kashmir. Back to your studios.
All right. Hold on there, Arnab. Getting some big breaking updates coming in right now, where Omar Abdullah had spoken a short while back, and he has launched a critique, I repeat, a big critique against the Congress, claiming that the party has failed to deliver on its promises for Jammu. Abdullah argues that Congress has not made the expected progress in the region. This is a very big update coming in right now, Republic TV viewers, where we are learning that Omar Abdullah has launched a critique against the Congress. And this is the reason this is very important is because remember that NCA and Congress do have an alliance there for this election. I just want to tell our viewers that this is coming in as Omar Abdullah has spoken just a short while back. We showed you that entire reaction of Omar Abdullah, where he was speaking on different issues and surprisingly has critiqued the Congress. Let's go ahead and play out the exact statement of Omar Abdullah.
बड़ी अच्छी बात है ना, good. I hope that after Rahul is done campaigning in 1 or 2 seats in Kashmir, he focuses in Jammu. Ultimately, what the Congress does in Kashmir is not that important. What the Congress does in Jammu is important. And unfortunately, Congress hasn't done as much in the plains of Jammu as we would expect them to do. The lion's share of the seats that the alliance gave in Jammu was to the Congress party. Yet the Congress's campaign in Jammu is yet to begin, and there are only 5 days of campaigning. So I hope that after Rahul is done campaigning on this 1 seat in the valley, the Congress focuses all its attention in the plains of Jammu.
All right, let's go back to my colleague Zeenat joining us live from Srinagar. Zeenat, it's of course a very important election for Omar Abdullah. It's a big litmus test for him, but why is he critiquing the Congress? Why is he criticizing the Congress, given the fact that NC and Congress are in an alliance for this election?
Before I answer the question, I'll take you to the BJP leader Khalid Jahangir, who has been a part of BJP PDP government in 2014 when the government was formed. Khalid, now that the Omar Abdullah has made a scathing attack, asking the Congress that they should focus more in Jammu, because what Congress does in Kashmir is not that important, because the majority of the lion's share would come from Jammu. And Omar has said now that since the Rahul is coming today to Sopo to address the crowd, then he should go back and focus more in the Jammu plains, because where from the alliance will give the share. And only the 5 day of campaigning is left for the last phase of poll. How do you see this?
Well, I think there's internal assessments between the Congress and National Conference. I don't have much to say about it because Jammu Congress is not too much visible in Kashmir Valley. I think it is the Omar Abdullah's prerogative that how they see their alliance with the Congress. But as far as party is concerned, I think we have a good, strong and historical vote bank in Jammu. I think in Jammu the BJP will get majority of the seats, and so that they can form a stable pro-people government in the UT of J&K.
But how will the BJP form the government when you have not have the candidates at the majority of the seats from the Kashmir Valley?
Well, it doesn't matter. We have seen in the last time also that whenever there's a coalition government, Kashmiri leaders always support the pro-people agenda. So I don't want to make any statements before the results. But as far as I have seen on the ground level, as whether it's any regional party in Kashmir, I think they also toe the people's line where we cannot stay away with the national party who's ruling in New Delhi. And for the sake of the people, it is necessary that we don't waste our right for development in our country.
This time we are seeing that the more number of the independent candidates are in fray, which is seen as a game changer by the political parties. Is BJP lying its back on those independent candidates?
Well, I don't think we should see independent candidates as untouchables. I have casted my vote 10 years back when the state was full state and we had a full chief minister. I have seen how people used to shout with us that why are you casting vote? You are subjugating an Indian occupation in the state. You are an Indian agent. I think the credit goes to Prime Minister Modi and the Government of India, and especially the UT administration, how the youngsters are coming to vote, that untouchability is gone. And when then untouchability is gone, it favors all mainstream leaders in Kashmir, whether it's me, whether it's National Conference, whether it's PDP. And nevertheless, we should appreciate that because of the Government of India's policies from last 10 years, even though we don't have assembly elections, but we see young politicians coming in the elections now, whether it's a PDP, we have a young boy fighting election, then National Conference in my area, he is a young man with a great idea. So that change has come, and that change has come within the society. And it's all because the Government of India's policies from last 10 years.
One last question, Khalid, before I let you go. You tell me that we have always seen the Srinagar belt and outside even, we have seen a very less percentage and people would get elected in the previous past. Do you see that number will repeat or the polling percentage will go up?
No, I think the polling percentage will go up. As I said, that firstly, the mainstream leaders, people like us, irrespective of which party you belong to, whether National Conference, PDP or BJP, we were untouchables in the society. Nobody used to greet us. We are seen as agents of the Indian occupation. At that time,
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
we are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. We have a team of reporters on the ground covering the Jammu and Kashmir polls, historic polls in Jammu and Kashmir, first polls after the abrogation of Article 370 and first major elections in 10 years. We'll get to all that you need to know and what's happening on ground. But as usual, the headlines.
Presented by Royal Global University, Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch pano.
After a roaring 61% voter turnout in Phase 1, Jammu and Kashmir votes again today. 20 Sikhs go to the polls. From Ravinder Raina to Omar Abdullah, heavyweights in the fray. Fate of 239 candidates to be sealed. With less than a week to go, Prime Minister will lead the BJP charge in Haryana mega rally in Sonipat today. Republic accesses a clincher, documents that expose how tender conditions were tweaked by Jagan government. Odisha assault survivor narrates horror, says she was undressed, kicked on the chest and assaulted by the cops. And with Israel intensifying operations against Hezbollah, situation escalates in the Middle East.
Presented by Royal Global University, Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch pano.
Viewers, Jammu and Kashmir is voting today in the second phase of its assembly elections with 26 seats in 6 districts up for grabs. Of these, 15 are located in the Kashmir Valley, while the remaining 11 are in the Jammu division. Voting has begun already around 7 a.m. It's kick-started with heightened security across the region. We're getting many reactions coming in. Let's play them out.
एक त्यौहार के रूप में पूरे जम्मू कश्मीर में मनाया जा रहा है और जिस तरीके से लोगों का भरोसा आज डेमोक्रेटिक सेटअप में आ गया है, मैं मानता हूँ ये बहुत ही अच्छी एक पहल है। और आज जब लोग जाएंगे और वोट करेंगे, मुझे उम्मीद है इस बार डेवलपमेंट को वोट देंगे, ना कि किसी सेंटिमेंट को, क्योंकि लोगों को यहाँ डेवलपमेंट चाहिए। इन सेंटिमेंट की वजह से यहाँ इतने हालात ख़राब हुए और आज जिस तरीके से वोटिंग लोग जोग दर जोग जा रहे हैं, मुझे उम्मीद है इस बार तमाम रिकॉर्ड्स इस बार टूट जाएंगे और डेमोक्रेसी की विजय होगी और अच्छे लोग जीत के आएंगे और नए लोग जीत के आएंगे।
भारतीय लोकतंत्र हमारे इस जमहूरियत के लिए ये बहुत बड़ा दिन है। आज जम्मू के साथ साथ कश्मीर घाटी में और जम्मू संभाग के रजौरी, पुंछ और रियासी जिलों में आज वोटिंग है। बढ़ चढ़कर जम्मू कश्मीर की जनता असेंबली के इलेक्शंस में हिस्सा ले रही है और लोकतंत्र में जनता जनार्दन होती है। जनता के हाथ में ताकत है। जनता जिसे चाहे वो चुनकर अपना प्रतिनिधि बनाती है। इसलिए हमने भी नौशेरा विधानसभा में यहाँ की जो जनता है उनसे निवेदन किया है कि वो दिल खोलकर माननीय प्रधानमंत्री मोदी साहब और भारतीय जनता पार्टी को समर्थन करें।
All right. Let's go straight across to our reporters who are joining us live right now. And Gursimran is joining us live. Gursimran, I'm coming across to you right now. And you know where you are right now, which is Nowshera. We are seeing a line of voters waiting to cast their vote. If you could talk to some of them and find out what are they feeling today as they vote in these historic elections.
Yeah, Shivangi, if we speak of the latest development, that is that the first poll percentage is out and it is 10.22%. That has been the voting percentage recorded across the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, with the Surankot and the Poonch Haveli being the top runners with 14.56% and the 14.57% respectively. It is the seat of the Eidgah and the Chandpura where the less number of voting has been recorded. The Nowshera, right now where I am reporting from, has recorded 12.5% of the voting. So if we compare the voting percentage to that of the first phase, the voting percentage is comparatively good, is almost on the same numbers, 0.5% difference that has taken place. Otherwise, the people are turning out in the large numbers. We are in the Nowshera, and this is one of the forward areas. This is the Langar area close to the line of control, and here also you will see that you will find 10 to 15 people in the queues. That means people are coming, they are casting their vote, they are going, the polling is going on smoothly, because from here the Pakistan is not that far. I'll request if Sarjeevan can zoom out and move to the left side. You will be able to see the line of control. Those heights that you see on the left side, these are the heights that we see of the line of control, where the Pakistan and the India shares the line of control. On the other side is the Pakistan occupied Jammu and Kashmir, and very close to the line of control there lies a threat of the Pakistani cross-border firing on the ceasefire violation as well. But the security forces are on the highest of the alertness. The deployment has been done by the Jammu and Kashmir police along with the Indian Army, so that if there is any untoward incident, that can also be thwarted well within the time. Yes, and one thing that is making it very sure that the belief of the people is strengthening in the democracy is the queues and the voting percentage that has come out till 9 in the morning. The first 2 hours, 10.5% voting has been recorded in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, and the people are coming out in the large numbers. First phase it was 61.13%, and today the Election Commission hopes that the first phase records will also be broken by the people coming out with the large number of their family members to cast their votes.
Right, Goswami, getting us top updates coming in right now. And Goswami, coming back to you, we also have other reporters. We have Zeenat and Arawat. I'm coming across to both of you, but we're getting some breaking updates coming in. Let's go some breaking updates. The BJP has countered Omar Abdullah's remarks about the Congress, accusing the Congress-NC alliance of confusion and lack of focus. They criticize Abdullah for saying that Rahul Gandhi should pay more attention to Jammu, claiming that Gandhi has yet to start an effective campaign. The BJP attacks Congress-NC alliance, and this is coming in as a short while back. We just saw that Omar Abdullah had attacked his own alliance partner, the Congress. I want to go across to Shehzad Poonawala, the BJP spokesperson. Reaction coming in.
कांग्रेस पार्टी और उसके युवराज राहुल गांधी कश्मीर आए, अच्छी बात है, करे कैंपेनिंग, पर उनको ज्यादा फोकस जम्मू में करना चाहिए। लायंस शेयर ऑफ टिकट्स उनको जम्मू में मिले हैं, पर अभी तक उनका कैंपेन ही शुरू नहीं हो पा रहा है, और वो बता रहे हैं कि किस प्रकार से अब 5 दिन बाकी है परंतु जम्मू में कांग्रेस कुछ कर नहीं पाई है। इसका मतलब साफ है, गठबंधन में निकाह से पहले ही 3 तलाक शुरू हो चुका है, और ये इसलिए हो रहा है क्योंकि ये दोनों पार्टी पीपीपी के प्रिंसिपल पर चलती है, पाकिस्तान परस्ती, पत्थरबाजी और परिवारवाद, और 370-35 से हटने के बाद आज जम्मू कश्मीर के अवाम के पास स्पेशल स्टेटस है। इन 3 परिवारों का स्पेशल स्टेटस खत्म हो चुका है, और इसीलिए किसी को 2 सीट से लड़ना पड़ रहा है, कोई जम्मू में अपनी जमीन तलाश रहा है, और इनके पैरों तले जमीन नहीं बची है, और इसीलिए एक दूसरे पर आरोप प्रत्यारोप का दौर शुरू हो चुका है। इंडिया अलायंस, कांग्रेस एनसी अलायंस, नो मिशन नो विजन, ओनली कंफ्यूजन, ओनली फैमिली का एम्बिशन एंड ओनली अपना करप्शन।
And viewers, let's go ahead and play out this reaction coming in from Omar Abdullah, where he spoke a short while back and attacked the Congress.
Good. I hope that after Rahul is done campaigning in 1 or 2 seats in Kashmir, he focuses in Jammu. Ultimately, what the Congress does in Kashmir is not that important. What the Congress does in Jammu is important. And unfortunately, Congress hasn't done as much in the plains of Jammu as we would expect them to do. The lion's share of the seats that the alliance gave in Jammu was to the Congress party. Yet the Congress's campaign in Jammu is yet to begin, and there are only 5 days of campaigning. So I hope that after Rahul is done campaigning on this one seat in the valley, the Congress focuses all its attention in the plains of Jammu.
All right, so we heard Omar Abdullah speaking there. And if we could go to Zeenat right now. Zeenat is joining us live. Zeenat, you know, we just heard Omar Abdullah attacking the Congress, and then we saw the BJP attacking Omar Abdullah, because obviously Omar Abdullah is attacking his own alliance partner, when just a few weeks ago he had said that and justified the alliance with Congress, saying that we need to stop the BJP. This is what's happening right now, back-to-back political words on election day.
It's election season, so we can expect anything until the time we get the results on ground as far as these three-phase election in Jammu and Kashmir is concerned. Coming to the statement made by Omar Abdullah, saying that the Congress has to do better in the plains of Jammu, because that is from where the lion's share will come. Because if National Conference knows well that it is that they can dominate in Kashmir, but they don't have much space or the presence in the Jammu, for which they are dependent on the Congress. Since the Congress has not been campaigning rigorously in Jammu, in Kashmir, they have been, Rahul Gandhi has visited twice, and this is his third visit after Anantnag and the Shalting. Now he is going to Sopore, but the National Conference wants that if they are getting a chance to form any government, then the Congress has to work very hard, because it's only the 5-day time that has been left to the both alliance partners to truly prove their worth on ground. It is the BJP trying all their horses that they are trying on ground to keep the dynasty politics out from Jammu and Kashmir, and vice versa. The dynasty politics are trying every inch, every corner, and whatever possibility on ground to keep the BJP away, because they have been selling the narrative that whatever has happened in Kashmir Valley in the last 10 years, entirely BJP is responsible. Though let's see what comes out when the Pandora box will open on 8th of October. Till now, we have seen very low polls in the Idgah constituency, where from earlier the National Conference has won by MLA Mubarak Gul. This time he is in direct fight with PDP's PDP leader and veteran leader Khurshid Alam. Will National Conference be able to take the Idgah seat that has seen the lowest post percentage? Then Omar himself is trying the luck from 2 seats. That only the time will tell, but very interesting elections in Jammu and Kashmir, though the lowest percentage has come from the Idgah constituency, where National Conference was holding the fort till now.
Right. Okay, we're getting the voter turnout numbers for our viewers, Zeenat, Arawat and Gursimran. If I can go to Arawat right now. Arawat, I'm looking at the voter turnout numbers. Srinagar 4.70%, Riyasi 13.37%, Rajouri 12.7%, Pooch 14.41%, Bargaon 10.91%. You're in Lal Chowk. That's in the heart of Srinagar. What is the voter turnout looking like there? It's right now around 4.70% in Srinagar.
Yeah, absolutely. If we'll talk about this polling station, if my VJ can pan camera to this side, this is the Lal Chowk, where this is the main heart of the Srinagar city, where the polling is going on. The polling began at the 7 a.m. If we'll talk about this polling station, just nearly 5% polling have done at this polling station. And you can see here in the visual, the voters are coming out in the large number. We have seen the parts of, we'll talk about the Srinagar city's various parts. Earlier, we have seen the village like other outskirts of the Srinagar who used to boycott elections in the downtown area and other adjoining areas, who used to be the violence hub, but they have changed their trend now. Now they are coming out to cast their vote for the development of the Kashmir. And we have seen the various projects for the Smart Street Srinagar also. And we have seen from the, if we'll talk about this constituency, where the elections is going on, and we are standing here. This is the competition between the National Conference and the BJP's Engineer Rashid. And also, if we will go through this location, and you can see here how everything is being monitored by the CCTV surveillance continuously, as we have seen from yesterday, the various officials from the district administration as well as from the other security agencies. They are monitoring everything from the ground zero. From the yesterday night, we have earlier seen Lal Chowk has remained the negative image because of the violence, but the things have changed on ground, and we have been told by the APNI party leaders that the richest candidate in the Jammu and Kashmir, who is the Altaf Bukhari, is coming anytime from now here to cast their vote for the development of the Kashmir. As we have seen that the youngsters who earlier used to boycott elections and to remain part of the violence, but we have also spoke in the various reports at the various locations in the parts of the Kashmir Valley. Now they have chosen ballot box instead of the guns and the stones. If we'll go through this place, and you can see the voters are coming out from their homes to cast their vote for the betterment of the Naya Kashmir. And you can see, if my camera person show you from the 360 degree, that you can see here the visuals. Jammu and Kashmir police officials are monitoring the situation completely on the ground, and you can see in the visuals. These are the visuals from the Lal Chowk, which is the heart of the Srinagar city, and everything is being checked by all the routes which leads to the polling stations are being monitored by the Jammu and Kashmir police officials, along with the other sister and concerned security agencies, to monitor every situation on the ground. Because we have seen Lal Chowk has remained the hub of the violence in the past before the abrogation of Article 370, but we have changed, on the ground that the many things have been changed on the ground from after the abrogation of Article 370. We have seen the various smart city projects in the Srinagar city and the outskirts of the Srinagar. It indicates that the people of Kashmir have rejected the propaganda of the Pakistan-based sponsored terrorism. Now the youth of Kashmir is ready to cast their vote for the betterment of the Naya Kashmir. Back to you, studios.
Right, Rawat getting the stop updates coming in from Lal Chowk in Srinagar. A very important area, a very young constituency, an area which has been developed through the Smart City program of the BJP. The entire area has been redeveloped. The markets have come up. I just want to go back to my colleague Gursimran, who's in Nowshera. Gursimran, if you could just quickly take our viewers through, what is a voter turnout looking like? Now, compared to Lal Chowk and Srinagar, definitely we're seeing in Nowshera, there's a line of voters. Plus, take us through the key candidates contesting from that area.
On air.
Exceptionally well in the Jammu region, because in the first phase also we have seen some of the constituencies like Inderwal, Kishtwar, and also in the Patan-Naxani, where the voting percentage was beyond 75%. That means they were setting their own records. Though in the Kashmir Valley the voting percentage is less, but it is way more than almost 10 times than it could have been in 2018. It was in 2019 polls or in 2014 polls, because the people have taken the voting percentage in the Kashmir Valley from the 4% to the 14%, from the 5 to 10% to 55%. That is what the change has happened. In the Jammu region also, there has been a significant rise in the voting percentage, because overall voting percentage, if we speak of the Jammu region, it was close to 70%, which is considered as the best that the people have come out in the large numbers. Today, if we speak of the voting percentage, if we speak of the Surankot, Poonch, Haveli, the Poonch, out of the 3 seats in the Poonch, 2 have been the top performer when it comes to the voting percentage, because both have nearly close to 14.5%. If we speak of the Nowshera is 12.5%. If we speak of 6 constituencies in the Jammu region, they are beyond 12%. So this shows that the people are turning out in the large numbers in the early morning hours, and by the end of the day, the Election Commission expects that the voting percentage in the Jammu region will surpass what it has done in the first phase of the elections. Now coming to this very constituency, this constituency is one of the hot seats. Reason being that the Ravindra Raina, the BJP state chief, is contesting from this seat, and he has a tough contest from the National Conference, Surinder Chaudhary. We will be continuing with this rolling coverage right from the ground zero in the Nowshera right after this short break.
Character, the taste of success.
Video master, ಎಲ್ಲ video ಮಾಡ. ಅಮ್ಮ ಯಾಕೆ ಪೂರೈಸೆ ಕ್ಯೂ.
The murder mystery of a Nepali woman named as Mahalakshmi has sent shockwaves through the city. Since her mother and elder sister saw her maggot-infested body, which was chopped into 50 pieces and was stuffed inside a refrigerator in her own house. This reminds us of Shraddha Walkar case in Delhi. Shraddha Walkar was a 28-year-old girl who was murdered by her own boyfriend, whose name was Aftab, and her body was cut into 35 pieces. Here, the lady named as Mahalakshmi, it is said that a person who was in friendship with her was murdered her. But the police have not concluded anything. Her estranged husband, named as Hemant Das, suspects the involvement of a barber who is from Uttarakhand who used to work in Nelamangala.
Viewers, we're live and breaking, and we go back to our top story coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. Phase 2 of elections. One phase done, second phase votes today, and one more phase to go. That is right, 26 seats, 239 candidates. Key candidates today. The fate will be decided. I want to go back to our colleagues who are joining us live, getting us a sense from ground. Gursimran joins us from Nowshera. Then we have Arawat from Lal Chowk and Zina. They will be joining us live, viewers, but let's take our viewers through what exactly is happening right now as we speak. Jammu and Kashmir is voting, viewers, and this is the second phase of elections. This is very important because after 10 whole years, a major election is being held. First election since the abrogation of Article 370. The voter turnout numbers are out. Those are the numbers on your screen. The voting began today at 7 a.m. for the second phase of the polls.
सर आखिरी सवाल गठबंधन क्या है आपकी पार्टी ने कांग्रेस पार्टी और नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस का गठबंधन है
Yes, so like we are telling you viewers, we try to get some reactions on the ground as well. 2.5 million voters will decide.
I think we're from 15 countries. Yes.
How do you see, what is the expectation and how do you see this?
Now, it's a pleasure. It's my first time that I'm visiting Kashmir, Jammu Kashmir. So it's really a privilege to be invited by the Ministry of External Affairs to come and visit firsthand today's polling stations being open.
How's your experience? Just tell me about it.
I've just arrived from Delhi, so I'm busy experiencing.
And what's your name, ma'am?
I'm from South Africa. My name is Laura Swart.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Those are some reactions coming in from ground. It looks like some foreigners are there. Remember that we're getting top updates coming in on Republic, on what is happening on the ground. And speaking of the top updates on Republic TV, it's a very the first, in fact, foreign diplomats are visiting Jammu and Kashmir as election observers for second phase of polling. I want to go back to my colleague joining us right now, Zinat. Speaking of what's happening in Jammu and Kashmir, foreign diplomats are in Jammu and Kashmir as observers for second phase of polling. And this is the first 20 foreign diplomats are in Jammu and Kashmir. Now, we just saw a short while back that Omar Abdullah was not very happy with that development. Zinat, if you could take our viewers through what Omar Abdullah has said. On this also, he has commented saying that via foreign diplomats in Jammu and Kashmir as election observers.
See, this is a statement that has made by the National Conference Vice President Omar Abdullah, talking about the delegates that are here, and simultaneously, he has termed them as election observers because the visit is coming at a time when the Jammu and Kashmir is witnessing the second phase of assembly polls. Meanwhile, he has also targeted its alliance partner Congress that they should do more better in the plains of Jammu, because the impact of Congress progress is not much in the Kashmir Valley. Now that the elections in the two-phase elections will be concluded today, and the focus is now more that whether the alliance partner would be able to get the major seats from the Jammu, as the National Conference is doing much better in Kashmir than Jammu. And to know more about it, I'm joined by the National Conference candidate who is contesting from the Lal Chowk constituency here. He is in direct fight with PDP and BJP. Ahsan Saab, you are trying your luck today. How do you see the voter turnout, and will the luck favor you?
I hope the luck favors me. I have worked very hard for this. I've been campaigning extensively in Lal Chowk constituency. I expect voter turnout to be around 40-45%, maybe more also. And I'm quite confident that the people will bestow me with their love and support. So, and I see National Conference in Lal Chowk comfortably placed, and we will win the seat easily, inshallah.
National Conference.
And we're tracking all the developments coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. Now, the NC candidate has alleged that polling is moving at a very slow pace in Nowshera. So we saw a little bit of drama play out in the Nowshera constituency. Let's have a look at the reaction coming in from the NC.
सुरेंद्र चौधरी, मिस्टर चौधरी, ये क्या हो रहा है, आप बताइए।
ये देखिए, यहाँ पे सिक्योरिटी जो लगी है, इनका इंचार्ज है मिस्टर विकास ढिल्लन के, क्या नाम है, देखना नाम क्या है इसका, हैं? विकास दमन है, ये ऐसा ही है। और इनकी जो एसएसपी का काम थोड़ा है कि यहाँ पे आई कार्ड चेक करना, आई कार्ड तो हमने चेक करना। वो पहली बात है, अगर लोगों के पास आई कार्ड नहीं है तो ये कसूर किसका है? बीएलओ का है, आपके उसका स्टाफ का है, आरओ की गलती है। लोगों को इन्फॉर्म करना चाहिए था, आपने अवेयर क्यों नहीं किया लोगों को? ये इतनी लगे थे, लेडीज खड़ी हैं, जेंट्स खड़े हैं, लाइनों में खड़े हैं, गर्मी में खड़े हैं, ना तो टेंट लगाया इनके लिए। टेंट किसने लगाया? इलेक्शन कमीशन लगाया। इतना पैसा आता है, किस लिए आता है? ना कोई टेंट लगाया, ना कुछ लगाया। और यहाँ पे आप लोगों को कह रहे हो जी आई कार्ड देखो, वहाँ से मशीनें स्लो हैं। ये तो धांधली, शरेआम धांधली है।
तो आप स्लो पोलिंग की बात कह रहे हैं?
मैं वही तो कह रहा हूँ कि देखिए, हर जगह लोगों को अंदर लोगों को नहीं जाने दिया जा रहा है, जान के लिए किया जा रहा है। उसके साथ साथ वहाँ पे पोलिंग जो है वो मशीनें जो स्लो की हुई हैं ताकि लोग कम पोलिंग हो। तो ये तो मजाक बन गया।
आपने इलेक्शन कमीशन से बात की?
मैं अभी करता हूँ, लेकिन ये यहाँ पे देखिए ना, ये मेरा खुद का पोलिंग जहाँ मेरा
रिटर्निंग ऑफिसर से आपकी बात?
हाँ, आरओ से मेरी बात हुई है। आरओ को मैंने बोला है, मैंने कहा ये क्या हो रहा है, मजाक बन रहा हुआ है, ये क्यों यहाँ पे लोगों को तंग। और आरओ ने खुद कहा कि कोई आई कार्ड की प्रूफ की जरूरत नहीं है, वहाँ फोटो लगे हुए हैं।
Now, while the NC and the Congress have staged an alliance in J&K, it's an all-out attack that's been launched by Omar Abdullah targeting the Congress party. He says that the Congress is yet to begin campaigning in Jammu. We'll get you that statement of Omar Abdullah after this very short break on Live and Breaking.
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning. A voter turnout of over 10% that's been recorded till 10 a.m. In J&K. In fact, the big charge that we're tracking this hour is one that's coming in from Omar Abdullah, who's attacked Ally Congress, saying that it's been a lackluster campaigning by Rahul Gandhi and the Congress as a whole. In Jammu, we'll get you the statement and the reactions coming on that. Let's begin first up with the headlines.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch pano.
In a massive setback for Sidaramaiah, Karnataka High Court upholds governor's prosecution order. Speculation over drive for rise as Omar targets Congress, asks why Rahul has not campaigned in Jammu.
खुद का वोट डाला है और वहाँ 2 घंटे में 54 वोट पड़े हैं। अब यहाँ से आप अंदाजा लगा लो कि 2 घंटे अगर 54 वोट पड़े हैं तो इसका मतलब क्या है कि जानबूझ के कहीं ना कहीं डेलिबरेटरी मशीनों की सेटिंग ऐसे की गई है कि पोलिंग कम हो।
Polling day controversy at Nowshera booth. National Conference alleges slow voting by EC officials. With less than a week to go, Prime Minister to lead the BJP charge mega rally in Sonipat today. Odisha assault survivor narrates horror, says she was undressed, kicked on the chest and assaulted by the cops. And with Israel intensifying operations against Hezbollah, situation escalates in the Middle East region.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch pano.
Now, Omar Abdullah, the former J&K Chief Minister, has launched an all-out attack on the Congress party. Note that the Congress and NC have staged an alliance for the J&K polls. Omar Abdullah, the former J&K Chief Minister, who says that there's been a lackluster campaigning by the Congress in Jammu. And with just 5 days left, it's high time that the Congress smells the coffee and begins its campaigning in Jammu region specifically. In fact, we'll play out that statement that's coming from Omar Abdullah, but let's take you through the voter turnout figures that are now out. As of 9 a.m., the voter turnout is a little over 10% in Jammu and Kashmir. So with voting underway for the 26 seats across the valley, the voter turnout as we speak is a little above 10%. In fact, in Gandarbal, it's a little over 12%. In fact, Gulbarg, which these are the regions where the voter turnout has been seen a little over 10%. Let's go across to our reporters on the ground. We have Gursimran, Zeenat and Arawat joining us. Gursimran has been reporting from Nowshera, Zeenat from Srinagar and Arawat from Lal Chowk. Let's go across first up to Zeenat. Zeenat, it is a tough contest for the NC leader, Omar Abdullah, the former J&K Chief Minister. He's contesting on 2 seats. Talk to us, how tough is this contest, given that there is a strong competition from not just the PDP, but even from the Congress?
See, Omar is contesting from two seats. One is Badgam and the another is Gandarbal, because Omar has recently tasted a defeat in Baramulla during the Lok Sabha polls, and that is keeping him nervous. So he has decided to try his luck from Gandarbal, which is considered as a bastion of Abdullah family, where from his grandfather, father, and Omar has also contested in previous past. Then he is also trying his luck now from the Badgam. And right now, as my Vijay Mubashir is showing you the visuals from the ground, where you see not only the voters, the civilians, the voters are coming to cast their vote, but we are expecting Omar Abdullah, the National Conference Vice President, who is contesting this election from Badgam. He is being accompanied by his father, Farooq Abdullah, and also his son, Zamir and Zaid. So Omar Abdullah is here to cast his vote. One can see in the visuals that we are beaming on screen, Omar Abdullah contesting this time from Badgam and also Central Kashmir. But this polling is the station where Omar family is usually they cast their vote. So he's being accompanied by his father, Farooq Abdullah, senior leader, and also the president of the National Conference. Omar is being accompanied by his sons, Zamir and Zaid. So they are having a lot of hopes as far as this election is concerned, because for Omar, this is one of the toughest battles that one can say, contesting from Badgam and from the Central Kashmir. They've just gone inside the polling station, because till now we are seeing some 10.22% voter turnout has been recorded till 9 a.m. across the 26 assembly constituencies, across 6 districts that are voting today, and the assembly constituencies where polls are being held in the second phase are spread over 6 districts. There in Srinagar also we have been seeing the polling takes, but the lowest turnout has come from the Eidgah constituency, which earlier has been the voter bank of the National Conference, has been holding the fort, and now we are seeing that Omar Abdullah has gone inside the polling station to cast his vote, but he's being accompanied, apart from the family members, the supporters of National Conference. Omar Abdullah's too are here. Any time from now, the Omar Abdullah will come out, and he and his father is likely to talk to the media. So one of the toughest battle for the Omar, who has tasted a defeat in Baramulla, where he was pitched against the engineer Rashid of AIP, and AIP managed to take the leads in the Baramulla and managed to get the seats. So it is definitely a bigger challenge for Omar Abdullah, because we have been seeing in the campaigning also the Omar removed his skull cap and requested
you to stay with us.
Take care of his honor. And
right, I will just come back to you, but let's put out the news break that's coming in this hour. In fact, this is about the foreign delegation that's visiting, that will be visiting Srinagar today. That's something that we told you about in the morning as well. Senior diplomats will be traveling to Kashmir. These are delegates from the US, Mexico, South Korea, Somalia, Panama, Singapore as well. Most embassies are represented by the deputy chiefs of mission, with others sending political officers for this visit to Kashmir. In fact, these are the first visuals on your screens as well. Senior diplomats who are in Kashmir. And also to add here that this is the third delegation visit of foreign diplomats in J&K since the abrogation of Article 370. A very strong message that is also being sent out, that the process of conducting polls in the valley has so far been peaceful. Let's go across to Gursimran as well. Gursimran, once again, if you can take us through the details, foreign delegation having arrived in Kashmir, how significant is this visit, given that there is a strong message also that's being sent out that largely the polls in J&K have been peaceful?
See, along very clear messages being sent to the world that the world is itself witnessing what is happening in Jammu and Kashmir, the fake narratives being peddled by the Pakistan, the fake narrative being peddled by the proxies of Pakistan that all is not well in Jammu and Kashmir. But now the world is itself watching what is happening in Jammu and Kashmir. The long queues that they see outside the voting stations in the Kashmir Valley, in the Jammu also, the similar visuals appear where the people have lined up in the large numbers to cast their vote. And what the people want, they want the development development. They want their basic works to be done, because those days are gone when the people used to now go on the issues that they will find something that is stars being brought to the earth by a political party. Right now we are outside a polling station in the Nowshera. We'll try to speak to some of the voters that what their basic demands are. Sir, आपसे जानना चाहूँगा किन issues को लेकर वोट करें? पार्टी नहीं बतानी है, मसले क्या हैं?
हाँ जी,
आपके मसले क्या हैं जिनको लेके वोट कर रहे हैं?
अपना चुनाव लीडर चुनते हैं।
तो क्या बेसिक
हाँ
सर, आपसे जानना चाहूँगा, आप भी बता दीजिए क्या?
पानी की दिक्कत, बिजली की दिक्कत, रोडों की दिक्कत, हर जगह दिक्कत ही दिक्कत है। यहाँ पे कोई काम नहीं हुआ यहाँ पे।
ये काम करवाएगा उसे चुनेंगे?
हाँ, जो काम कराएगा उसको अच्छे से चुनेंगे हम, उसी का साथ दे रहे हैं।
Gursimran, stay with us. You can keep speaking to those voters. We will come back to you. But let's go across to Arawat. He's been reporting from Lal Chowk. Arawat, Lal Chowk is representative of, the Naya Kashmir that the world talks about today. Talk to us about those issues that people will be keeping in mind while they cast their votes this morning.
Yeah. Absolutely. As we have seen, the people have changed their mindsets. Now they want to cast their vote. And you can see here in the visuals, Firdaus is showing you the visuals from the Lal Chowk polling station, where we have seen the richest candidate, who is the Altaf Bukhari, is arrived here at the polling station to cast their vote. As you have questioned about the youth and what people of Kashmir want, the youth have changed their mindset from the violence to other things. We have seen the people are coming out from their homes to cast their votes. As we have seen in the morning that the numbers have come from the various locations, as well as you can see here, these are the visuals. Altaf Bukhari is going inside the polling station at the Lal Chowk, Srinagar, to cast his vote. And you can see here the visuals from the Lal Chowk, and we have seen the competition between the National Conference and the BJP candidate here at Srinagar, and he is going inside the polling station at Srinagar. As far as concerned, we have seen the various projects in the Srinagar Smart City. If we'll talk about the Srinagar Smart City, we have seen the various projects earlier. We have seen Lal Chowk has remained the negative image, as we have seen there was the Lal Chowk has remained the hub of the violence before the abrogation of Article 370, but we have seen that the things on ground has changed. Now the people of Kashmir has come up to cast their vote for the betterment. And we have seen from the various large gatherings are coming out from the various places that we have seen the visuals from the various locations. And once Altaf Bukhari will come out after casting his vote, and we will try to speak with him.
All right, Arawat, stay with us. Let's go across to Zeenat also. She's been reporting from Srinagar. Zeenat, Omar Abdullah has just cast his vote. In fact, just a while ago, he launched that attack on the Congress party. It seems from what it appears that all is not well in the NC Congress alliance that's been stitched in the valley.
आज आप लोग अगर आपस में लड़ना बंद करेंगे तो हम 2 मिनट आपसे बात करेंगे। आज दूसरे फेज की पोलिंग जो है सुबह से शुरू हुई है। फिलहाल जो रिपोर्ट्स हैं, अच्छी तादाद में वोटर जो है अपने वोट का इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं। अब मुझसे बार बार पूछा जाता है कि हमारी क्या उम्मीदें हैं, हमारी क्या एक्सपेक्टेशंस हैं। कोई भी पार्टी, कोई भी उम्मीदवार हारने के लिए इलेक्शन नहीं लड़ता। तो हमारे एक्सपेक्टेशंस यही हैं कि आज ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा वोट जो हैं नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस के उम्मीदवारों को पड़ेंगे। जहां नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस के उम्मीदवार नहीं हैं, वहां कांग्रेस के साथ हमारे अलायंस के तहत कांग्रेस के उम्मीदवार को जो है वोट मिलने चाहिए। और उम्मीद ये की जा रही है कि 8 अक्टूबर के बाद अक्सरियत हमारी होगी और नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस कांग्रेस की यहाँ पे अलायंस गवर्नमेंट जो है काम करेगी। यही हमारी उम्मीद है। ये डेलीगेशन के हवाले से समझ में नहीं आता। यही लोग जब जम्मू कश्मीर के बारे में कमेंट करते हैं तो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की तरफ से बयान आता है कि जम्मू कश्मीर जो है वो हमारा अंदरूनी मामला है, इस पे दूसरों की दखल नहीं होनी चाहिए। अगर दखल नहीं होनी चाहिए, अगर इनके कमेंट्स आपको नहीं चाहिए तो इनको यहाँ लाया क्यों जा रहा है? और वैसे भी यहाँ लोग वोट अपना इस्तेमाल या इलेक्शन में हिस्सा इसलिए नहीं ले रहे हैं कि वो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया से बहुत खुश हैं। गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की तमाम कोशिशों के बावजूद लोग यहाँ इलेक्शन में हिस्सा ले रहे हैं, नहीं तो यहाँ लोगों को तंग करने में, सताने में, परेशान करने में पिछले 6-7 साल से हुकूमत ने कोई कसर बाकी नहीं रखी है। इसके बावजूद लोग अगर इस इलेक्शन में हिस्सा ले रहे हैं तो ये लोगों की, मैं कहता हूँ इसका श्रेय लोगों को जाना चाहिए, लेकिन गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया कोशिश कर रही है कि इसका सारा क्रेडिट गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया को मिले, जो कि
we will play out that full statement of Omar Abdullah in just some time, but let's go across to Gursimran. He's been reporting from Nowshera. Gursimran, there was violence that was reported in one of the polling stations. Take us to exactly what's happening at that polling station where you're reporting from.
तो चलेगी, लेकिन बहस करेंगे तो ऐसी होती है। हमने बोला इनको एजेंडा को चेंज करो, उस टाइम उसने बोल दिया है कि हम बार-बार
All right, not sure if Gursimran is still with us, but note Nowshera is a constituency where J&K BJP chief Ravinder Rana is seeking re-election from, and this while Nowshera has largely been a Congress bastion until 2014 when Ravinder Rana won the election, and after which first assembly elections happening in J&K. Visuals on your screens are from the same constituency, in fact from one of the polling stations in Nowshera where there's ruckus at a polling booth after NC had alleged that there was a slow voting that was happening in one of the polling booths in Nowshera. Let's try and see if Gursimran is still with us. Gursimran, if you can hear us, take us through exactly what's happening. NC making that big charge that the polling has been slow since morning in one of the polling booths in Nowshera. In fact, ECI officials, as we understand, have also arrived to take stock of the situation. Also to add here that there was pre-violence, pre-poll violence that was reported in the same constituency just 2 days ago. So the visuals on your screens are live from Nowshera polling station where ECI officials have arrived. Gursimran, if you are still with us, take us through exactly what's happening at the Nowshera polling booth.
Yeah, can you please repeat the question?
Yes, Gursimran, take us through exactly what's happening in this polling booth where there was ruckus which was reported just a few minutes ago.
See, Samiksha, right now we are at the Lankan polling station. Here the ruckus is between the polling agents of the BJP, NC and also the security forces. We'll try to speak. आप BJP से हैं?
जी सर, BJP से। सर एक कहते हैं ये इसको दिखता नहीं, जिसको दिखता नहीं उसका ऑप्शन ये है कि होम वोटिंग हुई है। होम वोटिंग में लोग वोट डाल सकते, वोट कास्ट कर सकते थे। इधर गुंडागर्दी मचा रहे हैं, एक बंदे के साथ 3 बंदे वोटिंग मशीन में वोट डालने जा रहे हैं। ये कौन सी गुंडी? और उसके बाद स्टाफ जो है वो नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस से मिला हुआ है, पूरी गुंडागर्दी हो रही है।
We'll try to speak to the other agents as well.
ये सब झूठ है। हम बोल रहे हैं जो मुलाजिम आए हैं बहुत अच्छे हैं, गाइडलाइन से चलेंगे, हमारे तरीके से नहीं चले। हम कौन है? जो गाइडलाइन है, गाइडलाइन ये बोलती है कि बुजुर्ग को जिसको नजर नहीं आता वो बैलेट पेपर पे डाले।
बीजेपी कह रही है कि एनसी के लोग जो हैं 3 लोग जा रहे हैं।
सर मैं एनसी का एजेंट हूँ सुबह से। सुनिए सर सुनिए आप, सर सुनिए, अगर यहाँ पे धांधली हो रही है, अगर स्टाफ को आप हम गलत बोल रहे हैं तो ये डीसी साहब कैमरे ये इधर नहीं देख रहे। एक मिनट रुकिए यार, ये कैमरे डीसी साहब देख रहे हैं। अगर उनको धांधली लग रही है तो उसकी पोलिंग के लिए उस पीओ सर को फोन आएगा कि पोलिंग बंद करो। वो डीसी साहब ने देखा है क्या करना है। एक मिनट सर, ये बोलेगा, ये बोल रहा है बीच, एक मिनट सुनो सर, क्या मुद्दा क्या है? इसके बाद क्या हो रहा है? ये बंदा ये बोल रहा है कि जिस बुजुर्ग को पता नहीं चलता जा भाई कोई भी बटन दबा दे यार, उसका हक 10 साल बाद उसको मिला, क्यों दबाएगा वो? 10 साल के बाद उसको अपना राइट मिला है, वो क्यों ऐसे दबाएगा? वो अपने राइट के लिए लड़ रहा है और लड़ेगा। और सुनिए सर, ये बीजेपी की गुंडागर्दी हम नहीं चलने देंगे।
So the counter allegations and the allegations by both NC and the Congress party, the National Conference is saying that the elder voters are not being allowed with their family members, while the BJP is saying that all the candidates of the National Conference, you will see once again the ruckus being created inside the polling center. Though the polling staff and the Sashastra Seema Bal that has been deployed here, they are trying to pacify the situation, but the situation is grim as the agents of both the key political parties, that is the BJP and the National Conference, they are objecting to the conduct. They are saying that why the voters are being allowed with any of the assistance, be it from their family members or someone else. This has been happening since morning. We have seen that when the NC candidate Surinder Chaudhary went on to cast his vote, he alleged that there is a slow polling going on. Then we saw that in the other polling station, he alleged that he's not being allowed to enter the polling station. He's not being allowed to take the photos which he is authorized to. He also demanded that the forces should be suspended with immediate effect. And now, once again, as we speak, the ruckus being created inside the polling station here in the Langar area of Nowshera, where the polling is underway for the second phase of the polling. And what we are picking up from the ground, that there is both the parties, that is the National Conference and the BJP, they are unhappy with what's happening. They are saying that the other party, one party is alleging that the other party is being given the undue favor, and same is the case with the National Conference, which is saying that the BJP candidate is obstructing to even the ECI norms that have been put in place. So these are the visuals that Sarjeevan is showing you from the ground zero, where the polling is underway for the second phase of the election. This is the Nowshera constituency, a high-stake constituency where it has taken place. And here the BJP state president Ravindra Raina is the candidate, while on the other hand it is the Surinder Chaudhary of the National Conference. And Sarjeevan is showing you the visuals from the ground zero where this polling is taking place. But a ruckus has been created as many of the candidates from the National Conference have alleged that the norms of the ECI are being violated. And the visuals that you are seeing, that the polling has stopped for a while. It's been a couple of minutes that the polling has been halted. Reason being that the agents from both the sides, they are objecting to it. They are saying that there needs to be a proper conduct that needs to be followed by the Election Commission of India and also the law enforcement.
Yes, Gursimran, stay with us. Let's take a word from Arawat also. He's been reporting from Lal Chowk. Arawat, Lal Chowk has been, the epicenter of BJP's growth agenda in the valley. Talk to us about the issues that people will have in their minds when they cast their vote. Talk to us also about the presence of the NC and PDP in the Lal Chowk region.
Yeah, absolutely. We have seen the completely folks have been changed here for the Lal Chowk. If we'll talk about where we are, Lal Chowk is the heart of the Kashmir, and we have seen that the shift has changed from the violence to normalcy. As you can see here in the visuals, Altaf Bukhari is here and he is speaking to the media. And in fact, we will also try to speak with Altaf Bukhari, as we have seen here right now. He just cast his vote, as we have seen a good voter turnout has coming out. Altaf is speaking to the media.
ठीक होगा, शाम तक ठीक होगा, इंशाल्लाह ठीक होगा शाम तक। मुबारकबादी की बात है, लेकिन जो लीडरशिप आएगी, जो भी जिस पार्टी की भी लीडरशिप सामने आएगी, उनको ख्याल रखना पड़ेगा, ये प्रायोरिटी बनानी पड़ेगी। देखो मेरे भैया, हम किसी के साथ नहीं हैं, ना एनसी के साथ हैं, ना पीडीपी के साथ हैं, ना बीजेपी के साथ हैं, ना कांग्रेस के साथ हैं। ये सब चट्टे पट्टे एक ही चीज़ के हैं। बहुत इन्होंने नुकसान जम्मू कश्मीर को किया है पिछले 74 साल में। हम किसी के साथ भी नहीं। मैंने कहा फल करम, वही मैंने कहा फल करम। सिंपल जवाब.
As you have seen, Alta Bukhari is leaving from this place. In fact, we will try to speak with the candidates here also. As we have seen, my VG is showing the visuals from the Lal Chowk election booth. As you can see here in the visuals, the people are coming out from their homes to cast their vote for the development of the Naya Kashmir. Earlier, we have seen there used to be the violence for the here, and Lal Chowk has remained the hub of the violence, and it was not possible for here to do voting. But now the things on ground have changed completely, and we have seen that the people are coming out to cast their vote for the development of the Naya Kashmir. Republic will get you all the details from the various locations across the Jammu and Kashmir. Keep watching the Republic TV.
Director, the taste of success.
A very good morning. It's 10:30. I'm Samiksha Srivastava tracking all election updates from J&K, where phase 2 voting is underway. In fact, the voter turnout is a little above 10%. We'll get you all election updates in this edition. Let's begin first up with the headlines. Phase 2 of J&K election gets underway. 10.2% voter turnout till 9 a.m.
Congress does in Kashmir is not that important. What the Congress does in Jammu is important. And unfortunately, Congress hasn't done as much in the plains of Jammu as we would expect them to do.
Speculation over rift rise as Omar targets Congress, asks why Rahul Gandhi has not campaigned in Jammu yet.
वहाँ पे मैंने अपना खुद का वोट डाला है और वहाँ 2 घंटे में 54 वोट पड़े। अब यहाँ से आप अंदाजा लगा लो कि 2 घंटे अगर 54 वोट पड़े हैं तो इसका मतलब क्या है? फिर जानबूझ के कहीं ना कहीं डेलिबरेटरी मशीनों की सेटिंग ऐसे की गई है कि पोलिंग कम हो।
Polling day controversy at Nowshera booth. National Conference alleges slow voting by EC officials. With less than a week to go, Prime Minister Modi to lead the BJP charge mega rally in Sonipat today. Odisha assault survivor narrates ordeal, says she was undressed, kicked on the chest and assaulted by the cops. And with Israel intensifying operations against Hezbollah, situation escalates in the Middle East. And we begin first up with that big statement that's coming from J&K former Chief Minister Omar Abdullah, in which he's attacked Allied Congress, saying that Congress has not campaigned in Jammu region. In fact, in an all-out attack by Omar Abdullah, he said that with just 5 days left for campaigning, it's been rather lackluster campaigning by the Congress in Jammu.
गेट्स अभी मॉनिटर कर रहे हैं यहाँ की वोटिंग को, अभी वो बडगाम में।
अगर वो ट्रंप और हैरिस के इलेक्शन को ही मॉनिटर करें, कम से कम हम तो गोलियां नहीं चलाते हैं एक दूसरे पे, वो तो गोलियों से फैसला वहाँ करते हैं।
इंजीनियर रशीद की रिलीज को कैसे आप देखते हैं? हालांकि उसकी कैंपेन्स भी देखी हमने।
ठीक है, अच्छा है, एक कश्मीरी रहा हुआ अच्छा है, और जिस दिन सब कश्मीरी रहा होंगे उस दिन मेरी सियासत मुकम्मल हो जाएगी।
उसकी कैंपेन से कोई खतरा है? सेपरेटिस्ट आइडियोलॉजी को फिर से
किसी से नहीं है, यहाँ जमहूरियत का बोलबाला है।
थैंक यू वेरी मच हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए। था अल्ताफ बुखारी जिन्होंने बात की ओवरऑल किस तरह से यहाँ पे वो कैंपेन्स किए डोर टू डोर। हालांकि इनका साफ तौर से कहना है किस तरह से यहाँ का कश्मीर का जो शिफ्ट है वो कम्प्लीटली चेंज हुआ है। इससे पहले अगर हम देखें किस तरह से यहाँ पर कश्मीरी युवा जो है वायलेंस का शिकार हुआ करते थे, लेकिन अभी जो शिफ्ट है कम्प्लीटली चेंज हुआ है। कैमरा पर्सन फिरदौस के साथ इरावत महराज, श्रीनगर।
All right, so Altaf Bukhari, the Apni Party chief, speaking to Republic. In fact, important to highlight here that Altaf Bukhari is one of the wealthiest candidates who's contesting the polls. Let's go across to Gursimran. He's been reporting from Nowshera. We even have Zeenat. She's live from Srinagar. Gursimran, to you first. Ravinder Rena is seeking his re-election from the Nowshera constituency. Talk to us about how crucial this battle is for him, given that the Nowshera constituency has largely been a Congress bastion until he won the constituency in 2014.
Yes, that's very true. But when it comes to the present situation, there is a high-stake battle for the BJP, because it's none other than their state chief who's seeking his re-election from the Nowshera Assembly constituency. Right now, we are at the Lankan polling station, which is one of the polling stations. Since this is one of the high-stake constituency, both the parties, they are running high on temper, and we have seen major ruckus taking place inside almost all the polling stations that we have gone since morning. And here, the people have queued up in large numbers, but there has been ruckus that is being created by the agents of both the political parties. There have been allegations and the counter allegations that are there. The SSP is trying to pacify the situation. The sector magistrate, that is the senior most team of the Election Commission of India for the conduct of the polls in the area, they have already arrived. And also you will see here that the deployment of the paramilitary forces, that includes the CRPF, has also been done, and the police officials have also been called in so as to ensure that the law and order is maintained. Because time and again what we are witnessing, that the agents of both the political parties, that the BJP and the National Conference, they are making the allegations and the counter allegations on each other, and now the voters and the supporters of the National Conference, they are also being moved out from this place so that there is no ruckus. Because since morning there has been more than a couple of times where the polling was to halt for a brief period when we saw that there is a ruckus between the agents of both the political parties. Now you will see that the agents as well as the sector magistrate of the Election Commission of India, they have also arrived here, and now the BJP is asking that no one should be allowed along with the candidate, no matter how elder the candidate is, while the NC and the BSP is saying that only those should be allowed, those who have the elders with them as per the ECI guidelines. This is the point of contention between both the political parties, and that has led to the ruckus time and again. But if we speak the voting percentage, except at the few polling stations, the overall voting percentage is good, because in the first 2 hours only it has already surpassed the 12% mark of the voting, and it is expected that in the next detail that will be shared at 11:30 it will surpass the 20% mark. Back to studios.
Yes, Gursimran, stay with us. We even have Zeenat who's in Srinagar, and Arawat from Lal Chowk. Zeenat, coming across to you, Omar Abdullah it's a prestige battle for Omar Abdullah. He's contesting, of course, from 2 seats, Gandarbal and Badgam. Talk to us about how crucial crucial this fight is for the former J&K Chief Minister, given that he lost the 2024 Lok Sabha seat, Baramulla seat, and the very fact that he's now contesting on 2 seats in the valley?
The bigger question here is, will the voters of Ganderbal and Badgam trust Omar Abdullah again? Because in previous past, Omar was elected from Ganderbal and also from Badgam. He has been an MLA. Will the voters repeat the history? Will they trust Omar Abdullah? Will they trust his statements? Will they repose trust that he will lead them as the leader? That the time will tell. But it's a crucial elections for the Omar Abdullah because he has tasted the defeat in 2024 elections of the Lok Sabha against Engineer Rashid in Baramulla. That time Omar chose not to contest from the Srinagar parliament seat, but he preferred going to North Kashmir, and North Kashmir people rejected Omar Abdullah on ground and chose the local leader, Engineer Rashid, who has been, he was in the jail for his terror charges, though he's at present on the interim bail that was granted to him by the Supreme Court. He will be going back to the barracks by 2nd of October once the three-phase poll concludes in Jammu and Kashmir. Omar has been trying his luck. He has been appealing to the voters to secure his honor, appealing his voters to save his honor this time and trust him, give him chance. Whatever possible is for the Omar Abdullah, he has been doing, from going to pillar and post, appealing the voters to trust Omar Abdullah and his leadership, because it's only the national conference that can take the people of Jammu and Kashmir out from the kind of conflict, from the kind of situation that Jammu and Kashmir has been going for the last decade. Though BJP has been claiming that this is the best phase for the people of Jammu and Kashmir, where they witnessed peace and prosperity, the schemes that had come from the central government, and it was central government that gave the rights to the people of Jammu and Kashmir, which earlier was taken by these dynasty politics. So today, the second phase of elections, though it revolves around Srinagar, Badgam and Ganderbal, the 3 main districts of the Kashmir Valley, where in past we have seen majority of the seats were ruled by the National Conference and its veteran leaders. National Conference this time also gave the mandate to the known faces of the Kashmir Valley. But we are seeing the independent candidates also in fray. They may they try to divide the vote on the ground. So there are multiple things that we see in the second phase of election. Meanwhile, I'm joined by one of the voters who she has just casted her vote. Ma'am, अपना नाम बताइए.
सुमन कठोर.
मैम, क्या मुद्दा है, कौन बेसिस पे आज वोट हुआ है?
वोट होना चाहिए, कोई न कोई बनना चाहिए. ऐसे गवर्नर राज था, किसी को बताने वाले थे, कोई बनेगा फिर उसको हम बता भी सके कुछ न कोई. सबसे पहले तो बेरोजगारी ज़्यादा है, बच्चे बेकार है, पढ़े लिखा कर नौकरी नहीं है, बिजनेस नहीं है, कुछ नहीं है, ऐसा नहीं. सबसे पहले नौकरी बननी चाहिए बच्चों को. हाँ सर.
आप कह रहे हैं कि गवर्नर राज के खिलाफ वोट हुआ,
तो गवर्नर राज में किसको बताते, मतलब हम बोलते भी थे, किसको बताते. अब अगर कोई बनेगा भी तो उसको हम 4 बातें बोल सके कि ऐसे ऐसी प्रॉब्लम ही आई है.
तो आप कश्मीरी पंडित कभी यहाँ से गए नहीं?
ना मैं नहीं, हम नहीं गए, हम यहाँ पर है, उतर यहाँ पर.
इसका मतलब है आपको कभी कश्मीर में कोई किसी चीज़ का
नहीं 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 नहीं. मुझे कश्मीरी प्यार इतना करते, अगर कभी देखेंगे नहीं तो वो पूछेंगे कहाँ थे, क्या हुआ, कुछ ठीक नहीं, जरूरत नहीं है, कुछ झूठ दिए, झूठ है सब कुछ.
हमको so much.
Welcome.
So a Kashmiri voter, Pandit voter, she just casted her vote here from the Sonwar polling booth, where just a while back Abdullah family has also casted her vote. The people on the ground are coming out to cast the vote, but will this increase the percentage that we have seen in last time? As Omar also just said, that Srinagar here people don't come out. They have forgot the trend or the practice of casting the vote. But will this time the people of Kashmir, will people of Srinagar come out and cast their vote in favor of the leader? We will see that in the evening once the poll trends are disclosed.
Right, Zeenat, of course, stay with us. So, prestige battle, of course, for Omar Abdullah, who lost the Lok Sabha seat. Let's take a word from Arawat as well. Arawat, we just heard your conversation with the Apni Party chief, Altaf Bukhari. He exuded confidence, but talk to us about his stronghold in this constituency. It's even said that he's one of the wealthiest candidates, given that he has assets amounting to as much as 168 crore rupees.
Yeah, absolutely. As we have seen, we spoke to the Alta Bukhari, and he is the richest candidate from the Jammu and Kashmir, and we have seen he is having the close competition with the National Conference and other party leaders. And we have seen also, if right now we are standing here at the Lal Chowk, there is the competition between the Jammu Kashmir National Conference and the BJP candidate. In fact, I have a voter with me. I will try to speak with him. आप मुझे बताइए, क्या आपको लग रहा है किस चीज़ के लिए आपने वोट जो है अपना कास्ट किया है?
हमने अपनी एम्प्लॉयमेंट के लिए कास्ट किया है वोट।
इससे पहले अगर हम बात करें, यहाँ पे इलेक्शन बायकॉट्स वाले ट्रेंड हुआ करते थे, लेकिन अभी कश्मीर जो है कम्प्लीटली चेंज हुआ है एंड युवा जो है सामने आ रहे हैं वोट कास्ट करने के लिए।
जी, युवा आ रहे हैं, उनको लग रहा है कि ये सही मौका है हमें अपने वोट कास्ट करने के लिए, क्योंकि जो पिछले 10 साल से यहाँ इलेक्शन नहीं हो रहे, उससे आम लोगों में बहुत सारी प्रॉब्लम हो गई। बिजली, पानी, यही वजह है, इस वजह से हमने वोट डाला।
क्या आप उनके फेवर में हैं? अगर हम डायनास्टी पॉलिटिक्स की बात करें, अब्दुल्लास की बात करें या मुफ्तीज की बात करें, हालांकि काफ़ी युवा हमने देखा जो कि उनके अगेंस्ट अभी खड़ा उठा है और उनके खिलाफ वोट दे रहा है, आप बताइए।
जी 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 उनके खिलाफ ही हम उठे हैं। हमारा कैंडिडेट जो हमारा प्रेसिडेंट है अल्ता बुखारी साहब है, वो सबसे ज़्यादा युवाओं के बारे में सोच रहे हैं इस टाइम। इसी वजह से ज़्यादा यूथ अल्ता बुखारी साहब के साथ ही जुड़े हैं इस टाइम। वो हमेशा जब वो पीडीपी में थे तब भी उन्होंने युवाओं के बारे में सोचा, और आज भी 2019 से जब उन्होंने अपनी पार्टी बनाई तो तब से भी उन्होंने युवाओं के बारे में सोचा है।
ओवरऑल अगर हम बात करें, हम देख रहे हैं किस तरह से जमात इस्लामी, हालांकि इससे पहले अगर हम जमात इस्लामी की बात करें, वो इलेक्शन बायकॉट की कॉल्स दिया करते थे, लेकिन अभी जमात इस्लामी के जो मेंबर्स हैं वो भी इलेक्शन प्रोसेस में आ गए हैं।
चलिए, उनको देर आए दुरुस्त आए, उनको लगा कि हम इसी के थ्रू कुछ काम कर सके, तो उन्होंने खुद अच्छा डिसीजन लिया कि इलेक्शन उतरने में।
क्या बताना चाहेंगे कुछ ऐसे वोटर्स से जो अभी भी अपने घरों में हैं, जो घरों से बाहर नहीं आए हुए हैं, क्या बताएं?
अपील करना चाहते हैं कि वो अपने घरों से निकले, वोट कास्ट करें अपने बेस्ट कैंडिडेट को जो उनका भविष्य में सोचे, उसके लिए वोट करें।
इस बार हम देख रहे हैं फीमेल कैंडिडेट्स भी सामने आए हुए हैं, हालांकि वोट कास्ट करने के लिए भी। इससे पहले हमने देखा कि फीमेल कैंडिडेट्स बाहर नहीं आते थे वोट कास्ट करने के लिए या इलेक्शन कंटेस्ट करने के लिए, लेकिन अभी वो भी सामने आ रहे हैं।
जी जी, उनको भी अपनी समस्या है, बहुत सारी फीमेल्स को भी समस्या है। उनको लग रहा है कि ये सही वक्त है हमें वोट कास्ट करके अपना हक मांगने के लिए।
Thank you very much for speaking to the Republic. He was a voter at the Lal Chowk polling station, and he is saying that they have chosen the ballot box instead of the violence because the youngsters of the Kashmir, in fact in the Jammu, they want the peaceful lives, and also as well they want to the development. As we have seen in the past, their Lal Chowk used to be the hotbed of the violence, but the things have changed on ground. As we spoke to the Alta Bukhari here, has said that the Jamaat Islami too and the separatists too are contesting election. These are the positive scenes of the Naya Kashmir. Back to the studios.
Rawat, yes, we will come back to you again. Let's go across to Zeenat also. Zeenat, we heard that soundbite of Omar Abdullah in which he's attacked the Gandhi sign. Congress as a whole, he says that there's been lackluster campaigning by the Congress in the Jammu region. Is there more than what meets the eye? Is there more, differences brewing within the Congress-NC alliance in the valley?
See, Samiksha, if you will read this statement, and in between the lines, Omar Abdullah is telling the Congress party that better focus on Jammu because you don't have ground in Kashmir. That is the exact line, that is the main pointer, the bullet point that is coming, that despite an alliance with the Congress party, National Conference is directly telling them that you don't have ground in Kashmir, you have ground, strong ground in Jammu, focus there because Kashmir is the fort or the fortress the National Conference has been holding for a long time. Though in 2014 elections, those elections that completely swept in the way of PDP, that is why PDP was able to form the government with the BJP during the 2014 BJP alliance, because then BJP was able to manage, PDP was able to manage some 25 seats from the Kashmir Valley.
And with that, we head into a very short break. Our rolling coverage from Srinagar to continue. Woman stripped in full public glare, put her in rice sack, assault her mercilessly in Bengal's Purba Medinapur. Amit Shah chairs key Mahayuti meeting as stage is set for Maharashtra elections. Shinde, Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar present in the meet. Out of options, Sidaramaiah now appeals to division bench of High Court. Meanwhile, hearing in special court slated for today.
But once we deal with the disengagement, there is the larger issue, which is both of us have brought very large number of troops up to the border. So there is what we call the de-escalation issue.
External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Shankar makes a big statement, says China violated disengagement agreement. After 2 assassination attempts, US intel warns Trump of real assassination threat from Iran. And let's now switch our focus to international stories that we're tracking. The situation remains tense in the Middle East region after back-to-back blasts have been carried out in Lebanon, which has already claimed more than 500 lives and has left more than 2,000 others injured. Republic has been reporting from the front lines. Take a look at this ground report from Beirut, which has been the epicenter of attacks by the Israeli forces.
On Monday, the 23rd of September, Israel began its latest chapter in its ongoing aggression against Lebanon. Its intensive air raid campaign has killed over 550 Lebanese civilians and injured over 1,500, according to the latest tally.
The streets of Beirut, known for their busy nature during the night as well as the day, have been emptied of its usual visitors. The reason? The new escalation in Israeli aggression against the people of the south and the people of Beirut. Despite most of the Israeli attacks being focused on the south of Lebanon, during 1 week, Israel managed to attack Beirut 5 times. Once during the pager attack, once during the walkie-talkie telecommunication attack, once on Friday, once on Monday, and now on Tuesday. The AUBMC, the American University Beirut Medical Center, was one of the main hospitals that received a large number of civilians and injured people during the pager attack. An attack that was called one of the largest war crimes that targeted civilians in the history of modern technological warfare. Nevertheless, now as we can see, the AUB has been almost emptied of any visitor as people await the unfolding of the new chapter in the combats.
The street behind me, usually bustling with life, is now mostly empty, with most of the shops closed and the people generally nowhere to be found. This radical change in Beirut is the result of the latest Israeli aggression, which has shocked this nation with its savagery and the toll of the victims that it has left behind. Yet now, as the combats rage between the militant group Hezbollah defending not only Lebanon, but what it says is the dignity and the future of Palestine and Gaza in the midst of a genocide, will this aggression be able to continue, or will it simply be a chapter marking the history of a nation in turmoil such as Lebanon? Ali Hamouche, Republic TV, Beirut.
And a quick check of other stories that are making news from across the globe. Chief Advisor of Bangladesh's interim government, Muhammad Yunus, attended the 79th UNGA session. The meeting focused mainly on Rohingya crisis. Upon his arrival, the Chief Advisor of Bangladesh interim government faced protest outside his hotel in New York, with demonstrators who chanted "Go back" against Yunus. Following the meeting, President Joe Biden expressed that US government is fully supportive of Bangladesh's interim government and that his government of the interim government during the discussion on the margins of the UNGA. French President Emmanuel Macron arrived at the United Nations to participate in this year's General Assembly. United Nations chief warned the gathered leaders that impunity, inequality and uncertainties are driving modern civilization towards a power keg that risks engulfing the world. The 79th UNGA session will particularly focus on how to generate trillions of dollars needed to help the poorer section. Chile President Gabriel Boric criticized the war being waged between Israel and Hamas during a speech in the United Nations General Assembly session. Calling for an immediate ceasefire, he also advocated for the establishment of an independent Palestinian state and referred to the contested presidential election in Venezuela, recognizing the opposition as the winners. In news from Ecuador, where a fire broke out on the outskirts of Ecuadorian capital, forcing authorities to make road closures. As flames spread rapidly through the hills, man-made fires have been spreading in the nearby area of the region in recent weeks, and authorities have not yet found the origin of the fire. As the flames engulfed nearby vegetation, highways were partially closed due to traffic snags. US President Joe Biden is touting his economic and climate success achieved during his nearly 4 years in office. World leaders are focusing on emerging threats to Earth's climate on the battlefield and in cyberspace. Most of Earth's systems are out of whack concerning climate change, and nations differ on who should pay to help poorer countries deal with the impact and transition to cleaner energy.
More acreage burned on the ground, to the ground, than the entire state of Maryland in terms of the area. Just wildfires. I've toured the community, ravaged by tornadoes and floods. More that costs lives and livelihoods. It costs taxpayers billions of dollars in damage. But when Kamala and I came to office, there was no real plan in place to do anything about it.
EU Foreign Policy Chief addressed the United Nations Security Council during a high-level meeting on Ukraine. Borrell stressed that Ukraine wants peace in the quickest possible way, but cautioned that it matters how this war is going to end, noting that support provided to Ukraine has not ended the war but has allowed Ukraine to defend itself. Ukrainian President and US Secretary of State Antony Blinken are expected to speak in the meeting of the United Nations GA.
Some has declared here today that they love peace. Oh yes, they love peace. No one loves peace more than the Ukrainians. And they want peace quickly, the quickest possible way. But they haven't mentioned that the quickest possible way is Russia withdrawing their troops from Ukraine. This would be the quickest possible way. Yes, there is another way, Ukrainian surrender. But we don't want this kind of ending the war.
He started thumping and just kicking my chest. And thereafter I was then just begging again, sir, what have I even done? Just please leave me. आप लोग हो जो यहाँ पे गलत कर रहे हो और क्यों कर रहे हो? Then he kicked me even more.
Odisha assault survivor narrates horror, says she was undressed, kicked on the chest and assaulted by cops. And with less than a week to go, Prime Minister to lead the BJP charge in Haryana, mega rally in Sonipat today.
ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಮಾಡ್ತಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಮಾಡ ಅಮ್ಮ ಯಾಕೆ ಪೂರ ಸೇರ್ತ ಕ್ಯೂ
The murder mystery of a Nepali woman named as Mahalakshmi has sent shockwaves through the city. Since her mother and elder sister saw her maggot-infested body, which was chopped into 50 pieces and was stuffed inside a refrigerator in her own house. This reminds us of Shraddha Walkar case in Delhi, Shraddha Walkar was a 28-year-old girl who was murdered by her own boyfriend, whose name was Aftab, and her body was cut into 35 pieces. Here, the lady named as Mahalakshmi, it is said that a person who was in friendship with her was murdered her. But the police have not concluded anything. Her estranged husband, named as Hemant Das, suspects the involvement of a barber who is from Uttarakhand who used to work in Nelamangala. It is said that he suspects that the barber was in an affair with Mahalakshmi. The husband, estranged husband, says, I got to know that she was in an affair with...
And this is the news break that's coming in relation to the Odisha assault case. Crime branch team has arrived at the Bharatpur police station in Bhubaneswar and is conducting on-spot investigation. The team is engaged in recreating the crime scene to gather more evidence. Let's go across to Riyanka. She has more details on that. Riyanka, the crime branch is currently engaged in recreating the crime scene. Take us to the breaking news details. All right, we have lost that connection, but that's the news break this hour. After an army officer and his fiancée were assaulted, harassed at the police station, Bharatpur police station in Bhubaneswar, investigation that is being expedited. The crime branch is currently engaged in recreating the crime scene to gather further evidence and clarify details of the assault. Let's go across to Riyanka. Riyanka, take us to the details.
Samiksha, requesting you to repeat the question, please.
Riyanka, we are given to understand that the crime branch is currently recreating the crime scene at the Bharatpur police station after the assault of the army officer and his fiancée. Take us through the details.
That's right. Today morning, the crime branch team, along with the victim and others, have reached the Bharatpur police station in Odisha. And they have been, since then, recreating the scene. And the entire process is being videographed. Both the victim and her fiancé, who is the army person, they are present at the Bharatpur police station, along with the team of the crime branch, who is now investigating the case. We have also seen that the entire process, the entire scene creation is taking place at the moment. And this is the investigation that has been, been given, ordered by the crime branch at this point in time. They are, in fact, conducting this very investigation, starting from recreating the scene, and the entire process, like I mentioned, is being videographed. The victim is, in fact, present there, and she's explaining the entire scenario that had happened that night.
All right, Riyanka, we will come back to you after this very short break. But that's the news break this hour. Crime branch recreating this crime scene at Bharatpur police station.
world's largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning. It's 11 a.m. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. An army officer and his fiancée were tortured, assaulted and harassed at Bharatpur police station on 15th of September. And it's only now that an investigation has begun after the testimonies have also come out of the victim and the army officer. We'll get you the probe so far. Let's begin first up with the headlines.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Phase 2 of Jammu and Kashmir election gets underway. 10.2% voter turnout till 9 a.m.
What the Congress does in Kashmir is not that important. What the Congress does in Jammu is important. And unfortunately, Congress hasn't done as much in the plains of Jammu as we would expect them to do.
Speculation over rift rise as Omar targets Congress, asks why Rahul has not campaigned in Jammu yet.
वहाँ पे मैंने अपना खुद का वोट डाला है और वहाँ 2 घंटे में 54 वोट पड़े हैं। अब यहाँ से आप अंदाजा लगा लो कि 2 घंटे अगर 54 वोट पड़े हैं तो इसका मतलब क्या है कि जानबूझ के कहीं ना कहीं डेलिबरेटरी मशीनों की सेटिंग ऐसे की गई है कि पोलिंग कम हो।
Polling day controversy at Nowshera booth. National Conference alleges slow voting by EC officials. With less than a week to go, Prime Minister Modi to lead the BJP charge mega rally in Sonipat today.
He started thumping and just kicking my chest. And thereafter I was then just begging again, sir, what have I even done? Just please leave me. आप लोग हो जो यहाँ पे गलत कर रहे हो और क्यों कर रहे हो? Then he kicked me even more.
Odisha assault survivor narrates horror, says she was undressed, kicked on the chest and assaulted by the cops. And with Israel intensifying operations against Hezbollah group, situation escalates in the Middle East region.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Well, our focus this hour is on the Odisha assault case, which happened at the Bharatpur police station on 15th of September when an army officer and his fiancée were tortured to no end. In fact, before we get you more details of this case, let's put out more newsplay coming in. This is the news that's coming in from Karnataka, where protests are taking place outside Chief Minister Sidaramaiah's residence. So as you see, this is the protest outside, even as security has been enhanced, heightened following the ruling by the Karnataka High Court, in which it gave a go-ahead to the prosecution nod by the governor against the chief minister in the Muda scam. So from what it appears, these are anti-Sidaramaiah protests which are taking place outside his residence. Court gave a go-ahead to the prosecution nod that was sanctioned by the governor against Chief Minister Sidaramaiah in the Muda case. So several of these protesters who are currently being detained, live action outside the Chief Minister's residence. So as you see, these are protests taking place outside Chief Minister Sidaramaiah's residence, with several of these protesters who are being detained by the cops. And these are protests taking place in the backdrop of the mounting pressure on Chief Minister Sidaramaiah to step down from his post. In fact, the BJP has been adamant, demanding that resignation from the Chief Minister and also calling for a CBI investigation into the charges that have been levelled against Chief Minister Sidaramaiah in the Muda scam. All right, we will go across to our reporters as well and to our Kannada newsroom to get us the details of these protests. But once again, note that it was Karnataka High Court that gave its nod to that prosecution order that was given by the governor. In fact, special division bench that will be taking up this case today. And all of this while Chief Minister Sidaramaiah has been holding several meetings to decide the next course of action. The Karnataka Congress maintains that Chief Minister Sidaramaiah will not step down from his post. And this while BJP has been calling for a fair and impartial inquiry into the Muda allegation, the Muda case, saying that it is the need of the hour for the Congress to decide, to rather take that decision that Chief Minister Sidaramaiah must step down to ensure that the probe is transparent and fair. Also calling for a CBI investigation into the charges levelled against Chief Minister Sidaramaiah. All right, let's now shift our focus back to the big news that we've been tracking from Odisha, in fact from Bhubaneswar. This is in relation to the assault of the army officer and his fiancée, which happened on 15th of September. Now, the army officer and his fiancée have essentially alleged that his fiancée and he was tortured to no end by the cops. And all of that while they had gone to this police station to get an FI registered. The visuals on your screens are from that police station where the police is currently trying to recreate the crime scene. The army officer and the fiancée have made those charges that they were tortured, assaulted, harassed by these police officers. In fact, detailed statement that's come in from the army officer's fiancée as well, who said that she was kicked on her chest, she was dragged by her hair by the police officers, and that the army officer was illegally detained for over 3 hours. As we speak, the news break this hour is the crime scene being recreated at the police station. The crime branch has sought polygraph test of the SHO. So polygraph test permission that's been sought, and court yet to decide on the date for the same. In fact, let's quickly run you through the details of this case. It was on 15th of September. It was on 15th of September that the army officer and his fiancée were assaulted, harassed by the police officers. In fact, they'd gone to this police station to get an FI registered. We even spoke with the army officer's fiancée, who's detailed the extent of the torture that she was subjected to. Listen into that testament.
Just for the sake of our viewers and for our fight along with you, just give us a small snippet of what exactly happened that day.
Ma'am, on the night of 14-15 at around 1:32, I was returning back along with my fiancé from Patia to my home, and on the road we were chased and then stopped by three four-wheelers, out of which some 10 or 12 people came out, only men, and they started hooting and bashing on the car, perpetrating my fiancé to get out of the car, which he did. And I was sitting there inside the car at that time, and watching him being pushed around. I came out of the vehicle thinking that me being a lady will assuage the situation and they will probably move away, but they didn't. And their blatancy came on to me as well, of abuse and even pushing around. but knowing their strength, that they were a lot, my fiance and I just got into the vehicle looking at the time that we had the window, and we drove away from there. From this place of incidents, my home is not very far, maybe 10 to 15 minutes. However, my fiance suggested that we should go ahead to Bharatpur police station, which is not very far away from my place, another 400 meters I believe. So I write this FIR because my road ahead to my home is very dark and secluded. So we were threatened because that was anyway very threatening and of to dismay that what just happened. So we, with that intention and motive only, entered the police station and just to simply write an FIR. On entering over there, there was one male officer, constable I believe, sitting at the reception, and when he was told about whatever was the incident and we want to write FIR, he ignored and he said that you please wait and sit. We sat, we waited at the reception. Then a lady officer came in her nightie, so I asked her if she was the person on duty. She said yes, she was. Then I said, ma'am, can you please take an FIR because we've already mentioned it to him and he's not, so aap please likh lijiye. Since she was a lady, I was having a talk with her. She was also not really listening or paying any attention or even giving any interest. That is when I did take out my camera and started to record her because I did need evidence. If later I wanted to put in a complaint or whatsoever, that did not take action, even though I was there at an odd hour. And my requirement of going to the police station at an odd hour has to be viable. It has to be with a reason. So obviously I was there just to write a complaint. Thereafter, when I did take out my phone, I could make out she was irritated and enraged with me. So she didn't. She said, "Aap wo bade sahab aayenge, likhenge." After about 30 to 40 minutes, the vehicle did come and more female officers and male officers did get down of that vehicle and they entered the police station. By then, my fiance was the one who was explaining and started doing the talking because there were enough males then he was talking to them that हमारे साथ ऐसा ऐसा हुआ है, हम यहाँ पे ऑलरेडी 1-आधे घंटे से वेट कर चुके हैं और भी बहुत ज़्यादा लेट हो गया है, अब प्लीज़ कंप्लेंट एक लिख दीजिए, मुझे एक पेपर पेन दे दीजिए, आई विल जस्ट राइट माई कंप्लेंट एंड आई एम गुड टू गो. वहाँ पे भी there was hesitant, there were resistance, but still I think maybe in 5 odd minutes he did receive a paper pen and उनको लिखने का मौका दिया and he started to write. But I don't know what went down, that he was, while he was writing, suddenly his arms were flung and he was stripped down and all his belongings, car keys, his wallet, his ID, military ID card and his phone was taken up by the police and he was being dragged to the cell. And that is when I was just wondering, what is this happening? We came here for a complaint. Why is he being taken to the cell? To which I started to tell the officer, the SI who was pulling him, that sir, kya ho gaya hai? What is the matter? Why are you taking him? There was no reply from him. He was not entertaining me. He put him in the cell. Then secondly, now him being behind the cell, we were just getting impatient. What is happening now? Like, what is next? So he was telling me, please call the SI, I will speak with him. He was not answering, he was not opening the door, and I kept on persistently knocking the door. That is when a woman came, a female officer. She dragged me by my hair, pinned me down, and there were two more ladies. Now there were total of 3 ladies on me, pulling my hair, dragging me across the entire that corridor, and they were beating me, punching me. While she beat me, one of my tooth also fell out. And watching that and watching the floor covered in blood, with my blood, my nose was bleeding and my mouth was bleeding. I told her, ma'am, मेरा खून आ रहा है, अब you've crossed a lot of limits right now, ma'am. अब बस करो, मुझे साइड में रखो, आपको मेरे से बात नहीं करना. From demand, I had now come on to pleading and begging for my life that please, ma'am, please let me go, let me sit. आपको मेरे से बात नहीं करना, मत करो, आप please मेरे को छोड़ दो, just let me go. And they continued abusing me, calling me names, abuses that I don't want to actually say right now. And they kept on continuously beating me, and then one of the lady came at my neck to choke me. That is when I have bitten her hand, and then she let me go. Then they insinuated and told me she's on powder, देखो कितना strength है इसमें. And they just kept on saying all of these things. Thereafter, one of the ladies who was wearing a scarf, that scarf was used to tie my leg. My own jacket was taken off. I was just then wearing my sports bra, and that jacket itself was used to tie my hands behind, and then I was dragged. I was lying down on the floor and I was dragged inside a room. And in that room, I was further beaten by their legs, and 2 more constables, male constables, were called to put me under control because I could hear them again and again say that she's giving a lot of fight, she's screaming a lot. Somebody come and help us pin her down. And those 2 constables stood on my hand, pressed it, punched my face, kicked my face. Till then the SI, the one who had put my fiancé behind the cell, he entered. And when he entered, he also screamed, yelled and abused me. And one of the females then put up my bra, exposed me. And then he started thumping and just kicking my chest. And thereafter I was then just begging again, sir, what have I even done? Just please leave me. आप लोग हो जो यहाँ पे गलत कर रहे हो और क्यों कर रहे हो? Then he kicked me even more. Then they left me over there for good 30 odd minutes. I was locked in there just crying, and I was continuously screaming. Still hear those screams. I was just continuously screaming. And then in the meanwhile I was waiting over there. The door opened after a few while. And then I saw a new face over there, and to my head I thought probably this is the Bade Saab that they have been talking about, that who will come and listen. So watching a fresh face, then I told him everything again, that sir, so and so situation has happened. He asked me to shut up. He said, you have been the one who has created a ruckus over here. Who do you think you are? I told them, sir, I have done nothing, absolutely just came in here for FIR. By the time I'm saying this, one of the lady pulled down my pants, and simultaneously he pulled out his shirt, pulled down his pants, took out his private parts, came up, stood up onto my face. I was lying down, and then he told me that how many times would you take it to just shut up. Watching that, I knew that what could possibly come next. So I had just pushed my face down on the floor. I can't live that thing again, what I was feeling, but I was really feeling disgraced and pathetic.
Do you think that only suspension is enough? And 60 days time for the report to be coming in, so it's a long wait of 2 months now, and just suspension being there. What else do you require? How do you think you will be going on for the next 60 days before the actual truth comes out?
Ma'am, whatever I required, such as judicial inquiry, that has already been given. So ma'am, the truth and the course of law always finds its way. So even if for now they are suspended, whatever the higher authorities, government officials are doing, they are doing their best. I have my faith in them. So I am no one to command, ye hona chahiye, wo hona chahiye, because the book of command, IPC or even the constitution, everything is already there. So I am just a meager citizen who just raised her voice, knowing all these facts and having that knowledge. So my demand, whatever it was, has been already heard by Honorable Chief Minister, and the judicial inquiry is already going to be on its go.
So disheartening, as you heard the victim narrating the extent of torture that she was subjected to at the Badlapur police station. In fact, more newsbreak details that are now coming in. The crime branch, the Odisha crime branch, has now demanded that there should be a polygraph test of not just the accused but even the victims in this case. So while you just heard the victim narrating the extent of torture that she had to go through at the Badlapur police station, the crime branch having requested for a polygraph test on not just the accused but even the victim in this case. And while you heard the victim calling for judicial probe into this incident. So that's the Odisha crime branch that has sought a polygraph test on the accused and the victim. This while you heard the victim narrating her ordeal, the extent of torture that she was subjected to. She's spoken about how her hands and legs were tied, how she was flashed at, and how the cops pulled her by her hair and kicked her on her chest. Riyanka, once again, before we get to the probe details, once again, if you can run us through those heartbreaking details that the victim has spoken about the extent of torture that she had to go through by these police officials.
We have exclusively spoken to the victim, and She narrated the entire ordeal that she had to go through along with her fiance that night. From being abused, assaulted by these policemen. Also, the most shocking part coming in that there were 3 women police officers also who were allegedly, involved in this assault of this woman. And she says that she was flashed at, she was hit, she was brutally assaulted. The policemen had called her names. The only thing that she wanted to do was to file FIR against the miscreants, and there was reluctance from the police officials. And also on the other fact that the victim currently has said that her demands have been heard by the Chief Minister, and that she is hoping that justice will be served. Also, it is quite appalling to see that there is a cover-up that is being, allegedly being done, which can be seen. Also, it had taken the police officials almost a week to come up with, installing the CCTVs in the Bharatpur police station after the intervention of the court. So, yes, several questions have been raised as to what exactly happened that night, whether the police is speaking the truth, or whether the victims' accounts are the ones that will be, in fact, gaining all the eyebrows there. We'll have to be waiting for the next 60 days when the judicial report comes out.
All right, Priyanka, thank you for the moment. So while the victim has been calling for help, you see how the police, the crime branch, instead of doing justice now, has called for polygraph test on the victim. Let's now shift focus to those the strong statements that came in from External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar, who spoke about how China has violated agreements in the past and that there has been some sort of disengagement which has happened. In fact, he says that 75% of disengagement is already done along the LAC. Listen in to those remarks by the External Affairs Minister.
We saw that the Chinese, we were all in the middle of COVID at that time, if you remember, moved large number of forces in violation of these agreements to the line of actual control. And once troops, and we responded in kind, and once troops were deployed very close up, which is very dangerous, it was likely a mishap would happen, and it did happen. So there was a clash, and a number of troops died on either side. And that has since, in a sense, overshadowed the relationship. So what has been the focus for the last 4 years is to, in the first instance, at least disengage the troops, which means that they go back to the camp, to the military bases from which they traditionally operate, because right now both sides have troops who are deployed forward. And when I said 75% of it has been sorted out, I was asked in a way to quantify it, to give a sense. It's only of the disengagement. So that's one part of the problem. And the main issue right now is the patrolling. How do we, both of us, I would say, patrol up to the line of actual control. And right now the patrolling arrangements after 2020 have been disturbed. So we've been able to sort out much of the disengagement, the friction points, but some of the patrolling issues need to be resolved. But once we deal with the disengagement, there is the larger issue, which is both of us have brought very large number of troops up to the border. So there is what we call the de-escalation issue.
Much more coming up, viewers. RG Kaur rape and murder investigation continues. CBI recovers deleted messages from Sandeep Ghosh's phone. Stay tuned.
director, the taste of success.
Phase 2 of Jammu and Kashmir elections gets underway. 10.22% voter turnout till 9 a.m.
What the Congress does in Kashmir is not that important. What the Congress does in Jammu is important. And unfortunately, Congress hasn't done as much in the plains of Jammu as we would expect them to do.
Speculation over rift rise in Omar targets Congress, asks why Rahul has not campaigned in Jammu.
वहाँ पे मैंने अपना खुद का वोट डाला है और वहाँ 2 घंटे में 54 वोट पड़े हैं। अब यहाँ से आप अंदाजा लगा लो कि 2 घंटे अगर 54 वोट पड़े हैं तो इसका मतलब क्या है कि जानबूझ के कहीं ना कहीं डेलिबरेटरी मशीनों की सेटिंग ऐसे की गई है कि पोलिंग कम हो।
Polling day controversy and Nowshera booth. National Conference alleges slow voting by EC officials. With less than a week to go, Prime Minister to lead the BJP charge mega rally in Sonipat today.
He started thumping and just kicking my chest, and thereafter I was then just begging again, sir, what have I even done, just please leave me. आप लोग हो जो यहाँ पे गलत कर रहे हो और क्यों कर रहे हो. Then he kicked me even more.
A Disha assault survivor narrates horror, says she was undressed, kicked on the chest and assaulted by cops. And with Israel intensifying operation against Hezbollah, situation escalates in the Middle East. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Let's go to the top story we're tracking right now, the RG Kaur rape and murder case. We're coming to know that as the CBI continues its investigation, the CBI is currently investigating messages recovered from Sandeep Ghosh's phone as part of an ongoing probe. According to sources, several deleted messages have been retrieved, including one where Sandeep allegedly claimed that the girl is exaggerating. That is right. The question now is, who was Sandeep Ghosh sending those messages to? And who did he consult to quote-unquote punish Abhaya? That is right. Big update coming in on Republic TV. Explosive texts recovered from Sandeep Ghosh's phone. Now, Sandeep Ghosh had deleted those messages and the CBI has recovered some of those messages. This is coming in as Sandeep Ghosh is under the scanner CBI is interrogating Sandeep Ghosh, the former principal of Arjikor Hospital, and along with many others. So this is the big update coming in on Republic TV. The question is that was there an attempt to cover up the brutal rape and murder of Abhaya? Let's go to Kishore joining us right now on Republic TV. Kishore, you know, the CBI is probing all the angles in this case. And this time, the CBI has recovered deleted messages on Sandeep Ghosh's phone. And the messages show a murky picture. Kishore, if you could take our viewers through the investigating agency's update so far.
Well, Shivangi, the messages are threatening, quite explosive, and in a way it clears up that what was going on behind the curtains. Now, the exact translation of the message that was recovered according to sources is the girl is crossing her limits. That is what Sandeep Ghosh said, that is what Sandeep Ghosh sent from his phone. The messages were later deleted. According to sources, the CBI is taking the help of technology to understand these messages, retrieve these messages and understand them. To whom they were sent, in what context, and which girl in this particular case is being talked about. Now, it's very clear that Abhaya, after she was killed, raped and murdered, there were many important clues that came up, including the fact that she might have known about certain facts which was going on inside the hospital, and that might have been a reason for this whole heinous crime that followed. Now, whether Sandeep Ghosh himself was involved in staging the whole incident that happened, the heinous crime that happened, is a matter of investigation. CBI is investigating. But these messages from his phone, which were sent from his phone, expose in a way, according to sources, the motive behind such crime, and there is a possibility that the girl, quote unquote, which has been mentioned here, is Abhaya. In fact, it was said the girl is crossing her limit. The most exact translation would be this. In Bengali it was said meta badabadi korche, which means the girl is crossing her limits. So what limits was this girl crossing? Who is this girl? And after she crossed her limit, what was the consequence? All these are questions that the CBI is investigating. But clearly everything points out to the fact that Abhaya was murdered. She might have known a lot of facts, and these messages might just be indicating towards that. Shivangi.
Right. All right. So I just want to go through those messages once more. You're telling us exactly what has happened. So the messages say Abhaya finds out that Sandeep is involved in corruption. Sandeep Ghosh threatens Abhaya after the complaint. These are some of the messages I'm reading out. If you could take our viewers, Kishore, once more to these fresh updates coming in right now, and especially the allegation that the word allegation of corruption. Now, remember that already Sandeep Ghosh is being investigated for corruption. So this is not coming as a surprise, Kishore.
Well, exactly. The first case in which Sandeep Ghosh was arrested was in fact the corruption and financial scam case within Arjikar, and we know that even dead bodies were smuggled out, organs were smuggled out. Now, I'll read out some of the source-based news that we got. Abhaya discovered, in a way, this is what our sources are telling us, that Sandeep Ghosh was involved in multiple corrupt practices within Arjikar Hospital. So she started complaining. And I'll just remind our viewers that some of the complaints against Sandeep Ghosh, those documents was found in his house by the ED and CBI after his house was raided. We were shocked to know that all the complaints against Sandeep Ghosh, which should have been in the Sasto Bhavan, in the health department, was found from his house. So all these complaints were there. And according to sources, what I was quoting right now, reading out right now, that Abhaya discovered Sandeep Ghosh was involved in malpractices. She started complaining and received no response from the authorities. Then she was punished. The 36 consecutive hours of duty was given to her. And when she did not stop, What was the consequence? She was later on killed and murdered. Whether this was the reason or not, CBI is going to find out, would be proved in the court. But all the proofs, evidences and sequences of events and source-based information that we are getting point out to the fact that Sandeep Ghosh and his company might have been engaged in all kind of corrupt practices, which Abhaya might have come to know, and then we saw what happened.
Right, hold on, Kishore, hold on, because we're getting some more breaking updates on this story. Like we told you, Kishore, we're coming to know that Abhaya complained about poor quality medicines and corruption. This is a big update, viewers. And like Kishore is telling us, Abhaya discovered Sandeep Ghosh's involvement in multiple corrupt practices, initially complained about poor quality medicines to Sandeep but received no response. After escalating the complaint to higher authorities, Sandeep allegedly began threatening Abhaya, assigning 36 consecutive, I repeat, 36 consecutive hours of duty as punishment. That is right. You know, and we were speaking about this earlier as well, Kishore, that how Abhaya used to go beyond her hours, working hard at the hospital, doing long shifts. But what we are learning right now, 36 consecutive hours was a punishment because Abhaya raised a couple of questions and asked why is there corruption and why are poor quality medicines being administered?
Exactly. Well, Shivangi, we have been talking to ex-employees and present employees of RG Corps as well, and including Akhtar Ali, who was the ex-super, non-medical super, who came out with these allegations. They have told us clearly that there used to be consignment of government medicines that was taken out from RG Corps without any permission. Trucks used to come, all these government original medicines used to be stacked in and taken out. No one knows where. Then other trucks would come in with medicines and no one knows from where, whether these were original medicines or fake ones, and these were brought inside the hospital from the back door. These are the allegations. Abhaya came to know about these practices and then she started complaining about the poor quality medicines. That is what the sources are telling us. These are the possibilities we are talking about. And then when this practice was slowly, there was a threat that Abhaya would expose these practices in front of the whole world. Then she was first of all threatened, then punished, and might have been killed later on after being raped. So these are the sequence of events which would have possibly taken place if these source-based informations are correct and CBI sources are looking into these facts, whether Abhaya was completely trying to expose what was going on inside RG Corps, and as a consequence, what happened to her happened. And Sandeep Ghosh's messages saying this girl is crossing limits clearly points out to severe consequences. Shivangi.
All right, thank you so much, Abhaya. In fact, Kishore, for getting us top updates as Justice for Abhaya campaign continues. We will be getting our viewers all the top updates as RG Corps rape and murder case is being investigated. Now we move ahead, viewers, to some of the other stories we're tracking. In our next segment, Bharat in 5 minutes. Let's get started with that. Union Minister of Finance Nirmala Sidaramaiah met with the Minister of Investments of the Republic of Uzbekistan ahead of the annual meeting of the Board of Governors of the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. Both ministers discussed issues of mutual interest related to bilateral trade, especially in the areas of renewable energy, fertilizers and pharma sector. Former US Ambassador to India, Kenneth Juster, stated that the Prime Minister's visit to India is very positive, and his comments comes after demonstrators highlighted the depth and breadth of US-India relations with continued new initiatives. Following the meeting, India has also decided to open new consulates in Boston and Los Angeles.
I thought it was a very positive visit. The statement that came out afterwards demonstrates the depth and breadth of the U.S.-India relationship with continued new initiatives, especially in areas such as critical and emerging technologies, clean energy, healthcare, defense. And so this is just another very important step in the building of the strength of the U.S.-India relationship.
7 people lost their lives and 1 was critically injured when a speeding car collided with a trailer truck in Gujarat. Now, the car was en route to Ahmedabad, struck the trailer from behind on a national highway. Superintendent of Police Vijay Patel said that all 7 passengers in the car were killed in the crash.
गुजरात के साबरकांठा डिस्ट्रिक्ट में शामराजी से हिम्मतनगर हाईवे पे आज सुबह एक अकस्मात हुआ है जिसमें इनोवा कार में जो सवार थे वो 7 व्यक्ति की मौत हो चुकी है और एक जो सवार था उसको इंजरी हुई है, उसको हॉस्पिटल में ले जाया गया है। ये सभी अहमदाबाद के रहने वाले थे और शामराजी से अहमदाबाद तरफ जा रहे थे।
The Special Court for Public Representatives is set to hear the mood scam today with the petition filed by Sidaramaiah Krishna scheduled to be presented. Krishna's lawyers will submit the High Court's order dismissing Chief Minister Sidaramaiah's writ petition. Meanwhile, CM Sidaramaiah's legal team is preparing to challenge the Karnataka High Court's single bench order by filing an appeal with the division bench today.
While respecting the judiciary, we are not happy about the judgment, because when there is no involvement directly by the Honorable Chief Minister, there is no order done by the Chief Minister, there is no signature on any documentation.
Smoke caused panic on a flight from Chennai to Dubai with 320 passengers on board. The smoke dissipated with approximately 10 minutes. Officials said fire tenders were dispatched to the scene as a precautionary measure. The incident occurred due to the overfilling of the engine. Animal smuggler Niaz, alias Motu, resident of Khanka police station, was in Bilariaganj, was injured in an encounter with the police. Now, he was shot in his right leg. One of the animal smugglers' associates has been arrested. A pistol, cartridges and a motorcycle were recovered from them. 2 days ago, both were selling meat after slaughtering a prohibited animal. The accused, who fled after slaughtering a prohibited animal and leaving behind 70 kilograms of meat, was injured in a police encounter.
अपराधियों के खिलाफ चलाए जा रहे अभियान के अंतर्गत थाना कंदरापुर की पुलिस द्वारा 24 सितंबर की प्रातःकाल में एक अभियुक्त नियाजुद्दीन उर्फ मोटू को प्रतिबंधित जानवरों का मांस बेचने के आरोप में गिरफ्तार करने का प्रयास किया गया। तो नियाजुद्दीन उर्फ मोटू अभियुक्त ने पुलिस पर फायरिंग की। जवाब में पुलिस द्वारा आत्मरक्षार्थ फायरिंग की गई। इसमें अपराधी को पैर में गोली लगने से घायल हुए।
And viewers, getting some more breaking updates coming in right now, where the autopsy report of Akshay Shinde, who died in the Badlapur assault case, reveals that he succumbed, I repeat, that he succumbed to excessive bleeding from a gunshot wound to the head. The post-mortem conducted by a panel of 5 doctors from Mumbai's JJ hospital lasted approximately 7 hours and was fully videographed. The prelim report has been handed over to the police for further investigation. That is what we're learning of right now, viewers, on Republic TV, where top updates are coming in. This is the assault case. Akshay Shinde, who died in the Badlapur assault case. The autopsy report is out. I want to go straight across to my colleague who's joining us right now. Let's go to Sandeep. Sandeep, now let's go ahead to what is happening. We see that Akshay Shinde, who died on the Badlapur assault case, the autopsy report is out. If you could take our viewers through, what has happened. Akshay Shinde, let's tell our viewers, was accused of sexually assaulting 2 minor girls at a school in Badlapur town of Thane district. Please take us through what the autopsy report of Akshay Shinde has revealed. All right, we will be going to Sandeep in a moment, but this is a big update coming in. The autopsy report of Akshay Shinde, 24 years of age, who was accused of sexually assaulting 2 minor girls in Badlapur town of Thane district. Remember that after that case had come out, we saw so many parents protesting. The autopsy report of Akshay Shinde is out. We will have to move ahead right now to some of the other breaking updates coming in right now. All right, the other breaking update is that we continue getting you more updates on the Badlapur assault case. And what we are learning, viewers, is that state CID has launched its investigation into the Badlapur encounter, set to record statements from API, Nilesh More, PI Sanjay Shinde, Constables Harish Tavade and Abhijit More. The probe aims to clarify details surrounding the controversial encounter. That is right, viewers. Big update coming in on Republic TV, and this is what we're learning of right now on Republic TV. I just want to go straight back to my colleague. CID, state CID, to investigate killing of accused Akshay Shinde. Okay, we will be connecting back now. This is Maharashtra's CID. Will investigate the death of Akshay Shinde, the accused in the Badlapur sexual assault case. We're also seeing that a team of forensic science experts have examined the area as well. Okay, we will be tracking the story very closely. For now, let's move ahead to some of the other stories that we are keeping a very close eye on. And viewers, coming up, Odisha assault survivor narrates horror, says she was undressed, kicked on the chest and assaulted by the cops.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Viewers, top headlines. Woman stripped in full public glare, put in rice sack, assaulted in Bengal's Purba Midnapur. Shah chairs key Mahayuti meeting as stage is set for Maharashtra polls. Shinde, Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar present at that meeting. Out of options, Sidaramaiah now appeals to Division Bench of High Court. Meanwhile, hearing in special court today. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar makes a big statement, says China violated disengagement agreements. After 2 assassination attempts, US intel warns Trump of real assassination threat from Iran. Let's go ahead right down to the other story we're tracking. The situation in the Middle East remains volatile. Republic TV brings you an exclusive report from Beirut. Our coverage provides an in-depth look at the ongoing conflict and its impact on the region.
On Monday, the 23rd of September, Israel began its latest chapter in its ongoing aggression against Lebanon. Its intensive air raid campaign has killed over 550 Lebanese civilians and injured over 1,500, according to the latest tally.
The streets of Beirut, known for their busy nature during the night as well as the day, have been emptied of its usual visitors. The reason? The new escalation in Israeli aggression against the people of the south and the people of Beirut. Despite most of the Israeli attacks being focused on the south of Lebanon, during 1 week, Israel managed to attack Beirut 5 times, once during the pager attack, once during the walkie-talkie telecommunication attack, once on Friday, once on Monday, and now on Tuesday. The AUBMC, the American University Beirut Medical Center, was one of the main hospitals that received a large number of civilians and injured people during the pager attack, an attack that was called one of the largest war crimes that targeted civilians in the history of modern technological warfare. Nevertheless, now as we can see, the AUB has been almost emptied of any visitor as people await the unfolding of the new chapter in the combats.
The street behind me, usually bustling with life, is now mostly empty, with most of the shops closed and the people generally nowhere to be found. This radical change in Beirut is the result of the latest Israeli aggression, which has shocked this nation with its savagery and the toll of the victims that it has left behind. Yet now, as the combats rage between the militant group Hezbollah defending not only Lebanon, but what it says is the dignity and the future of Palestine and Gaza in the midst of a genocide, will this aggression be able to continue, or will it simply be a chapter marking the history of a nation in turmoil such as Lebanon? Ali Hamouche, Republic TV, Beirut.
And viewers, much more coming up. Keep an eye on the Jammu and Kashmir polls. Speculation over rift rises. Omar targets Congress. Asked why has Rahul not campaigned in Jammu? And with less than a week to go, Prime Minister to lead the BJP's charge in Haryana mega rally in Sonipat today. Stay tuned. Virat Kohli has been added to Delhi's probable squad for the Ranji Trophy for the first time since 2018 to 2019. Rishabh Pant, Navdeep Saini have also been included, while Ishant Sharma missed out. With the government officials sounding the warning, less than half the capacity of balcony C stand will be up for sale. While the stand's capacity is 4,800, only 1,700 tickets will be sold, the UPCA informed. Fast bowler Shaheen Shah Afridi was on Tuesday called as the Pakistan selectors named a 15-member squad for the first test against England beginning on October 7th. And viewers, much more coming up. Odisha assault survivor narrates horror, says she was undressed, kicked on the chest and assaulted by the cops. And Israel intensifying operation against Hezbollah. Situation escalates in the Middle East. Stay tuned.
Video ಮಾಡ್ತೆ ಎಲ್ಲ video ಮಾಡ ಅಮ್ಮ ಯಾಕೆ ಪೂರೈಸೆ ಕ್ಯೂ ಯಾಯ್
The murder mystery of a Nepali woman named as Mahalakshmi has sent shockwaves through the city. Since her mother and elder sister saw her maggot-infested body, which was chopped into 50 pieces and was stuffed inside a refrigerator in her own house. This reminds us of Shraddha Walkar case in Delhi. Shraddha Walkar was a 28-year-old girl who was murdered by her own boyfriend, whose name was Aftab, and her body was cut into 35 pieces. Here, the lady named as Mahalakshmi, it is said that a person who was in friendship with her was murdered her, but the police have not concluded anything. Her estranged husband named as Hemant Das suspects the involvement of a barber who is from Uttarakhand who used to work in Nelamangala. It is said that he suspects that the barber was in an affair with Mahalakshmi. The husband, estranged husband, says, I got to know that she was in an affair with a man who is from Uttarakhand and working in a saloon in Nelamangala. And this Hemant Das also says that he came to know about this affair in April-May. And after that, Hemant Das, who owns a mobile accessory shop, has also lodged a complaint against Mahalakshmi, and he starts staying away from Mahalakshmi. And he also says that Mahalakshmi...
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Presented by Royal Global University, Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch pano.
Phase 2 of J&K election gets underway. 24.1% voter turnout till 11 a.m.
What the Congress does in Kashmir is not that important. What the Congress does in Jammu is important. And unfortunately, Congress hasn't done as much in the plains of Jammu as we would expect them to do.
Speculation over rift rise as Omar targets Congress, asks why the Gandhi sign has not campaigned in Jammu yet. Polling day controversy at Nowshera booth. National Conference alleges slow voting by the EC officials. With less than a week to go, Prime Minister Modi to lead the BJP charge mega rally in Sonipat today.
And just kicking my chest. And thereafter I was then just begging again, sir, what have I even done? Just please leave me. आप लोग हो जो यहाँ पे गलत कर रहे हो और क्यों कर रहे हो? Then he kicked me even more.
Odisha assault survivor narrates horror, says she was undressed, kicked on the chest and assaulted by the cops. And with Israel intensifying operations against Hezbollah, situation escalates in the Middle East region.
Presented by Royal Global University, Northeast, can't wait, Pado, Kuch Pano.
A very good afternoon. It's 12 p.m. I'm Samiksha Srivastava. The voter turnout as of 12 a.m. has come in at 24%. This is the phase 2 of polling that is underway, with fate of 239 candidates that hangs in the balance as we speak. In fact, among the key contenders are Ravinder Rana, the J&K BJP chief, Omar Abdullah, the former J&K chief minister, as well as the Apni party chief. Let's quickly run you through these graphics to get a better understanding of phase 2 of polling, which is crucial in many ways. The voting, of course, on 26 seats in 6 districts. So yes, 239 candidates that are in the fray for those 26 constituencies. Most constituencies fall along LOC. So very important, given that most of these constituencies fall along line of control, which is why security is paramount in these regions, particularly in Riyasi, Rajouri and Pooch, which have been worst affected when it comes to terror attacks which have happened in the last 3 years. The latest, of course, being in Riyasi, where a bus carrying pilgrims was targeted, in which 9 pilgrims lost their lives. In fact, talking about the key candidates here, Omar Abdullah, Ravinder Rana and Apna party chief Altaf Bukhari being some of those key candidates. Omar Abdullah, note, is contesting on 2 seats. In fact, important to add here that Omar Abdullah had lost the Lok Sabha seat, the Baramulla seat, in the Lok Sabha elections. He's contesting on Gandarbal and Badgam. In fact, Gandarbal, which is said to be a family bastion of the Abdullahs, which is why it is a prestige battle for Omar Abdullah. In fact, talking about Ravinder Rana, the J&K BJP chief, who's contesting from Nowshera. Now, he's seeking a re-election from Nowshera. He'd won it in 2014. However, Nowshera remains a Congress bastion. It was a Congress bastion until 2014, until the Congress lost it to the J&K BJP chief. The other important candidate here also being Altaf Bukhari, who's the richest candidate in phase 2. The Apna party chief, he is said to have assets amounting to more than 160 crore rupees. So the richest candidate who is in the poll fray. In fact, another highlight here also being that 16 foreign diplomats will observe the J&K elections. We'd put out visuals earlier of those foreign delegates arriving, a very crucial visit to send out that strong message that the polls in the valley have largely been successful in all districts of the valley. In fact, before we go across to our reporters on the ground, let's listen in to the reactions coming in of the political leaders from the valley. In fact, before we go across to our reporters on the ground, let's once again tell you that the voter turnout percentage is a little above 24%. We have Zina joining us live from Srinagar. We have Gursimran from Nowshera, and Arawat is joining us from the Lal Chowk. Let's go across to Zeenat first. Zeenat, the voter turnout as of now is a little above 24%. Once again, before we talk about the key candidates, talk to us about that big statement that came in from Omar Abdullah, in which he's hinted that there is rift between the Congress and the NC alliance, given that it's been a lackluster campaign by the Congress in the Jammu region.
Samiksha, before I answer your question, right now we are reporting from the Badgam, Central Kashmir, and this is Soibok, which has been the hometown of Hizbul Mujahideen chief Saeed Salahuddin, who now is presently living in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and this is also the constituency where from Omar Abdullah and the other people are contesting. My VJ Mubashir is showing you the list of the candidates who are testing their luck from Aga Saeed Muntazar, who comes from PDP, then Omar Abdullah from the National Conference, you see Aga Saeed Moswi from the Awami National Conference, then Samajwadi Party candidate, and then 3 independent candidates are in free. From Badgam, you have 9 candidates, 9 people are contesting, they are trying their luck. The bigger game will be between Omar Abdullah and also between the PDP, who will take the game. In fact, as far as this Soibuk belt is concerned, you see the chronology of the elections that have been that Jammu and Kashmir has witnessed. This Soibuk had always have the lowest voter turnout, and Badgam has always has not gone to that great extent where you say the polling was done in a good with a good percentage. But this time till 11, we are recording somewhere around 21% votes have been recorded so far. This tells you that the people are not coming out with that fair. Rather, you see the voters that are going inside. Their faces are not covered. They're flaunting their voter slips and other things. So that tells you the situation on ground. And particularly when it comes earlier, the same constituency, the same belt, this area used to be considered the stronghold of Hizb chief Said Salahuddin. Now the same constituency, same area is telling you and narrating you the another story that has emerged in the last couple of years, where people are not hiding their faces, they are openly coming and showing or displaying their fingers, that is with the ink, and also or not hiding their voter slips. So that tells you the atmosphere on ground. It's a peaceful situation on ground. The polls are being held in the peaceful situation, and till now there has not been any untoward incident that has been reported from the Kashmir, because 3 districts in the Kashmir Valley are undergoing the polls at present.
Yes, Zeenat, stay with us. We also have Arawat, who is live with us from Lal Chowk, and Gursimran, who is joining us from Nowshera. In fact, before we go across to Gursimran and Arawat, let's listen into that exclusive conversation with the NC candidate in Nowshera, who's alleged that there's been slow voting in Nowshera polling booths. Listen into that conversation, then we go across to Gursimran.
आई एम जॉइंड बाय सुरेंद्र चौधरी. मिस्टर चौधरी, ये क्या हो रहा है, आप बताइए.
ये देखिए, यहाँ पे सिक्योरिटी जो लगी है, इनका इंचार्ज है मिस्टर विकास ढिलन के, क्या नाम है, देखना नाम क्या है इसका, विकास दमन है. ये ऐसा ही है. और इनकी जो एसएसपी का काम थोड़ा है कि यहाँ पे आई कार्ड चेक करना. आई कार्ड तो हमने चेक करना. वो पहली बात है, अगर लोगों के पास आई कार्ड नहीं है तो ये कसूर किसका है? BLO का है, आपके उसका स्टाफ का है, RO की गलती है. लोगों को इन्फॉर्म करना चाहिए था.
State. It is happening. It happened in every state. It happened in the LWE areas in the general election. It happened in entire northeast. It happened everywhere. Wherever there were the fissures, wherever there were the possibilities of conflict. People are now, since the 2024 election, or even before, when the Chhattisgarh election took place, assembly elections, people are now making a statement that it is not through the ballot, it is through the bullet that they believe in. They believe in writing their own history, their own destiny they want to write themselves. They want to be participative in that. And this is what is an environment, these are what are the visuals to be seen, to be believed, and to be celebrated as a festival of democracy world over. They are creating, see the crowd, so peaceful, and the shine in their eyes, as if they are waiting for their own history to be written by themselves. So this is what it is. We showed you, we gave a glimpse of what we do whole day here during the election day. We have started this practice very recently. We called you during counting times in counting day in the 2024 election, and this is what we are showing you live today. That's all we have to say.
Rajiv sir, what do you want to respond? Because in UNGA, President Biden also applauded the election process and the way Election Commission is conducting the elections here in India. How would you like to respond? Because when the other political leaders go to UN, they criticize our country. On the one side, President Biden is himself applauding the election process.
See, in the elections, Indian elections, we are very precisely, we only do 3 things. What we do? We make the electoral roll free and fair. That is one job we have. Second job we have is to provide a level playing field during the campaigning, make it far less cluttered, inducement free. And thirdly, we make it comfortable when the people come to vote. This is what it is. And what does it create? It creates only trust in the election commission. That's all. So we are in the business of creating trust and not defeating the trust at any point of time. In 2024 general elections, in various other state elections in last 2-3 years, and always, and more particularly in areas, as I mentioned, where there were conflicts, all is getting resolved through democratic process, and this is creating democratic surpluses for the world as a whole, for the democratic countries as a whole. Wherever there are democratic kind of a recession or a democratic kind of a not that strong a functioning because of variety of reasons, we are proving in this country through the election commission and ultimately through the voters who have the trust in election commission. Our voter is really the king. He decides. Nobody else decides, and this is the trust, and we are creating democratic surpluses for it.
नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस के नेता हैं उमर अब्दुल्ला, उनसे पूछा गया कि यूएन के लोग आए हैं, प्रतिनिधि आए हैं, वो देख रहे हैं, तो उन्होंने कहा कि गाइडेड टूर कराया जा रहा है, लेकिन जो फॉरेन जर्नलिस्ट थे उनको कवरेज के लिए पासेज इस बार नहीं दिए गए और जनता अपने आप से चुनाव लड़ रही है, इसको किसको क्रेडिट लेने की किसी को जरूरत नहीं है, इस तरह की बातें वो कर रहे हैं चुनाव।
अच्छी बात है, जनता लड़े, यही मैंने पहले कहा कि ये जनता का चुनाव है। मैं कई बार बोल चुका हूँ कि ये सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस का चुनाव ही नहीं है, ये सिर्फ भागीदारी का चुनाव है, जमहूरियत का चुनाव है, और हमें आउटकम से मतलब होना चाहिए। अगर जनता अपने से वोट देने आगे आ रही है और वोट दे रही है तो इससे अच्छी खुशी की कोई बात हो ही नहीं सकती। दिस इज द अल्टीमेट ऑब्जेक्टिव ऑफ एनी इलेक्शन। आउटकम इज व्हाट मेजर्स। जैसे मैं बोलता हूँ अक्सर कि परिणाम में ही प्रमाण है। अगर लोग वोट देने आ रहे हैं, लाइन में खड़े हैं, पीसफुली दे रहे हैं, बस ठीक है, हमारा इलेक्शन बढ़िया है।
सर, जितनी तेजी के साथ चुनाव में मतदान हो रहा है, जितनी तेजी के साथ चुनाव में मतदान हुआ है, पहले भी चुनाव में देखा और इससे पहले हम जम्मू कश्मीर के अंदर चुनाव देखते रहे हैं, लेकिन इतनी तेजी के साथ मतदान नहीं हुआ। आपको लग रहा है कि लोग अपना गुस्सा मतदान के जरिए, जिस तरह से वहाँ की पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज कह रही हैं कि मतदान के जरिए वहाँ के लोग अपना गुस्सा जाहिर कर रहे हैं सरकार के प्रति,
इसको पॉजिटिवली देखने की कोशिश करनी चाहिए। अपनी उम्मीदें जाहिर कर रहे हैं, अपनी आशाएं जाहिर कर रहे हैं, अपनी तदबीर ताकीद खुद से खुद लिखना चाहते हैं, ये डिसाइड कर रहे हैं। देयर एस्पिरेशंस, देयर होप्स, देयर एंथुजियाज्म, दैट इज व्हाट दे वांट टू रिफ्लेक्ट थ्रू दिस। व्हाटएवर इट इज कंपोज्ड ऑफ, दे सेइंग वी विल टेक कमांड, वी विल डिसाइड, वी विल वोट फॉर द गवर्नमेंट वी वांट।
आपको भरोसा था चुनाव से पहले, जिसमें तैयारी जितना लंबा समय लगा चुनाव कराने में, इस तरह से इतना पीसफुल चुनाव हो पाएगा, इसका भरोसा था, और इस लेवल पे पोलिंग परसेंटेज आएगा, इसका भरोसा था?
देखिए, आपने ऐसा प्रश्न पूछा है, इसका जवाब मैं थोड़ा ज़्यादा भी दे सकता हूँ, लेकिन छोटा में देता हूँ। हमने एक नया नॉर्म सेट करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, जिससे हमारी विश्वसनीयता पीक पे पहुँचे। हम चुनाव के डिक्लेरेशन के समय में अपनी इंटेंट डिक्लेयर कर रहे हैं। 2024 के 16 मार्च के आप प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस को देखिए, मैंने क्या 5 चीज़ें कही थी। चुनाव प्रलोभन मुक्त होंगे, 10,000 करोड़ की रिकवरी हुई। चुनाव में रीपोल की संख्या घटेगी, ऑलमोस्ट नेग्लिजिबल रीपोल हुई। चुनाव में हिंसा नहीं होगी, आपने देखे जिन प्रदेशों में हिंसा होती थी वहाँ भी हिंसा नहीं होगी। रिकॉर्ड मतदान होंगे, हमारा वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड बना। अब इस समय की आप अगर प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस देखेंगे, जम्मू कश्मीर का जब अनाउंस किया था, एक बार खोल के देखिए हमने क्या कहा था। मैंने तो उसको शेयर के माध्यम से भी कहा था, दुनिया देखेगी नापाक इरादों की शिकस्त की कहानी। इससे बड़ा शिकस्त क्या हो सकती है? पहले आप फ्रंट स्टेटमेंट दे रहे हैं, और ये अपफ्रंट स्टेटमेंट देने के पीछे कारण क्या है? इसके पीछे एक विश्वास है अपने अंदर, और इसके पीछे हमारी तैयारियों का एक स्टेटमेंट है ये। मैंने जो स्टेटमेंट दिए थे, अगर आज ये ना हुआ होता तो आप पकड़ लेते। अभी आपका प्रश्न की ताकीद बिल्कुल डिफरेंट, तासीर बिल्कुल डिफरेंट किस्म की होती है। आप बोलते आप तो ये कह रहे थे, हुआ नहीं। सो एंड अभी हम झारखंड में बोल के आए, जो पहले बिकॉज एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को इतना फाइन ट्यून किया गया है, प्रोसेसेस को इतना फाइन ट्यून किया गया है। ये कॉन्फिडेंस है जो मैं आपको लाइव दिखा रहा हूँ। ये कॉन्फिडेंस कहीं से आ सकता है क्या? सीसीटीवी कैमरे में जो लाइव चल रहा है अक्रॉस द बूथ्स, ऑल बूथ्स ऑफ दी आप एक बूथ का नाम लीजिए, उसी बूथ को हम दिखा देंगे। अभी एट रैंडम नाम लीजिए, एट रैंडम असेंबली इलेक्शन जहाँ भी हो रहा है J&K में इस समय, उसमें से किसी भी कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी के किसी बूथ का नाम लीजिए, 100%। राजौरी में जाइए भाई, जो नाम इन्होंने बताया, देखिए इससे अच्छा
सबसे ज्यादा आतंकवादी
ये हमारा टेस्ट है। देखिए आप अचानक से हमारा
All right, let's go across to Arawat and Gursimran. Arawat has been reporting from the Lal Chowk and Gursimran from Nowshera. Arawat, the Election Commission was also speaking about the kind of changes we've seen post Article 370 abrogation. You've been on the ground getting us that ground pulse. Talk to us about the changes you see. They are in stark contrast to what the situation was back until 2014 and what we are seeing now, with elections now happening for the first time since Article 370 abrogation.
Absolutely, Samiksha. As we have seen that there was the trend from the 90s in the Kashmir that election boycott campaigns were remain in the parts of the Kashmir, but that thing has completely changed as Election Commission of India was briefing the media about the change and the celebrations in the Kashmir Valley. And you can see here in the visuals how the people are coming out from their homes to cast their vote. In fact, you can see this is the here in the Srinagar city where you can see these voters are coming out from their home to cast their vote. And we have seen developmental project works in the Srinagar Smart City and the other parts of the Kashmir Valley. But you can see here in the visuals, youngsters are coming out from the polling stations, and you can see the deployed forces here. We have seen the various security agencies and other paramilitary forces are alert outside the polling stations. And you can see here in the visuals, we have seen the old citizens and the youngsters are taking part in the voting process. Earlier, we have seen that there used to be the trend in the Kashmir Valley that youngsters as well as other in the various parts of the Kashmir Valley used to do boycotts, but that thing has been changed in the completely. And you can see here in the visuals, if my Vijay can pan camera to this side, and you are able to see these visuals from the Srinagar. You can see these are the queues outside the polling station and Srinagar city. And we have seen earlier that there used to be the boycott, but now the things have been changed in the Kashmir Valley, and you can see everything is being monitored by the CCTV surveillance. As we have also seen, there was the various hotbed areas in the Kashmir Valley, and you can see here in the visuals, my VG Firdos is showing you the visuals. The old citizen is posing with the finger. He just casted his vote, and you can see the visuals how he is posing for the visuals. And you can see here in the visuals, these are the visuals and the healthy visuals from the Srinagar, and we can see, in fact, we will try to speak with him. आप मुझे बताइए, कब से आपने आज वोट डाला है?
अभी
इससे पहले आपने लास्ट टाइम कब वोट कास्ट किया था?
लास्ट टाइम इसी में फर्क हो से लास्ट टाइम वाले टाइम हो गया वो तो 5-6 महीने आई नहीं वोट कर डालना इसने किसी लिए घूम है घूम.
Thank you very much for speaking. He is speaking in the Kashmiri language. In fact, he is saying that from the last very time we have not cast any vote, but we have seen and coming here for the cast to vote for the developmental works. In fact, you can see here in the visuals that the voters are still going inside and coming out from the polling stations after casting vote. In fact, we will try to speak with other people also. आप मुझे बताइए किन चीजों को लेके आपने अपना वोट जो है आज अपना कास्ट किया?
वोट डाला हमने, काम अच्छा होना चाहिए और क्या.
किस चीज का बदलाव आप चाहते हैं जो आज तक हुआ नहीं है?
सड़क, नल का पानी, पावर, हर एक चीज करना है और क्या करना है और कुछ.
Thank you very much. In fact, the old citizens who have reached the polling stations for the vote cast, and they are saying that they want a development for the various projects. Yes, Samiksha.
Yes, Arawat and Gursimran, we will come back to you again, but for now, let's take a look at election updates that we're tracking this hour. Ruckus was reported at Nowshera polling stations as a national conference alleged that their candidate was being denied permission to photograph the EVM, which had ink on the BJP symbol. Additionally, the national conference even claimed slow polling in the Nowshera constituency, leading to high voltage drama as the NC raised objections to the ECI's conduct. NC candidate Surendra Chaudhary voiced strong accusations against The BJP J&K chief Ravinder Raina asserting misconduct by those deployed at the polling station. National Conference candidate from Mindhar, Javed Rana, cast his vote in Poonch, where BJP's Murtaza Ahmad Khan and PDP's Nadeem Ahmad Khan are also in the race.
वोट पोल किया है आके, और ये मैं कहूँगा कि ये डेमोक्रेसी यहाँ बड़े अरसे के बाद बहाल हो रही है जम्मू कश्मीर में। यहाँ पिछले 10 साल से असेंबली के इलेक्शन नहीं हुए थे, और मैं समझता हूँ कि जो जम्मू कश्मीर में जो 5 अगस्त 2019 को जो जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों का इस्तेसाल हुआ, यहाँ हमारे साथ इलीगली और अनकॉन्स्टिट्यूशनली हमारे साथ यहाँ बड़ी नाइंसाफ़ी हुई। ये मैं समझूंगा कि इस वोट के ज़रिए हमने वो बदला लेना है।
In Rajouri Assembly constituency, voters queued to cast their ballots, with BJP fielding Vibhod Gupta and Congress backing Iftikhar Ahmed. Iftikhar stated that this is the biggest festival of democracy where people are casting vote after 10 years.
आज लोकतंत्र का सबसे बड़ा पर्व, सबसे बड़ा फेस्टिवल, जिसमें लोग 10 साल के बाद अपने मतदान का उपयोग कर रहे हैं। मैंने पोलिंग स्टेशन चेक किए, अभी हाई सेकेंडरी स्कूल में पिंक पोलिंग स्टेशन है, और बड़ा अच्छा लोगों में जज्बा है और लोग वोट डाल रहे हैं। मैं लोगों से अपील करता हूं कि लोग ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा तादाद में मतदान करें, अपने मतदान का सही उपयोग करें।
The first 3 voters at a polling station in Bagu Rampora, Ganderbal constituency planted saplings after voting. JKNC Vice President Omar Abdullah is contesting against PDP's Bashir Ahmed Mir from Ganderbal.
बहुत अच्छी सरकार बननी चाहिए, बच्चे जो है वो भी मुलाजिम लगने चाहिए, कारोबार लगना चाहिए, कुछ ना कुछ अच्छी गवर्नमेंट आए, किसी की आए पर है लेकिन अच्छी गवर्नमेंट आए। तो हम चाहते हैं कि बड़ी बेकार दुनिया बैठी है इस वक्त तक, 10 साल हो गए हैं कश्मीर में बैठे हुए, तो इसलिए हम कहते हैं कि अच्छी गवर्नमेंट है, जो कारोबार बच्चों को भी लगे और अच्छी गवर्नमेंट चलाए।
These are visuals from Ganderbal, where first 3 voters at a polling station planted saplings after voting. Omar Abdullah note is contesting from Ganderbal against PDP's Bashir Ahmed.
यहाँ के मसाइल बहुत हैं, मैंने वोट डाला है, यहाँ के मसाइल हल होने चाहिए, जो भी मसला है यहाँ का हल होना चाहिए। हम इसमें खुश हैं। इलेक्शन 10 साल के बाद हुए, ये पहले होने चाहिए, मगर 10 साल के बाद हुए तो भी ठीक है।
All right, let's take a quick word from Gursimran. He's joining us from Nowshera. Gursimran, Ravinder Raina, of course, seeking his re-election. But given that this constituency has largely been a Congress bastion until 2014, when Ravinder Raina won from this constituency, how tough is the contest looking this time around?
See, this time it is a tough contest. This is not going to be a cakewalk or the Prime Minister that Ravinder Raina is going to win on the PM's wave, because this time what is that the local issues have prevailed, and that is why NC is having an edge as they are in alliance with the Congress party. The people have lined up in the large numbers. The polling percentage have already surpassed the 25% mark, which shows that the people are coming in the large numbers to cast their vote. Even as we speak, the people have lined up in the large numbers. The large number of women voters, they have also come up to cast their votes, and also the male voters, they have also turned up in the large numbers. We'll try to speak to some of the women also that what are their issues. Madam, क्या issues हैं जिनको लेकर वोट करेंगे, मतलब क्या issues?
हाँ, जैसे देखो ना, आजकल अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट कितना है, ठीक है, किस तरह से है, और हमारे ये रोड के रिलेटेड इश्यूज़ हैं हमारे कितने बने हुए हैं। तो जॉब के रिलेटेड तो आजकल इतना लोग एजुकेटेड हैं, बच्चे यूथ एजुकेटेड है, लेकिन उनको जॉब के प्रोवाइड ही नहीं है, ठीक है, और भी बहुत सारे इश्यूज़ हैं जो हम मतलब वोट कास्ट करके आपने।
So you see that the employment remains to be the key issue. They are saying that it is one of those issues, and also the daily facilities that they need, that are the issues. We'll try to speak to some more people. Sir, आपसे जानना चाहूँगा क्या issues हैं लोगों के जो वोट डालने जा रहे हैं?
सर, मेन इशू अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट का ही है। अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट बहुत ज़्यादा है, तो उसी के
डेटेड है।
So unemployment and also the local infrastructure development, be it the roads, be it the local sanitization issues, that continues to prevail in the elections in Jammu and Kashmir. This is going to be a really tough contest for the BJP state chief Ravinder Raina, who is contesting for the second time from this very seat. But this time the dynamics have changed. This time the PDP is no more against him, though the PDP has fielded their candidate. But this time the main candidate is from the National Conference and the Congress Alliance, that is Surinder Chaudhary, who is contesting, and he's the same one who was against Ravinder Raina in 2014 as well, when Ravinder Raina defeated him with a margin of 10,000 votes. But now, this time with the changed dynamics, Ravinder Raina, because there is a delimitation that has taken place, and some of the parts of the constituencies that has been cut from this side, that was actually the core voter of the BJP, which the BJP feels is going to dent them. But they are very hopeful that, relying upon what has happened in the past 10 years in Jammu and Kashmir, the people are going to vote them in the large numbers.
A woman in Bengal gets a kangaroo-style punishment for theft. All this and much more coming up. Do not go anywhere.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Phase 2 of Jammu and Kashmir elections get underway. 24.10% voting recorded till 11 a.m.
What the Congress does in Kashmir is not that important. What the Congress does in Jammu is important. And unfortunately, Congress hasn't done as much in the plains of Jammu as we would expect them to do.
Speculation over rift rises as Omar targets Congress, asks why Rahul has not campaigned in Jammu. Polling day controversy at Nowshera. Both National Conference alleges slow voting by EC officials. With less than a week to go, Prime Minister to lead the BJP charge. Mega rally in Sonipat today.
He started thumping and just kicking my chest, and thereafter I was then just begging again, sir, what have I even done? Just please leave me. आप लोग हो जो यहाँ पे गलत कर रहे हो और क्यों कर रहे हो? Then he kicked me even more.
Odisha assault survivor narrates horror, says she was undressed, kicked on the chest and assaulted by cops. And with Israel intensifying operation against Hezbollah, situation escalates in the Middle East. Viewers, we'll have a breaking up. Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Union Minister Kiran Rijiju has now made a statement and praised the extensive consultation process of the Waqf Amendment Bill, which has been sent to the Joint Parliamentary Committee, highlighting that over 1 crore representation has been received. Rijiju has commended the JPC for its thorough hearings, noting that this level of engagement is unprecedented in the Indian parliamentary history. Big update coming in right now on Republic TV, viewers, where Kiran Rijiju has praised the extensive consultation process for the Waqf Amendment Bill, which has been sent to the Joint Parliamentary Committee. Let's go ahead and play out the statement.
वक्फ अमेंडमेंट बिल तो आप लोग को पता है पेश किया है, अब जॉइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी के पास गए हैं और हम चाहते हैं कि ये विंटर सेशन आते आते जॉइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी अपना काम पूरा करे। और जॉइंट पार्लियामेंट्री कमेटी के बारे में मुझे जो खबर मिला है बहुत ही पॉजिटिव है। 1 करोड़ से भी ज़्यादा रिप्रेजेंटेशंस ऑलरेडी जेपीसी के पास आ चुके हैं और जेपीसी बहुत ही व्यापक रूप से सबका सुनवाई कर रहे हैं। सरकारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हो या सामाजिक संगठन हो, सबसे अपने बातें कहने का मौका दे रहे हैं जेपीसी। मैं जेपीसी के अध्यक्ष और जेपीसी में जितना मेंबर्स हैं उनको बधाई देता हूं। इतना एक्सटेंसिव जेपीसी हियरिंग शायद पहले इतिहास में नहीं हुआ।
Reacting to the row, BJP's Nishikant Dubey has now expressed concern over the massive number of 1.25 crore submissions received by the Parliamentary Committee on Waqf Amendment Bill. While hailing the government move, he has questioned the source and urged committee's chairperson to ask the MHA to probe into the matter. So that's a big update coming in right now on Republic TV. I want to go across to Harsha joining us. Harsha, I want to go across to you right now because, the Parliament panel has received 1.2 crore responses and these are the top updates we're getting for our viewers. If we could take our viewers to the latest coming in on this new development.
So Shivangi, to tell you precisely, till now the JPC, which was formed on the Waqf Amendment Bill, the Parliamentary Committee has till now received 1.25 crore submissions, and Nishikant Dubey has raised the concerns by stating that this is worth concerning, that the motive and the sources and the question should be raised in front of the JPC, that how come so many submissions are coming in front of the JPC, and Jagdambika Pal, who's the chairman, should send it for MHA for probe. And today to Kiran Rijiju, when we asked the same questions, that how come the submissions and the number of stakeholders who have given their responses are 1.25 crore. At that time, Union Minority Affairs Minister clearly stated that when the JPC report will be concluded, at that time the report will be shared with the Minority Affairs Ministry. Then we will be going into the detail of it exactly, how come so many submissions have arrived and whether they are genuine, they are not genuine, they are fake or they are true, and then we will segregate it. And it is inevitable. Such a long exercise and the extensive exercise has taken place. So we have to cross-check also that all the submissions are true, none of them are false, and therefore it can't be ignored that such extensive submissions have come out. So Kiran Rijiju has clearly stated that till the time JPC report is not in the ministry's hand, he will not take any action. But yes, he will wait for the time when the JPC report will come, and after that further cross-checking will be done. But yes, he applauded how this time, first time, the Waqf Amendment Bill for the JPC, which was formed, at that time such extensive exercise has taken place all over the country. Several questions and several argument and representation from the different state Waqf boards have taken place. Not only the presentation in the JPC, but also now there is an extensive tour also which will tour also, which will commence from 26th of September, that is tomorrow, and will go on till 1st of October. So we can clearly say is that slowly and gradually the JPC Waqf Amendment Bill is reaching towards the consensus, and he's very sure that in the winter session of the Parliament, in the end of the first week, the report will be submitted in the Parliament, therefore ready to get a applaud from the Lok Sabha. Back to you.
All right, thank you for joining us there, Harsha, with all those details. I'll be coming back to you as we keep tracking this big story coming in. Parliamentary panel has received 1.2 crore responses. Let's move ahead right now to the other story we're tracking. We move ahead to Gujarat, where 7 people have lost their lives and 1 was critically injured when a speeding car collided with a trailer truck near Himmatnagar in Gujarat. Now, this happened today morning. Listen into this report to understand the latest development.
Seven people lost their lives after a speeding car rammed into a truck in Gujarat's Sabarkant.
गुजरात के साबरकांठा डिस्ट्रिक्ट में शामराजी से हिम्मतनगर हाईवे पे आज सुबह एक अकस्मात हुआ है, जिसमें इनोवा कार में जो सवार थे वो 7 व्यक्ति की मौत हो चुकी है और एक जो सवार था उसको इंजरी हुई है, उसको हॉस्पिटल में ले जाया गया है। ये सभी अहमदाबाद के रहने वाले थे और शामराजी से अहमदाबाद तरफ जा रहे थे।
The car was en route Ahmedabad from Shamali. The impact of the accident was so grim that people had to be taken out by cutting the car with a cutter. One of the occupants was critically injured in the crash and rushed to the hospital. An investigation has now been launched into the horrific incident.
Public glare put her in a rice sack, assaulted mercilessly in Bengal's Purva Badlapur. Shah chairs की Mahayuti meeting as stage is set for Maharashtra polls Shinde, Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar are present. RF options Sidaramaiah now appeals to the division bench of High Court. Meanwhile, hearing in special court today.
But once we deal with the disengagement, there is the larger issue, which is both of us have brought very large number of troops up to the border. So there is what we call the de-escalation issue.
External Affairs Minister Jaishankar makes a big statement, says China violated disengagement agreements. After 2 assassination attempts, US intel warns Trump of real assassination threat from Iran. All right, viewers, getting some big breaking updates coming in Dhaka. Large majority group marched in Bangladesh to halt Durga Puja celebrations. Demonstrations reflect rising tensions and unrest against minority communities in Bangladesh. Big update coming in, protests against Hindus in Bangladesh. That is what we are learning of right now on Republic TV, that a large majority group marched in Bangladesh to halt Durga Puja celebration. Those are the pictures of a protest to stop Durga Puja in Bangladesh. These visuals are coming in from Dhaka. In the backdrop of the unrest we have also seen in the past how the minorities in Bangladesh have been targeted post the fall of the Sheikh Hasina government. We have seen a lot of instances of Hindus being attacked, Hindu villages being attacked in Bangladesh, temples being attacked, and this happened just days after we saw the fall of the Sheikh Hasina government. But these pictures are coming in right now. Kishalai will help us understand. Kishalai, earlier when we saw those pictures of Hindus being attacked in Bangladesh, there was assurance given that the situation will be under control. But in these pictures, we are seeing that there's a huge group marching to halt Durga Puja celebrations. These pictures are the latest coming in after we see the interim government has been already formed in Bangladesh. Go ahead, Kishalai.
Well, I'll give you a background of these visuals that we are showing right now. There was a Durga Puja that used to be held at Sector 11. Now the local community, the local Bangladeshis who did not want that puja to happen, the majority community of Bangladesh, they stopped that Durga Puja. They said at Sector 11 you cannot do it. The Durga Puja was then taken away by the Hindus. They shifted that Durga Puja, the Hindus shifted that to Sector 13, 2 sectors away in a field. Now we see these rallies are against that Durga Puja in Sector 13, and the local majority community of Bangladesh are protesting and rallying on the streets and chanting slogans that Durga Puja will not be allowed in Bangladesh. That is the level of atrocity, that is the level of radicalism that is happening, and this is how the situation of Hindus in Bangladesh is right now. At one hand, atrocities are happening in 3 levels. On 3 levels, 3 different ways atrocities are happening. In the first level, the government is posing restrictions on Durga Pujas. The government authority have already circulated a notice that during namaz and during azan, there cannot be any kind of music or chanting of mantras in Durga Puja pandals. That is the atrocity on the level of government. In the second level, we see these rallies on the streets by the majority community of Bangladesh against Hindus and against Durga Puja, who are chanting slogans that we won't allow Durga Puja to happen in Bangladesh. And on the third level, which is not visible on camera much, actual atrocities are happening where Bangladeshi minorities, Hindus, Buddhists are killed. They are raped, murdered, their houses are being burnt. And that is the condition of Bangladesh right now, Shivangi, where the government is causing atrocities on Hindus, where these radicals are on the streets causing atrocities. They are rallying and chanting slogans on the streets openly. And on the third level, there are atrocities where people are killed by miscreants, Hindus are massacred, and they are asking for help, even the Buddhists and Christians and other communities as well. And now we see that they are chanting slogans. These majority community radicals are chanting slogans that they won't allow Durga Puja to happen in Bangladesh. These are the latest visuals from Bangladesh from social media sources. Shivangi.
All right, thank you for joining us there with all those details. Kishan, I will be coming back to you as we get more updates on the story. We move ahead right now to some of the other stories we're tracking in our next segment, Bharat in 5 minutes. Union Minister of Finance Nirmala Sidaramaiah met with the Minister of Investments of the Republic of Uzbekistan ahead of the annual meeting of Board of Governors of the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. And both ministers discussed issues of mutual interest related to bilateral trade, especially in the areas of renewable energy, fertilizers and pharma sector. Former US Ambassador to India Kenneth Juster stated that the Prime Minister's visit to India is very positive. His comments come after demonstrators highlighted the depth and the breadth of US-India relations with continued new initiatives. Following the meeting, India also decided to open new consulates in Boston and Los Angeles.
I thought it was a very positive visit. The statement that came out afterwards demonstrates the depth and breadth of the U.S.-India relationship with continued new initiatives, especially in areas such as critical and emerging technologies, clean energy, healthcare, defense. And so this is just another very important step in the building of the strength of the U.S.-India relationship.
7 people lost their lives and 1 was critically injured when a speeding car collided with a truck near Himmatnagar in Gujarat. Today morning, the car en route to Ahmedabad struck the trailer from behind on a national highway. Superintendent of Police Vijay Patel stated that all 7 passengers in the car were killed in the crash.
गुजरात के साबरकांठा डिस्ट्रिक्ट में शामराजी से हिम्मतनगर हाईवे पे आज सुबह एक अकस्मात हुआ है जिसमें इनोवा कार में जो सवार थे वो 7 व्यक्ति की मौत हो चुकी है और एक जो सवार था उसको इंजरी हुई है, उसको हॉस्पिटल में ले जाया गया है। ये सभी अहमदाबाद के रहने वाले थे और शामराजी से अहमदाबाद तरफ जा रहे थे।
Special Court for Public Representatives is set to hear the Muda scam today, with the petition filed by the Srinagar Krishna scheduled to be presented. Srinagar Krishna's lawyers will submit the High Court's order dismissing Chief Minister Sidaramaiah's writ petition. Meanwhile, CM Sidaramaiah's legal team is preparing to challenge the Karnataka High Court single bench order by filing an appeal with the division bench today.
While respecting the judiciary, we are not happy about the judgment, because when there is no involvement directly by the Honorable Chief Minister, there is no order done by the Chief Minister, there is no signature on any documentation.
Smoke caused panic on a flight from Chennai to Dubai with 320 passengers on board. The smoke dissipated within approximately 10 minutes. Officials say fire tenders were dispatched to the scene as a precautionary measure. The incident occurred due to the overfilling of the engine. Animal smuggler Niaz, alias Motu, a resident of Khanka police station in Bilariaganj, was injured in an encounter with the police. He was shot in his right leg. One of the animal smuggler's associates has been arrested. A pistol cartridge and a motorcycle were recovered from them.
अपराधियों के खिलाफ चलाए जा रहे अभियान के अंतर्गत थाना कंदरापुर की पुलिस द्वारा 24 सितंबर की प्रातःकाल में एक अभियुक्त नियाजुद्दीन उर्फ मोटू को प्रतिबंधित जानवरों का मांस बेचने के आरोप में गिरफ्तार करने का प्रयास किया गया, तो नियाजुद्दीन उर्फ मोटू अभियुक्त ने पुलिस पर फायरिंग की। जवाब में पुलिस द्वारा आत्मरक्षार्थ फायरिंग की गई। इसमें अपराधी को पैर में गोली लगने से घायल हुआ।
And viewers, the 8th edition of joint military exercise drills between India and Kazakhstan have started. They will be held on September 30th to October 13th at the Surya Foreign Training Node in Uttarakhand, aimed at enhancing a lot of interoperability between the Indian Army and the Kazakhstan Army. The exercise focuses on conducting sub-conventional operations under the UN mandate. This annual event fosters stronger military cooperation and deepens the long-standing friendship between the two nations. Here's a Nation First report.
Director, the taste of success.
Crime breaking, and we get to the top business story now. The Securities and Exchange Board of India has released some concerning statistics regarding retail traders in the futures and options market. Now, SEBI says that over 93% of these traders have faced losses over the past 3 years, which has resulted in a total loss of close to 2 trillion rupees. Republic Business examines the reasons behind these losses, the risks associated with F&O trading, and the surprising persistence of traders despite consecutive setbacks. Take a look.
The Securities and Exchange Board of India, SEBI, has just revealed some concerning numbers about retail traders, specifically those involved in futures and options market. Over a span of 3 years, from FY22 to FY24, an alarming 93% of these traders faced losses. To put it into perspective, the total losses amounted to a staggering rupees 1.8 trillion. That's nearly rupees 2 lakh per trader on average. You might ask, why are so many people losing money? Well, F&O trading is all about predicting the future prices of stocks without actually buying them right away. Think of futures like making a deal today to buy or sell a stock at a set price on a future date. If the stock price moves in your favor, you make a profit, but if it doesn't, you could lose money. And options give you the right to buy or sell a stock at a specific price, but you are not forced to do it. You only exercise it if that is profitable for you. So in simple terms, F&O trading is a way to bet on stock prices. It's riskier than regular stock trading. It requires in-depth knowledge and constant monitoring of the markets. Yet, despite facing consecutive losses, a surprising 75% of traders kept coming back to trade, hoping for a turnaround. But the odds were not in their favor. This surge in trading activity has raised questions. Why are retail investors so eager to participate? And what is SEBI planning to do? In response to these growing losses, SEBI is looking at 7 major measures to limit retail participation and curb speculation in these high-risk markets. But it's not just about the traders who lost money. A small group of foreign portfolio investors and algorithmic traders made huge profits of rupees 28,000 crore and rupees 33,000 crore respectively, mostly thanks to advanced technologies that most retail investors don't have access to. So while the majority lost money, these sophisticated traders benefited the most. And there is more to this concern. Over 75% of these loss-making traders had declared an annual income of less than rupees 5 lakh. This indicates that people who might not have enough financial backing are risking their savings in these markets. The report also shows that more young people are joining the F&O space, with traders under 30 years of age growing from 31% to 43% in just 1 year. These numbers point to the need for better investor education and more robust safeguards to protect retail traders from the high risks involved in this trading. So in the last few months, government and SEBI have been saying that the middle class should not invest in F&O, and for the SEBI's new proposals are expected soon. So we will see and track every movement and how they are planning to address this growing concern right here on Republic Business.
And getting a top election news, viewers, speculation is over rift rises as Omar targets Congress, asks why Rahul has not campaigned in Jammu. And with less than a week to go, Prime Minister to lead the BJP charge mega rally in Sonipat today. Stay tuned. viewers, getting you some top updates from the world of sports. Virat Kohli has been added to Delhi's probable squad for the Ranji Trophy for the first time since 2018-2019. Rishabh Pant, Navdeep Saini have also been included, while Ishant Sharma missed out. With the government officials sounding the warning, less than half the capacity of balcony C stand will be up for sale. While the stand capacity is around 4,800, only 1,700 tickets will be sold. And viewers, we are live and breaking. Odisha assault survivor narrates horror, says she was undressed, kicked on the chest and assaulted by the cops. And with Israel intensifying operations against Hezbollah, situation escalates in the Middle East. Stay tuned.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good afternoon. We are live and breaking. I am Shivangi Shukla, and it's 24% voter turnout in the Jammu and Kashmir polls, historic polls. Second phase of polling underway. It started at 7 a.m. today. And we have a team of reporters on the ground getting us all the latest. But as usual, the headlines.
Presented by Royal Global University. Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
Phase 2 of Jammu and Kashmir elections gets underway. 24.10% voting recorded till 11 a.m.
What the Congress does in Kashmir is not that important. What the Congress does in Jammu is important. And unfortunately, Congress hasn't done as much in the plains of Jammu as we would expect them to do.
Speculation over rift rises as Omar targets Congress, asks why Rahul has not campaigned in Jammu.
वोट पड़े हैं तो इसका मतलब क्या है कि जानबूझ के कहीं ना कहीं डेलिबरेटरी मशीनों की सेटिंग ऐसे की गई है कि पोलिंग कम हो. गुंडागर्दी नहीं चलेगी. गुंडागर्दी नहीं.
Polling day controversy at Nowshera booth. National Conference alleges slow voting by EC officials. With less than a week to go, Prime Minister to lead the BJP charge. Mega rally in Sonipat today.
Thumping and just kicking my chest. And thereafter I was then just begging again, sir, what have I even done? Just please leave me. आप लोग हो जो यहाँ पे गलत कर रहे हो और क्यों कर रहे हो? Then he kicked me even more.
Odisha assault survivor narrates horror, says she was undressed, kicked on the chest and assaulted by the cops. And with Israel intensifying operations against Hezbollah, situation escalates in the Middle East.
Presented by Royal Global University, Northeast can't wait. Pado kuch bano.
All right, viewers, we have breaking news coming in from the Bombay High Court. A scathing scathing remarks by the Bombay High Court on the Badlapur encounter. Coming in, the court has said that why wasn't the accused overpowered when he pulled the first trigger? The questions being raised on the police here, on the encounter theory. High Court clearly questioning the encounter theory of the police and asking why, how can a weak man, that a weak man cannot load a pistol? And that why was this accused, Akshay Shinde, not controlled, not overpowered when he was pulling the trigger? That is the big update we have right now. Bombay High Court questioning the reliability of the encounter theory of the police. Remember that bullets have been recovered in the police van, and what the government says, government of Maharashtra says, is that this was done in self-defense, that police took this step only to protect itself, that Akshay Shinde, the rape accused, had snatched the pistol from the police officers, from the policemen, and shot the API, Nitesh More, was also in hospital. But this, remember, this became a matter of investigation. The opposition raked this up, questioning the reliability, and now the Bombay High Court, the matter has reached the court. The court now questions the encounter theory, the reliability of the encounter theory. That's the big update we have right now on this story, viewers. Badlapur police now being questioned in the High Court, in the Bombay High Court. My colleague Sandeep is joining us live on the broadcast. From Sandeep, clearly these are some scathing remarks being made by the court, and the question is being raised on the encounter theory, the entire story that has been narrated by the police.
See, definitely, when you go through with the arguments that took place in the courthouse, as far as the petitioner is concerned, the petitioner is the father of the accused who was in fact killed in this very encounter. The petitioner lawyer says, in fact, he cites that how the government and the political leaders are celebrating and putting up posters and banners after the death of Akshay Shinde. Now, meanwhile, in this very matter, the court has asked whether the checks and probes were done when this incident happened. Where did this incident happen? The court also went on to ask whether it is an isolated place where this encounter took place. Court also says that it is very hard to believe that four police officers who were with one single person sitting in the police van cannot control the accused and who got in fact killed. Now, court also says whether the proper, hand wash was taken. Now, if you go through with this term hand wash, when a particular person dies or whenever there is any kind of crime, a hand wash is done, a proper hand wash is done, and in fact that is being sent to forensics to make sure to check whether there is any kind of evidences, whether there are any chemical evidences that could prove that there was something wrong or there is something suspicious. So ultimately the court is in fact pointing out the fact
that it is not as easy to unlock the gun. In fact, one of the judge out there, he points out and mentions that it is very difficult, and he has used the gun 100 times. So it is not as easy to use or unlock the gun. How can a normal person who is not trained in such a manner can use a gun, and who can unlock the pistol in such a scuffle between police officers, that too 4 police officers and 1 accused in this very matter? So ultimately the court says that there needs to be a probe, that there needs to be case registered, an independent agency in fact should investigate the whole matter. The API who is also injured in this matter, he needs to be even his testimony is important. Everyone's statement would be very important, and an independent agency needs to in fact probe in this matter. So ultimately court has taken on the Thane police and the Thane crime branch and in fact had raised a lot of questions in this very encounter. Rakshita.
Absolutely, viewers. It's a big update we have right now coming in on the High Court questioning the police. If you can I can just once again tell you about what the police has said. The scathing remarks that have been made by Bombay High Court in Badlapur encounter. Sandeep, of course, tell us once again about, just tell our viewers the political face-off that had unfolded, what the government of Maharashtra has said, and the questions that have been raised by the opposition.
See, as far as this case is concerned, remember the politics have already started. We saw how the political parties in the state, ruling in the state, celebrated the encounter that took place. And apart from this, if you go through with the statements given by the opposition leaders like Jitendra Awad, Supriya Sule, they all have raised question that how a common man in fact can shoot someone or can open up fire in the police van having such security. So basically, at this point in time, the court has also questioned the prosecution in the same line, and in fact have also questioned, Rakshita, whether the person who shot API Nilesh More, the accused Akshay Shinde who shot API Nilesh More and the API got injured, was he trained in such a manner? What was he going through when this incident happened? And in fact, if you go through with the arguments that were made by the counsel of Akshay Shinde, father of Akshay Shinde, he says that he was in fact seeking 500 rupees for canteen expenses that he had to spend in the jail. So ultimately, they were emphasizing on the fact that Akshay Shinde was not someone who would take such kind of action, but they believe it to be a fake encounter. That is what is being said in the courthouse, and ultimately an argument is still underway. The bench observes that there needs to be a fair investigation in this very case, and for the same reason they have pulled up Thane police as well and the investigating agencies in this very case.
Absolutely, Sandeep. Thank you so much for joining us for those updates coming in on that story. We'll keep a close eye. In fact, you stay with us. We will come back to you once again. Before that, it's another breaking development that is coming in, viewers. This is a breaking news coming in from West Bengal. All right, we're getting in an update from the Badlapur encounter. This is Akshay Shinde now, according to reports, had opened fire on police personnel, resulting into injuries. Now, exclusive images are revealing that Moore had sustained a bullet wound to the thigh, with the bullet entering from the front and exiting from the rear. That left 2 distinct marks on his thigh. You can see those images that have been, of course, blurred because the blood is quite visible there. It's an injury. And that is the visual of the police officer's injury, viewers. Akshay Shinde opening fire on the police personnel that had injured API Nilesh More, and he has been hospitalized. Exclusive images revealing sustaining a bullet wound to the thigh, with the bullet entering from the front and exiting the rear. And questions, remember, have been raised Now, in fact, even Special Public Prosecutor Ujjwal Nikam had said that the fact that the police also was injured, that makes us understand that there was a face-off, as many have questioned the encounter theory. And viewers, I'll go back to my colleague Sandeep, who is closely tracking these developments. We will go back to him for more details on that. But this is the visual of API, Nilesh More, who had suffered the injury. Images are showing. You can see that mark of the bullet piercing through his leg. He's hospitalized right now. He's in JJ hospital, and he's in a hospital, not some other hospital, in fact. And the visuals on your screens, remember we saw yesterday some leaders also meeting him in the hospital. We'll keep a track of those updates coming in from Badlapur viewers. Now we switch our focus to other stories. We have updates coming in from the Patashpur now. A woman in Patashpur, Bengal was allegedly stripped and thrashed by villagers in a kangaroo style court. Villagers in a kangaroo court style punishment and being accused of theft. The victim, now critically injured and under treatment, has denied the allegations, claiming police involvement in the assault. Authorities are investigating the incident. So, viewers, another case of a crime against a woman emerging from West Bengal. Woman in this video says that she was stripped and thrashed by villagers in a kangaroo-style punishment after being accused of theft. And viewers, this is not the first time that we are learning about this kangaroo-style punishment in Bengal. Such cases have emerged in the past as well from several areas of West Bengal. And now the victim is critically injured. You can see the injury marks in that video. She is undergoing treatment right now. And she has, and now, of course, police has now denied the allegations. Authorities are investigating the incident. That's the big update we are getting right now. Let's take a listen in, viewers, to the victim.
বাড়িতে ঘুমিয়েছিলাম তখন যাদের বাড়িতে চুরি হয়েছে ওদের বাড়িতে আমার মেয়ে টিউশন পড়তে যায় তখন ওরা ও কাকু এসে বলছে তুমি আমাদের বাড়িতে গিয়েছিলে আমি বলছি না আমি এক্ষুনি ঘুম থেকে উঠে চান করে আমি শুয়ে গিয়েছিলাম বলে বলতে চলে গেছে বাড়ি একজন বাড়ির পাশে জ্যাঠা এসে বলছে তুমি এক্ষুনি গেছিলে ওদের বাড়িতে গিয়ে ওদের বাড়িতে একজন দিদা হয় ওকে মেরে তুমি ওদের গয়না নিয়ে চলে এসছো বলতে আমি আমার শাশুড়ি মাকে নিয়ে ওদের বাড়িতে যাই ওদের বাড়িতে যেতেই আমার শাশুড়ি মাকে বের করে দিয়ে মারধর শুরু করে পুরো 4টা থেকে 6টা পর্যন্ত ওরা মারতে শুরু করে ওরা এমনকি পঞ্চায়েত এবং ওদের সিভিক পুলিশ থেকে আমাকে মারতে শুরু করে ওরা প্রথম আমাকে জিজ্ঞাসাবাদ করে আমি না বলায় ওরা বলছে তোমাদের পাবলিককে বলছে তোমাদের যা করা তোমরা করো ওকে মেরে বস্তায় ভরে ওকে খালে ভাসিয়ে দাও পুলিশ আসে ওরা আমাকে প্রথম বলেছিল যে পুলিশ আসবে কিন্তু আমি বলছি যে আমি তো চুরি করি ঠিক আছে তুমি পুলিশ প্রশাসন সবাইকে ডাকো কিন্তু ওরা বলছে যে পুলিশ আমরা ডেকেছি কিন্তু ওরা পুলিশকে খবর দেয়নি আমি আমার বাবাকে প্রথমে যখন এগুলো খুলে ফোন করে বলি তখন ওরাই পুলিশ নিয়ে 6:30 7টা নাগাদ আসবে তখন আমাকে উদ্ধার করে আমার বাপের বাড়ির লোক এসে এবং তুলে দিয়েছে
এটা আমরা ভেরিফাই করব, এখনই পর্যন্ত এরকম কিছু নেই। আর যদি এরকম भी কিছু থাকবে তো আমরা তো আইন যে হিসাবে আইন কাজ করে সেভাবে আইন কাজ করব। না, এটা আমরাকে ভেরিফাই করতে হবে। এখনই পর্যন্ত আমরা তো অভিযোগ পেয়েছি, অভিযোগ হিসাবে আমরা আইন মোতাবেক ব্যবস্থা নেব। আমার কাছে যে অভিযোগপত্র আছে ওই এখনই পর্যন্ত এরকম কিছু নেই। যদি এরকম কিছু থাকবে আমরা নিশ্চয়ই আইন মোতাবেক ব্যবস্থা নেব। যে যার মধ্যে গন্ডগোল হয়েছে ওনারা প্রতিবেশী, দে আর নেবার্স। তো কি নিয়ে সমস্যা হয়েছিল, কি নিয়ে গন্ডগোল হয়েছে, কি নিয়ে ওর মধ্যে মারপিট হয়েছে সেটা আমাকে তদন্তে এসে সেটা তদন্ত মধ্যে জানা যাবে। ওনার কাছে হার যে আছে, হাফকে একটা টুকরা পাওয়া গেছে, সেই হিসাবে আমরা তদন্তকে আগে बढ़ाচ্ছি।
कारखाने यहाँ लगने वाले हैं। साथियों, मेक इन इंडिया के 10 सालों ने भी इसमें बड़ी भूमिका निभाई है। हम मोबाइल फोन से लेकर लड़ाकू विमान और विमान वाहक पोत तक अब भारत में बना रहे हैं। बीते 3 साल में ही मैन्युफैक्चरिंग से जुड़े सेक्टर में लाखों नए रोजगार बने हैं। आज भारत में बनी चीजें हम उन देशों को भी बेच रहे हैं जहां से पहले हम मंगाया करते थे। अब आप देखिए, भारत में बनी सुजुकी गाड़ियां, मूलतः वो कंपनी जापान की है। सुजुकी कंपनी गाड़ी अब यहां बनाती है और जापान वाले भारत से वो गाड़ी मंगवा करते खरीदते हैं। और ये कमाल कहां होता है मालूम है? ये कमाल कहां होता है मालूम है? ये कमाल मेरी हरियाणा की धरती से होता है। हरियाणा की धरती से बने उत्पाद आज दुनिया के बाजारों में पहुंच रहे हैं। यही है नए भारत की ताकत। साथियों, अब जब दुनिया भर से लोग भारत में फैक्ट्री लगाना चाहते हैं, नई कंपनियां खोलने आना चाहते हैं, तो आप खुद सोचिए हरियाणा में यहां कैसी सरकार होनी चाहिए। हरियाणा में उद्योगों को बढ़ावा देने वाली भाजपा सरकार जरूरी है। हरियाणा में नौकरियों को बढ़ावा देने वाली भाजपा सरकार जरूरी है, क्योंकि आप भी जानते हैं जहां भी केंद्र सरकार आई और कांग्रेस को मौका मिला, जहां जहां कांग्रेस ने पैर रखा, एक काम पक्का, करप्शन, 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 भ्रष्टाचार, 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 भाई भतीजावाद, भाई भतीजावाद, भाई भतीजावाद। भारत के सरकारी सिस्टम में भ्रष्टाचार को पैदा करने वाली, पालना पोसने वाली हमारे देश में भ्रष्टाचार की कोई जन्मदात्री है तो कांग्रेस पार्टी है। कांग्रेस का शाही परिवार देश का सबसे भ्रष्ट परिवार है। और जब हाई कमांड भ्रष्टाचारी है तो नीचे फिर लूट का खुला लाइसेंस मिल ही जाता है। याद कीजिए 10 साल पहले जब यहां कांग्रेस की सरकार थी तब क्या होता था। आज जो नए वोटर है ना 18 साल 20 साल के, उन्हें तो पता तक नहीं होगा कि 10 साल पहले हरियाणा को कैसे लूटा गया था। तब हरियाणा में किसानों की जमीन को जम करके लूटा गया। कांग्रेस ने हरियाणा को दलालों और दामादों के हवाले कर दिया था। दलालों और दामादों से बचना है तो कमल ही बचाएगा। किस किस कांग्रेस नेता पर आरोप लगे हैं ये आप अच्छे से जानते हैं। हरियाणा में एक भी नौकरी ऐसी नहीं थी, ये 10 साल पहले की कथा है, एक भी नौकरी ऐसी नहीं थी जिसमें खर्ची और पर्ची न चलती हो। सरकारी ठेकों में जमकर भ्रष्टाचार होता था। हरियाणा को लूट कर खाने वाली ऐसी करप्ट कांग्रेस को हरियाणा की सरकार से मीलों मीलों दूर रखना है, तब जाके हरियाणा बचेगा। और आपका तो मुझ पर हक है, मुझे भी तो हरियाणा का कर चुकाना है। और मुझे खुशी है कि हरियाणा के लोग इतने समझदार हैं कि वो राज्य और केंद्र की ताकत क्या होती है ये जितना हरियाणा के लोग समझते हैं ना, हिंदुस्तान में और कोई उतना नहीं समझता है जितना हरियाणा वाले समझते हैं। और इसलिए हरियाणा हमेशा राज्य में वही सरकार बनाता है जिसकी दिल्ली में सरकार होती है। हरियाणा के लोगों की इसकी बराबर समझ है। साथियों, जैसी स्थिति यहां कांग्रेस ने उस समय बनाई थी, आज कर्नाटका में उनकी सरकार है। जरा देखिए, अभी तो 2 साल हुए हैं, क्या हाल करके रखा है। वहां कांग्रेस के मुख्यमंत्री उन पर जमीन घोटाले के आरोप लगे हैं। जब इसकी जांच शुरू हुई तो कर्नाटका के मुख्यमंत्री हाईकोर्ट चले गए। हाईकोर्ट ने भी उनको एक और डंडा मारा। उन्होंने कहा कोई मदद नहीं होगी। और कल ही हाईकोर्ट ने साफ साफ कहा कि जांच के आदेश सही है और जांच होनी चाहिए। अब देखिए, 2 साल मुश्किल से हुए हैं, आदत जाती नहीं है। क्या हरियाणा में इनको ये पाप करने का ठेका दे सकते हैं क्या? हरियाणा में इनको घुसने दे सकते हैं क्या? आप ये गलती मत करना। 10 साल बाहर रहे तो सुधर गए होंगे, ये सुधर सकते ही नहीं जी, ये कभी नहीं सुधर सकते।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
ভিডিও মারছে এল্লা ভিডিও মারে আমাকে পুরোছে তো কি হইছে
The murder mystery of a Nepali woman named as Mahalakshmi has sent shockwaves through the city. Since her mother and elder sister saw her maggot-infested body, which was chopped into 50 pieces and was stuffed inside a refrigerator in her own house. This reminds us of Shraddha Walkar case in Delhi. Shraddha Walkar was a 28-year-old girl who was murdered by her own boyfriend, whose name was Aftab, and her body was cut into 35 pieces. Here, the lady named as Mahalakshmi, it is said that a person who was in friendship with her was murdered her, but the police have not concluded anything. Her estranged husband named as Hemant Das suspects the involvement of a barber.
Viewers, a very good afternoon. You're watching Republic TV and I'm Rakta Mishra with you. It's phase 2 of polling in Jammu and Kashmir, and the voter turnout is turning out to be very encouraging. Once again, we'll get you the latest from ground zero, but first up, the headlines this hour. Phase 2 of the Jammu and Kashmir elections gets underway. 24.110% voting recorded till 11 a.m.
does in Kashmir is not that important. What the Congress does in Jammu is important. And unfortunately, Congress hasn't done as much in the plains of Jammu as we would expect them to do.
Speculation over rift rise as Omar Abdullah targets the Congress, asks why Rahul Gandhi has not campaigned in Jammu.
2 घंटे अगर 54 वोट पड़े हैं तो इसका मतलब क्या है कि जानबूझ के कहीं ना कहीं डेलिबरेटरी मशीनों की सेटिंग ऐसे की गई है कि पोलिंग कम हो।
गुंडागर्दी नहीं चलेगी, गुंडागर्दी नहीं चलेगी, बीजेपी हाय हाय, बीजेपी हाय हाय।
Polling day controversy erupts in Nowshera booth. National Conference alleges slow voting by the Election Commission officials. With less than a week to go, the Prime Minister is all set to lead the BJP's charge. He is holding a mega rally in Haryana right now in Sonipat as we speak.
Just kicking my chest, and thereafter I was then just begging again, sir, what have I even done? Just please leave me. आप लोग हो जो यहाँ पे गलत कर रहे हो और क्यों कर रहे हो? Then he kicked me even more.
Odisha assault survivor narrates the horror, says she was undressed, kicked on the chest and assaulted by cops. And with Israel intensifying operations against Hezbollah, situation escalates in West Asia. Viewers, we're getting news from the RG Kaur medical case. Now, the CBI is currently investigating the messages that have been recovered from Sandeep Ghosh's phone as part of the ongoing investigation. According to sources, several deleted messages have been now retrieved. That includes the one where Sandeep allegedly claimed that the girl is exaggerating about an issue. Explosive texts have been recovered from Sandeep Ghosh's phone. It's a big lead, viewers. Coming in. In fact, Kishore is joining us live on the broadcast for more. Now, Kishore, tell us more about who was Sandeep Ghosh sending these messages to, and who did he consult to when he says punishing Abhaya?
Well, Rakshita, the exact translation of what he sent, according to sources, is the girl is crossing her limits. Rather than the girl is exaggerating, we should say that he actually used words like meta bada badi korche in Bengali, which means the girl is crossing her limits. So Sandeep Ghosh was angry. In fact, he was angry on a girl. Whether it's Abhaya or not is yet to be seen after the investigation, but most probably so. Now he's saying that the girl is exaggerating or the girl is crossing her limits. Now what the girl is exactly crossing is a question, because we know that there has been large-scale allegations of financial corruptions at Arjikor, and at the helm of all this is Sandeep Ghosh himself. Allegedly. Now, CBI and ED, both of these agencies are investigating the role of Sandeep Ghosh in these matters of corruption. But what is very clear, if these messages are true, is that Sandeep Ghosh was very angry on a particular girl who was kind of crossing her limits, and probably in a way came to know about all these financial irregularities carried out by Sandeep Ghosh, and therefore the consequence we see, Abhaya was killed, raped and murdered. She was murdered and raped, raped and murdered. So whether it was Abhaya who came to know about all the details about the irregularities at Arjikor, with Sandeep Ghosh leading the whole corruption, that is the reason why she was punished in this heinous way, rape and murder. So that is the question CBI is looking into. These messages, whether Sandeep Ghosh, who deleted these messages, are being recovered right now, and who he sent these messages to is a question till now. We have to know about that later. But these messages coming from the phone of Sandeep Ghosh clearly opens up new explosive avenues in this investigation, Rakshita.
That's a big revelation, in fact, that has been made here amidst the investigation that is going on. Kishore, in fact, stay with us, because viewers, now we need to tell you that how this case was, what we had understood was just the tip of the iceberg. Abhaya, in fact, had discovered Sandeep Ghosh's corrupt practices, his involvement in multiple corrupt practices, and she had initially complained about poor quality medicines to Sandeep, but she received no response from him. And after she escalated the complaint to the high authorities, Sandeep allegedly began threatening Abhaya. And thereafter, she was assigned 36 consecutive hours of duty. Kishore, again, another shocking revelation. If it's true, this is a big revelation that is coming in, that because Abhaya knew of many of the malpractices, and that those are being investigated by the CBI also. There's the second case where he's embroiled in, he's accused. Abhaya was assigned 36 consecutive hours of duty because she took on the authorities, because she took on the principal, and later on she was also said that she will be met with some worse kind of treatment.
Well, we got to know from many of our sources at Arjikor. In fact, there were people, staff, ex-staff members, even the ex-super Akhtar Ali himself, who spoke out on camera. He came to Republic Network as well, speaking multiple times about how there were specific evidences of medicines being, actual medicines, original medicines being taken out of Arjikor hospital in an illegal manner, and then fake medicines being brought in and replaced. So that is a very serious allegation that came up. Now after that, it is known according to sources, Abhaya came to know about the low quality medicines that were being used on patients. She was not accepting what was happening in the hospital. And according to sources, the investigation is revealing that Abhaya had complained about this whole matter to Sandeep Ghosh, to other authorities, but to no fruit. So after Abhaya after even multiple complaints, Abhaya could not get any results. She was now planning to take it even higher and expose it Now, whether the consequences were exactly for that reason or not is what the investigation will say. But the text messages in Sandeep Ghosh's phone saying that the girl is crossing her limit and we need to take care of that reveals everything.
Absolutely, Kishore. No doubt what we can understand is that why the administration, the Bengal administration, Bengal police had been, literally somehow trying, making frantic efforts to cover up this entire case, which is about a woman being raped and murdered so brutally. But the fight for justice continues. Thank you so much, Kishore, for joining us with those details. Republic TV, of course, along with Republic Bangla, will keep a close eye on the latest from that story, all the breaking leads from that investigation that is underway as the fight for justice continues, viewers. And a quick look at the headlines now. Woman stripped in full public glare, put her in rice sack and assaulted mercilessly in Bengal's Purba Mednipur. Shah chairs key Mahayuti meeting as stage is set for Maharashtra polls. Shinde, Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar present. Out of options, Sidaramaiah now appeals to division bench of High Court. Meanwhile, hearing in special court today.
But once we deal with the disengagement, there is the larger issue, which is both of us have brought very large number of troops up to the border. So there is what we call the de-escalation issue.
External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar makes a big statement, says China violated disengagement agreements. And after 2 assassination attempts, US intel warns Trump of real assassination threat from Iran. We have a breaking news coming in right now, viewers. This with regards to the Badlapur hearing. Now, Justice Mohit Dere has emphasized the need for an impartial investigation into the case, regardless of the police involvement. Now, Justice Chavan echoed this sentiment, stressing that the only goal is to uncover the truth. And we have now learned that the court has directed the registration of FIR against the police officers now. That's the big update we have right now. The court has directed the registration of FIR against police officers. Remember, the High Court has questioned the encounter theory of the police after the Badlapur accused was killed in the firing. And an API, Nilesh More, was also injured, remember. But the Bombay High Court has said that the truth must come out. And my colleague Sandeep is joining us live from the crime branch now. Sandeep, tell us the latest. It's a scathing observation being made, and now even the complaint will be registered against the police officers.
Yes, as far as the arguments are concerned, Rakshita, the father's counsels, in fact, argued with the fact that the father had went on to the police station and tried to file the complaint against the police officer over this alleged encounter case, but the complaint was not registered. So after this was in fact put up before the court has in fact ordered to register the FIR from both the sides. Not only that, the court has adjourned this matter till Thursday. So this is the breaking news that is coming. The court has adjourned the order till Thursday. The court will in fact wait for the probe. They want a fair and impartial probe in this very matter. Not only that, the court has also directed the investigating agencies to preserve the CDR records. So call data records would be in fact preserved, and that would be needed to be in fact produced before the court. The court has also asked to preserve the CCTV footage of the time when Akshay Shinde was in fact brought to the hospital, and also the CCTV footages of the court premises when he was in fact produced in the court in Thane district. So ultimately there are multiple things that court has also pointed out, that how a common man, how a single person was in fact not controlled by the 4 officers who was in fact sitting with him in the police van. Not only that, how can someone who is not trained can fire a bullet? So ultimately a lot of questions are being raised by the court right now, but the order has not come up so far, the investigating agencies have been ordered to carry a fair probe in this very matter. The matter will be again heard on next Thursday. Back to you, Rakshita.
Right, Sandeep. Thank you so much for joining us with the details coming in, viewers. That's a breaking development. We'll keep a close eye on that investigation and the court proceedings on that story, viewers. Right now, we shift our focus to some more news coming in from across the country. This is Bharat in 5 minutes. Union Minister of Finance Nirmala Sitharaman met with the Minister of Investments of the Republic of Uzbekistan ahead of the annual meeting of the Board of Governors of the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank in Samarkand, Uzbekistan. Both ministers discussed the issues of mutual interest related to bilateral trade, especially in the areas of renewable energy, fertilizers and the pharmaceutical sector. Former U.S. Ambassador to India, Kenneth Juster, said that the Prime Minister's visit to U.S. is very positive. His comments come after demonstrators highlighted the depth and breadth of U.S.-India relations with continued new initiatives. Following the meeting, India also decided to open new consulates in Boston and Los Angeles.
I thought it was a very positive visit. The statement that came out afterwards demonstrates the depth and breadth of the U.S.-India relationship with continued new initiatives, especially in areas such as critical and emerging technologies, clean energy, healthcare, defense. And so this is just another very important step in the building of the strength of the U.S.-India relationship.
7 people lost their lives and 1 was critically injured when a speeding car collided with a trailer truck near Himmatnagar in Gujarat's Sabarkantha district today morning. The car en route from Shamlaji to Ahmedabad struck the trailer from behind on a national highway. Now, Superintendent of Police Vijay Patel says that all 7 passengers in the car were killed in the crash.
गुजरात के साबरकांठा डिस्ट्रिक्ट में शामलाजी से हिम्मतनगर हाईवे पे आज सुबह एक अकस्मात हुआ है जिसमें इनोवा कार में जो सवार थे वो 7 व्यक्ति की मौत हो चुकी है और
Special Court for Public Representatives is all set to hear the Muda scam case today with a petition filed by Sneha Moy Krishna scheduled to be presented. Now, Sneha Moy Krishna's lawyers will submit the High Court's order dismissing Chief Minister Sidaramaiah's writ petition. Meanwhile, Chief Minister Sidaramaiah's legal team is preparing to challenge the High Court's single bench order by filing an appeal with the division bench.
While respecting the judiciary, we are not happy about the judgment, because when there is no involvement directly by the Honorable Chief Minister, there is no order done by the Chief Minister, there is no signature on any documentation.
Smoke caused panic on a flight from Chennai to Dubai with 320 passengers on board. The smoke dissipated within approximately 10 minutes, officials say. Fire tenders were dispatched to the scene as a precautionary measure. Incident occurred due to the overfilling of the engine. The animal smuggler Niaz alias Motu in Uttar Pradesh, a resident of Kanka police station in Bilariganj, was injured in an encounter with police near Farenda village in Kandharapur police station area. He was shot in his right leg. All right, viewers, we have breaking news coming in from Himachal Pradesh. Now, after Yogi government's order for all eateries to display the names of the owner and several other instructions that have been issued, now, the Congress minister, that is from Himachal government, Vikramaditya Singh, says that Himachal will also follow the eateries order, just like the Yogi model. So, Himachal Pradesh is going to emulate Yogi Adityanath's order on eateries, set to implement new regulations for monitoring eateries that includes restaurants and fast food outlets. And in the recent urban development and municipal corporation meeting, it's decided that an owner ID will be installed in all establishments to ensure accountability and address the customer's concern. In fact, Vikramaditya Singh, who is a Himachal minister, he has tagged Chief Minister Yogi's post confirming the move. Remember that Yogi Adityanath was very clear, ordering investigation and verification of all hotels, dhabas, restaurants, eateries in the state, saying that the names of the owner have to be displayed, installed CCTV, staff should be wearing masks. That spitting, the cases of spitting and mixing of urine in eatables is deplorable. And in wake of such instance, this order was issued by the Yogi government. My colleague Lalit is joining us live from on the broadcast. Now he's joining us live from Chandigarh. Lalit, tell us more details about this. It seems that Himachal Pradesh wants to emulate Yogi Adityanath's model on the eateries order.
If you talk about now, after the Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath have asked for the IDs, now the Cabinet Minister of Himachal Pradesh, Vikram Aditya Singh, have also supported Yogi Adityanath's this idea. And the way today he has written a post on social media, on Facebook, in which he has displayed the photograph of the CM of UP, Mr. Yogi Adityanath, and he has said that in the coming days, Himachal government would be formulating a policy in which the hawkers have to display the IDs in the food shops, as in the past some weeks in Himachal Pradesh, the way the controversy has erupted and protests have seen all across Himachal over the illegal building structures. Now, yesterday there was a meeting in Shimla in which Vikram Aditya Singh has posted that very soon policy would be found for the hawkers, and as illegal vendors could be seen sitting in Himachal Pradesh, in which the law and order situation has disrupted. So a policy has to be made. But the way in UP, Yogi Adityanath had said that in the shops of the food stalls, the owner have to show the IDs. Now, this idea has somehow fascinated Mr. Vikram Aditya Singh, who is the Cabinet Minister of Himachal Pradesh, and he has supported Yogi Adityanath.
It's interesting, how many of the India Alliance partners and even the Congress party had, in fact, Lalit, reacted during that Kanwar Yatra order for displaying the name of the eateries. The opposition has not really received this UP order in the latest, also very well, calling it overriding Supreme Court order. But it's interesting that a Congress minister now is wanting to emulate that. Thank you so much, Lalit, for joining us. Viewers, now we shift our focus to Jammu and Kashmir, where the second phase of polling is right now underway. And senior diplomats from various countries are visiting Jammu and Kashmir. These are delegates from US, Norway and Singapore. They are visiting Kashmir to observe this assembly election. And let's take a look at the reactions from them.
A delegation of senior-level foreign diplomats from across 15 countries arrived in Jammu and Kashmir to observe the polling process.
The organization is very similar to Singapore, where you use government buildings to make it accessible for people. So we are very grateful to MEA for organizing this trip for us to come and witness the polling in progress.
This marks the first time in a decade that such a high-level delegation has witnessed the voting process.
So it's very beautiful. It's wonderful to be amongst the people who are actually here to cast their votes. And I see the really vibrant enthusiasm, and this is really democracy working, So congratulations, for well-organized polling station.
Their visit highlights the democratic transition unfolding in the Union Territory.
And now, viewers, news coming in from East Delhi's Shakapura, where a young woman living alone was targeted by invasive surveillance after discovering hidden cameras in her bathroom and even in her bedroom. Now, the victim, who is preparing for competitive exams, alerted the police after noticing some suspicious activity on her WhatsApp and finding spy cameras in her apartment. In fact, her landlord's son, who often had her access to her house keys, show that the victim, who was preparing for competitive exam, had alerted the police. His landlord's son often had access to her house keys, admitted to installing the cameras while she was away and secretly retrieving recorded footage. Now, police recovered 1 camera and 2 laptops storing the videos, and further investigation is now underway in this matter. Viewers, take a look at this report filed by my colleague Akhil Jamil.
A shocking incident has come to light from East Delhi Ganesh Nagar extension area. Here you can see behind me the house where that incident took place. So what has happened that a day ago, when a young woman living alone in this flat was targeted by the owner's son. The son has been identified as Mr. Karan. So what Karan has done, that he put a spy cam in washroom. Apart from that, he put a spy cam in bedroom as well of the rentee. And after that, what happened that the rentee complained regarding this police when she found out that on her laptop there was a connection malfunction which was showing that your device is now connected with another device. And when she realized that her device was connected, then she started to seeing her flat, and then she realized that there was a spy cam which was placed in that room. And then after that, she got scared, and then she called the police. And after that, when the police team arrived over here, they found out that there were 2 spy cams inside that apartment. And then after that, a complaint has been registered in this regard at Shakarpur Police Thana. And then after that, what we have been seeing that the police team has arrested the main accused in connection with the case, and then the further investigation is going on. But the bigger question remains that if you see this area, this Ganesh Nagar entire locality, here a lot of PGs are functional, so students are really concerned about this, that whether they should trust their flat's owner or not, because the complainant has claimed that whenever she used to go to her native place in UP, at that point in time she used to give her keys to the owner. And what had happened, that again she trusted the owner of the house, and when she came back, such incident happened, and she still don't know that for how long that owner's son was recording her. But the police is still investigating the entire matter, and in this connection, the main accused, Karan, has been arrested by the East Delhi police.
Well, polling has kick-started for phase 2 of polls in J&K. A lot of key candidates are in the fray, which includes former J&K Chief Minister Omar Abdullah, who's contesting on 2 seats, and J&K BJP Chief Ravinder Raina as well. Stay tuned to Republic, as at 8 AM we'll get you all election updates from J&K after this very short break.
Director, the taste of success.
Now, it seems that all is not well in the Congress-NC alliance, as National Conference leader Omar Abdullah has criticised ally Congress for insufficient campaigning in Jammu, claiming that Rahul Gandhi focused only on Kashmir. Meanwhile, the BJP has hit back at India alliance. Here's a report.
Phase 2 of Jammu and Kashmir elections witnessed a mega political face-off. with NC leader Omar Abdullah taking on ally Congress.
After Rahul is done campaigning in 1 or 2 seats in Kashmir, he focuses in Jammu. Ultimately, what the Congress does in Kashmir is not that important. What the Congress does in Jammu is important. And unfortunately, Congress hasn't done as much in the plains of Jammu as we would expect them to do.
And the BJP hitting back with Pakistan and Patharbazi attack.
गठबंधन में निकाह से पहले ही 3 तलाक शुरू हो चुका है और ये इसलिए हो रहा है क्योंकि ये दोनों पार्टी पीपीपी के प्रिंसिपल पर चलती है, पाकिस्तान परस्ती, पत्थरबाजी और परिवारवाद.
The latest war of words comes as the fate of 239 candidates is set to be sealed.
Well, polling has kick-started for phase 2 of polls in J&K. A lot of key candidates are in the fray, which includes former J&K Chief Minister Omar Abdullah, who's contesting on 2 seats, and J&K BJP Chief Ravinder Raina as well. Stay tuned to Republic, as at 8 AM we'll get you all election updates from J&K after this very short break.
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Can't wait. Pado, kuch pano.
Phase 2 of Jammu and Kashmir elections gets underway. 36.93% voting recorded till 1 PM.
What the Congress does in Kashmir is not that important. What the Congress does in Jammu is important. And unfortunately, Congress hasn't done as much in the plains of Jammu as we would expect them to do.
Speculation over rift rises as Omar targets Congress, asks why Rahul has not campaigned in Jammu.
2 घंटे अगर 54 वोट पड़े हैं तो इसका मतलब क्या है कि जानबूझ के कहीं ना कहीं डेलिबरेटरी मशीनों की सेटिंग ऐसे की गई है कि पोलिंग कम हो.
गुंडागर्दी नहीं चलेगी, गुंडागर्दी नहीं चलेगी. बीजेपी हाय हाय, बीजेपी हाय हाय.
Polling day controversy at Nowshera booth. National Conference alleges slow voting by EC officials. Prime Minister Narendra Modi leads the BJP's poll campaign in Haryana ahead of the state elections.
He started thumping and just kicking my chest, and thereafter I was then just begging again, sir, what have I even done? Just please leave me. आप लोग हो जो यहाँ पे गलत कर रहे हो और क्यों कर रहे हो? Then he kicked me even more.
Odisha assault survivor narrates horror, says she was undressed, kicked on the chest and assaulted by cops. And with Israel intensifying operations against Hezbollah, situation escalates in the Middle East.
Presented by Royal Global University, Northeast can't wait. Pado, kuch bano.
Well, it's 2 p.m. and you're watching Republic TV, viewers, and let's start this bulletin with the breaking news coming in. As far as the Muda scam is concerned, the Special Court for People's Representatives, presided by Judge Santosh Gajanana Bhatt, has ordered the Karnataka Mysore Lokayukta to file an FIR and conduct an investigation into the Muda land denotification case involving the Chief Minister. The court's decision, viewers, follows a Karnataka High Court verdict and acknowledges allegations surrounding land possession, compensation and also subsequent denotification. The Lokayukta is now tasked with the investigation and also the submission of a detailed report. The Muda scam heat continues to mount on the Chief Minister Sidaramaiah. We have Niranjan also joining us on the phone lines. A very good afternoon, Niranjan. The Special People's Representative Court has now passed an order ordering Lokayukta to file an FIR and also start the investigations. What does this mean for Sidaramaiah?
Well, this is a big verdict that we expected, Deepak, because given what happened yesterday when the Chief Minister was found, wanting, and the order against the Chief Minister was scathing. We went through the detailed order, and even the court has raised several questions against the Chief Minister. And now the court hearing that resumed at the Sessions Court, counsel for the complainant had informed the court about the orders that the investigation can be conducted, which was the verdict of the High Court in Karnataka. And the court has gone ahead and said that the FIRs to be filed by competent authorities and an investigation should be conducted in the Muda land scam case. Karnataka Mysuru Lokayukta will be conducting the investigation and submitting the report. So it's not good news for the Chief Minister, because if you go through the order, there are at least 20 to 30 pages that speak adversely about the role that he or his family played, in which the court, time and again mentions about how 5 lakh rupees that was paid or less than that becomes over 50 crore rupees in just a matter of time. So this is a huge setback to the Chief Minister, I would say, because the fact that the court rejected and then an FIR will be filed against him, there is going to be an investigation against him. This is a prima facie, case made out against him where, the rules were bent. There were several illegalities. There's a conflict of interest. There's impropriety. So it's going to be bad news for Sidaramaiah in the days and weeks to come.
Also, Niranjan, now to ensure a free and fair probe, the BJP is now demanding the resignation of the Chief Minister. But Sidaramaiah, on the other hand, has questioned why he should resign and has also, drawn parallels with H.D. Kumaraswamy, who is out on bail, as per his statement.
That's completely invalid, because we look at, what the Chief Minister has been through. And the Chief Minister stated crystal clear, he is facing investigation. He's digging in his heels because in the state of Karnataka, the Karnataka Chief Minister Sidaramaiah is a podcaster at level, paid with his own party or with different people. And Sidaramaiah is not a prominent national congressman per se, because he was a JDS. And for him, it's a tougher battle because, he has enemies within the Congress party and then also with the JDS. And, irrespective of what he says about the opposition, the fact is, in recent past has got an adverse, a court verdict against them. So it's going to be difficult for him to wriggle out of this one, Deepak.
That's right, Niranjan. Many thanks for joining us with those details. That was our executive editor, Niranjan Narayanswamy, giving us insights about what this order means and what's ahead for Chief Minister Sidaramaiah. Let's now move on, viewers. In a fiery speech at a rally in Haryana, the Prime Minister launched a sharp attack on Karnataka Chief Minister Sidaramaiah, calling out his involvement in the Mysuru Urban Development Authority land scam. Listen in.
जैसी स्थिति यहां कांग्रेस ने उस समय बनाई थी, आज कर्नाटका में उनकी सरकार है। जरा देखिए, अभी तो 2 साल हुए हैं, क्या हाल करके रखा है। वहां कांग्रेस के मुख्यमंत्री उन पर जमीन घोटाले के आरोप लगे हैं। जब इसकी जांच शुरू हुई तो कर्नाटका के मुख्यमंत्री हाई कोर्ट चले गए। हाई कोर्ट ने भी उनको एक और डंडा मारा। उन्होंने कहा कोई मदद नहीं होगी, और कल ही हाई कोर्ट ने साफ साफ कहा कि जांच के आदेश सही है और जांच होनी चाहिए। अब देखिए, 2 साल मुश्किल से हुए हैं, आदत जाती नहीं है। क्या हरियाणा में इनको ये पाप करने का ठेका दे सकते हैं क्या? हरियाणा में इनको घुसने दे सकते हैं क्या? आप ये गलती मत करना, 10 साल बाहर रहे तो सुधर गए होंगे, ये सुधर सकते ही नहीं जी, ये कभी नहीं सुधर सकते। और भाइयों बहनों, कर्नाटका में सिर्फ जमीन घोटाले का ही मामला नहीं है, वहां मेरे दलित भाई बहन ये समझिए, कांग्रेस पार्टी के अध्यक्ष भी कर्नाटका से आते हैं, दलित समाज से हैं। कर्नाटका में दलितों के लिए जो फंड था उसमें भी कांग्रेस ने घोटाला किया। ये वहां की कांग्रेस सरकार ने, वहां के सीएम ने विधानसभा में खुद इस बात को स्वीकार किया है। अब बताइए, जहां भ्रष्टाचार होगा वहां दुनिया का कोई देश, कोई भी निवेश करने वाला, कोई भी कारखाना लगाने वाला हरियाणा की धरती पर आएगा क्या? तो हरियाणा का नुकसान होगा कि नहीं होगा?
Well, viewers, that was the Prime Minister's attack against Sidaramaiah, and the biggest question that everybody is asking is, will he resign? That's the big question that Sidaramaiah will have to answer, and the probe, if at all, has to be fair and impartial. Then that's the solution, because many chief ministers in opposition-ruled states have all stepped down to ensure that the probe is fair and impartial. But will Sidaramaiah resign or not? That's the big question. Let's now take a quick look at the other top stories we are tracking. Woman stripped in full public glare, put her in rice sack, assaulted her mercilessly in Bengal's Purva Medinipur. Indian Home Minister Amit Shah chairs key Mahayuti meeting as stage is set for the Maharashtra poll. Shinde, Fadnavis and Ajit Pawar were in attendance. Sidaramaiah completely out of options as special court now orders Lokayukta to investigate the Muda case.
But once we deal with the disengagement, there is the larger issue, which is both of us have brought very large number of troops up to the border. So there is what we call the de-escalation issue.
External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar makes a big statement, says China violated disengagement agreements. After 2 assassination attempts, US intel warns Trump of real assassination threat from Iran. Moving on, viewers, with voting underway for the second phase in Jammu and Kashmir, we bring you this exclusive report from the ECI office control room in the national capital, where officials are closely monitoring the poll situation in the valley. Take a look.
The second phase of polling is underway in Jammu Kashmir as the 26 constituencies in 6 districts are polling today for the second phase. In the first phase, the recorded polling was 61.13%, but right now we are in the control room of Election Commission of India. These are all the officials which are monitoring how the situation at polling booths is right now all across Jammu and Kashmir, where the polling is taking place today in 26 constituencies in 6 districts, 3 in Jammu and 3 in Kashmir. Right now, I'll ask my camera person Hitesh to also show you the live monitoring, how the live monitoring is taking place here. Each and every booth is being monitored here, that how the polling is taking place, and also this is the first time assembly poll is happening in the restive region after the scrapping of the statehood and the special status in Jammu and Kashmir.
Well, that was from the Election Commission's control room in the national capital. Let's now get your reactions from ground zero in Jammu and Kashmir, which is voting in the phase 2 of the assembly elections.
We've been waiting for 10 years. First phase went well. Inshallah, we expect a good turnout from the second phase also, regardless of which party. Enthusiasm in political rallies has been heartening. Now we hope that enthusiasm translates into voter turnout also.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी को जनता का जबरदस्त समर्थन मिला है। जम्मू कश्मीर में दूसरे चरण के मतदान में लंबी लंबी कतारों में सुबह से ही मतदाता निकले हैं। मुझे विश्वास है कि जम्मू कश्मीर की जनता दिल खोलकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में मतदान करेगी, मोदी साहब के पक्ष में मतदान होगा और जम्मू कश्मीर के साथ साथ नौशहरा में भी कमल का फूल खिलेगा।
बहुत अरसे के बाद एक जो पॉलिटिकल डिस्कोर्स यहाँ ख़त्म हुआ था 2019 के बाद, जब आर्टिकल 370 और 35 से हटा था, एक चुप्पी थी यहाँ के लोगों को, कोई रिप्रेजेंटेशन यहाँ पे थी नहीं, तो उसके बाद एक मौका मिला इलेक्शन में कि यहाँ के वोट करने का। लोग इंतज़ार कर रहे थे। आज समझ आई है यहाँ के अवकदल के लोगों को कि वोट का सही इस्तेमाल करना है। वो एक लोकल रिप्रेजेंटेशन यहाँ पे चाहते हैं।
देखिए, इस इलेक्शन की काफ़ी सिग्निफिकेंस है आज के दौर में। हालांकि जम्मू कश्मीर असेंबली का रोल काफ़ी कट साइज किया गया, मगर ये एक वाहिद ऑप्शन है, वाहिद टेबल है जहां हम अपनी पॉलिटिकल ग्रीवेंस को रिप्रेजेंट कर सकते हैं। देखिए, यहाँ तो कोई मुकाबला है नहीं, क्योंकि मेरा इंतखाब यहाँ के लोगों ने किया है, मुझे यहाँ के लोगों ने चुना है। जो एतमाद यहाँ के लोगों ने मेरे कंधों पे डाला है, जो भरोसा मुझे यहाँ के लोगों ने दिया है, मुझे नहीं लगता वो भरोसा किसी बाहर वाले टूरिस्ट को दिया जाएगा, किसी इन्फिल्ट्रेटर को दिया जाएगा।
ये तो बड़ी खुशी की बात है कि यहाँ के आवाम को 10 साल के बाद अपना जमहूरी हक मिल रहा है और वो अपनी मनपसंद हुकूमत बनाएंगे। जैसा कि सबको मालूम है कि पिछले 10 साल से यहाँ के आवाम बड़ी मुश्किलात का सामना कर रहे हैं, बड़ी परेशानियों का सामना कर रहे हैं। इंशाअल्लाह अब अच्छे दिन आ रहे हैं उनके लिए।
Now, viewers, shifting our focus to what happened in Gujarat. 7 people lost their lives and 1 was critically injured when a speeding car collided with a trailer truck near Himtanagar in Gujarat's Sabarkantha district today morning. Here's a report.
Seven people lost their lives after a speeding car rammed into a truck in Gujarat's Sabarkantha.
गुजरात के साबरकांठा डिस्ट्रिक्ट में शामराजी से हिम्मतनगर हाईवे पे आज सुबह एक अकस्मात हुआ है, जिसमें इनोवा कार में जो सवार थे वो 7 व्यक्ति की मौत हो चुकी है और एक जो सवार था उसको इंजरी हुई है, उसको हॉस्पिटल में ले जाया गया है। ये सभी अहमदाबाद के रहने वाले थे और शामराजी से अहमदाबाद तरफ जा रहे थे।
The car was en route Ahmedabad